बनेगा। ड्राइवरों को यातायात के साथ साथ अच्छे बिहेवियर के लिए भी दिया जा रहा है प्रशिक्षण। लोगों की सुविधा के लिए लखनऊ से अयोध्या, गोरखपुर से अयोध्या तथा सुल्तानपुर से अयोध्या के बीच पड़ने वाले समस्त टोल प्लाजा पर टूरिस्ट के सहायतार्थ परिवहन विभाग का हेल्प डेस्क किया जा रहा है स्थापित। उत्तर प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार कर रही है अयोध्या का समग्र विकास।
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज, देश का बेहतरीन हिंदी न्यूज चैनल
टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत आपको दे रहा है सुनहरा मौका।
हर रोज सोने के सिक्के और लाखों के आकर्षक इनाम जीतने का।
देखेगा नव भारत, जीतेगा भारत कॉन्टेस्ट
में हिस्सा लेने के लिए टीवी पर दिए गए नंबर पर मिस्ड कॉल दीजिए।
आसान से सवालों के जवाब देकर आप जीत सकते हैं आकर्षक इनाम हर दिन।
देखो, खेलो, जीतो टाइम्स नाउ नव भारत पर।
Explosive, exclusive and beyond.
The show that gets you the inside track.
A deep dive into stories that matter.
Raising questions you won't ask.
Your voice is now our voice. Watch Blueprint with me, Meghna,
And Pranesh
at 6:30 p.m. every weekday.
only on Times Now.
Co-powered by Amazing Spaces के लिए Green Lamp Laminates, कुछ मेरा कुछ तुम्हारा।
In association with ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत।
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Times Now.
Lead to Ramnagri, Ayodhya.
Nagara has been brought here to Karsebakpuram. This is a gift all the way from Gujarat.
All eyes are on Ram Mandir Puja.
This agarbatti has travelled from Baroda of Gujarat to Ayodhya for Bhagwan Ram's Pran Pratishtha Samaroh.
Ringside view of Astha from Ayodhya. Divinity, darshan and devotion.
As Bhagwan Ram is returning to Ayodhya, every Ram Bhakt is rejoicing and enjoying and celebrating in his own way.
The diyas are being lightened up as far as the earthen lamps are concerned, and it is the joyous occasion.
Times Now is your destination. Most immersive Ram Mandir coverage.
खबरें फटाफट में नजर डालते हैं अभी तक की बड़ी खबरों पर। जिला सिरमौर के गिरिपार क्षेत्र के 150 पंचायतों में मशहूर पौष पर्व की शुरुआत। त्योहार मनाने घर लौट रहे नौकरी पेशा व कामगार 14 जनवरी को श्रद्धा और उल्लास के साथ मनाई जाएगी मकर संक्रांति। पुलिस जिला नूरपुर ने फ्रीज की एक नशा तस्कर की लाखों रुपयों की चल संपत्ति। कार्रवाई से नशा माफिया में हड़कंप। तस्कर की 58,44,818 रुपए की संपत्ति जब्त। सुंदरनगर पुलिस ने पुंख में नाकाबंदी कर एक गाड़ी से बरामद की 8 पेटी अंग्रेजी शराब। कोई वैध परमिट मौके पर पेश न करने से चालक के विरुद्ध मामला दर्ज। हिमाचल प्रदेश के सरकारी स्कूलों में नए शैक्षणिक सत्र से बालों में जेल, हाथों में नेल पॉलिश, शरीर पर टैटू लगाकर नहीं आ सकेंगे छात्र छात्राएं। राज्य सरकार ने वर्दी के रंग रूप और अन्य पहनावों को लेकर जारी किए निर्देश। श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र अयोध्या से हिमाचल प्रदेश के 52 संतों को निमंत्रण पत्र। बिलासपुर के 6 संत होंगे शामिल। संतों को विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कार्यकर्ता व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जाकर दे रहे निमंत्रण। प्रदेश के सरकारी अस्पताल में स्थापित कृष्णा लैब में निशुल्क टेस्ट की सुविधा ठप। मरीज झेल रहे दिक्कत। सरकार की तरफ से लैब के बकाया बिलों का भुगतान न होने पर बढ़ी मुसीबत। सोलन में खाद्य सुरक्षा विभाग खाद्य पदार्थों के भर रहा सैंपल। 27 सैंपल्स की रिपोर्ट में 5 सैंपल फेल। व्यापारियों को सिर्फ 30 दिन का दिया नोटिस, होगी कड़ी कार्रवाई। करसोग में स्थित लोहड़ी मकर संक्रांति मेला तत्तापानी के आयोजन को लेकर प्रशासन तथा स्थानीय लोगों ने पूरी की तैयारियां। 14 जनवरी को मेले में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शिरकत करेंगे प्रदेश के लोक निर्माण मंत्री विक्रमादित्य सिंह। लोहड़ी पर्व को लेकर सोलन में सजना शुरू हुई दुकानें। त्योहार को लेकर बाजारों में उमड़ी खरीदारों की भीड़। जगह जगह मूंगफली, गजक, पॉपकॉर्न की खूब बिक्री। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद राजकीय आयुर्विज्ञान चिकित्सा महाविद्यालय टांडा अस्पताल में आउटसोर्स सफाई कर्मचारियों ने किया प्रदर्शन। वेतन न मिलने पर रोष, सरकार से पेमेंट्स न आने से ठेकेदार ने खड़े किए हाथ। पांवटा साहिब में नो एंट्री के बावजूद पांवटा के बद्रीपुर चौक से लेकर विश्वकर्मा चौक तक देवीनगर में घुस रहे टिप्पर जाम लगने के कारण लोगों को उठानी पड़ रही परेशानी। जिला बिलासपुर के राजकीय वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक विद्यालय में अध्यापकों के कई पद खाली, बच्चों की पढ़ाई पर पड़ रहा विपरीत असर। जिला कुल्लू के राजकीय उत्कृष्ट वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक पाठशाला खराहल के पर्यटन विषय के 33 छात्र पार्वती घाटी में पा रहे साहसिक गतिविधियों का ज्ञान। ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग के दौरान रॉक क्लाइंबिंग, रैपलिंग, रिवर क्रॉसिंग का ले रहे प्रशिक्षण। ऊना के बंगाणा में दिन में ही धुंध का राज, दिन के समय लाइट ऑन कर वाहन चला रहे चालक। हमीरपुर में 67वीं अंडर 19 राष्ट्रीय जूडो प्रतियोगिता का कैंप। राजस्थान के गंगानगर से 14 से 18 जनवरी तक राष्ट्रीय जूडो प्रतियोगिता में हिमाचल का प्रतिनिधित्व करेगा 19 खिलाड़ियों का दल। नगर पंचायत कंडाघाट के तमाम सफाई कर्मचारी हड़ताल से वापस लौटे, मांगे मानने के बाद लिया फैसला। खबरें फटाफट में आज के लिए बस इतना ही। बने रहें दिव्य हिमाचल टीवी के साथ। खबरें फटाफट में नजर डालते हैं अभी तक की बड़ी खबरों पर। जिला सिरमौर के गिरिपार क्षेत्र के 150 पंचायतों में मशहूर पौष पर्व की शुरुआत। त्योहार मनाने घर लौट रहे नौकरी पेशा व कामगार। 14 जनवरी को श्रद्धा और उल्लास के साथ मनाई जाएगी मकर संक्रांति। पुलिस जिला नूरपुर ने फ्रीज की एक नशा तस्कर की लाखों रुपयों की चल अचल संपत्ति। कार्रवाई से नशा माफिया में हड़कंप। तस्कर की 58,44,818 रुपए की संपत्ति जब्त। सुंदरनगर पुलिस ने पुंग में नाकाबंदी कर एक गाड़ी से बरामद की 8 पेटी अंग्रेजी शराब। कोई वैध परमिट मौके पर पेश न करने से चालक के विरुद्ध मामला दर्ज। हिमाचल प्रदेश के सरकारी स्कूलों में नए शैक्षणिक सत्र से बालों में जेल, हाथों में नेल पॉलिश, शरीर पर टैटू लगाकर नहीं आ सकेंगे छात्र छात्राएं। राज्य सरकार ने वर्दी के रंग रूप और अन्य पहनावों को लेकर जारी किए निर्देश। श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र अयोध्या से हिमाचल प्रदेश के 52 संतों को निमंत्रण पत्र। बिलासपुर के 6 संत होंगे शामिल। संतों को विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कार्यकर्ता व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जाकर दे रहे निमंत्रण। प्रदेश के सरकारी अस्पताल में स्थापित कृष्णा लैब में निशुल्क टेस्ट की सुविधा ठप। मरीज झेल रहे दिक्कत। सरकार की तरफ से लैब के बकाया बिलों का भुगतान न होने पर बढ़ी मुसीबत। सोलन में खाद्य सुरक्षा विभाग खाद्य पदार्थों के भर रहा सैंपल। 27 सैंपल्स की रिपोर्ट में 5 सैंपल फेल। व्यापारियों को सिर्फ 30 दिन का दिया नोटिस, होगी कड़ी कार्रवाई। करसोग में स्थित लोहड़ी मकर संक्रांति मेला तत्तापानी के आयोजन को लेकर प्रशासन तथा स्थानीय लोगों ने पूरी की तैयारियां। 14 जनवरी को मेले में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शिरकत करेंगे प्रदेश के लोक निर्माण मंत्री विक्रमादित्य सिंह। लोहड़ी पर्व को लेकर सोलन में सजना शुरू हुई दुकानें। त्योहार को लेकर बाजारों में उमड़ी खरीदारों की भीड़। जगह जगह मूंगफली, गजक, पॉपकॉर्न की खूब बिक्री। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद राजकीय आयुर्विज्ञान चिकित्सा महाविद्यालय टांडा अस्पताल में आउटसोर्स सफाई कर्मचारियों ने किया प्रदर्शन। वेतन न मिलने पर रोष, सरकार से पेमेंट्स न आने से ठेकेदार ने खड़े किए हाथ। पांवटा साहिब में नो एंट्री के बावजूद पांवटा के बद्रीपुर चौक से लेकर विश्वकर्मा चौक तक देवीनगर में घुस रहे टिप्पर जाम लगने के कारण लोगों को उठानी पड़ रही परेशानी। जिला बिलासपुर के राजकीय वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक विद्यालय में अध्यापकों के कई पद खाली, बच्चों की पढ़ाई पर पड़ रहा विपरीत असर। जिला कुल्लू के राजकीय उत्कृष्ट वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक पाठशाला खराहल के पर्यटन विषय के 33 छात्र पार्वती घाटी में पा रहे साहसिक गतिविधियों का ज्ञान। ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग के दौरान रॉक क्लाइंबिंग, रैपलिंग, रिवर क्रॉसिंग का ले रहे प्रशिक्षण। ऊना के बंगाणा में दिन में ही धुंध का राज, दिन के समय लाइट ऑन कर वाहन चला रहे चालक। हमीरपुर में 67वीं अंडर 19 राष्ट्रीय जूडो प्रतियोगिता का कैंप। राजस्थान के गंगानगर से 14 से 18 जनवरी तक राष्ट्रीय जूडो प्रतियोगिता में हिमाचल का प्रतिनिधित्व करेगा 19 खिलाड़ियों का दल। नगर पंचायत कंडाघाट के तमाम सफाई कर्मचारी हड़ताल से वापस लौटे, मांगे मानने के बाद लिया फैसला। खबरें फटाफट में आज के लिए बस इतना ही। बने रहें दिव्य हिमाचल टीवी के साथ। खबरें फटाफट में नजर डालते हैं अभी तक की बड़ी खबरों पर। जिला सिरमौर के गिरिपार क्षेत्र के 150 पंचायतों में मशहूर पौष पर्व की शुरुआत। त्योहार मनाने घर लौट रहे नौकरी पेशा व कामगार। 14 जनवरी को श्रद्धा और उल्लास के साथ मनाई जाएगी मकर संक्रांति। पुलिस जिला नूरपुर ने फ्रीज की एक नशा तस्कर की लाखों रुपयों की चल अचल संपत्ति। कार्रवाई से नशा माफिया में हड़कंप। तस्कर की 58,44,818 रुपए की संपत्ति जब्त। सुंदरनगर पुलिस ने पुंग में नाकाबंदी कर एक गाड़ी से बरामद की 8 पेटी अंग्रेजी शराब। कोई वैध परमिट मौके पर पेश न करने से चालक के विरुद्ध मामला दर्ज। हिमाचल प्रदेश के सरकारी स्कूलों में नए शैक्षणिक सत्र से बालों में जेल, हाथों में नेल पॉलिश, शरीर पर टैटू लगाकर नहीं आ सकेंगे छात्र छात्राएं। राज्य सरकार ने वर्दी के रंग रूप और अन्य पहनावों को लेकर जारी किए निर्देश। श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ क्षेत्र अयोध्या से हिमाचल प्रदेश के 52 संतों को निमंत्रण पत्र। बिलासपुर के 6 संत होंगे शामिल। संतों को विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कार्यकर्ता व्यक्तिगत तौर पर जाकर दे रहे निमंत्रण। प्रदेश के सरकारी अस्पताल में स्थापित कृष्णा लैब में निशुल्क टेस्ट की सुविधा ठप। मरीज झेल रहे दिक्कत। सरकार की तरफ से लैब के बकाया बिलों का भुगतान न होने पर बढ़ी मुसीबत। सोलन में खाद्य सुरक्षा विभाग खाद्य पदार्थों के भर रहा सैंपल। 27 सैंपल्स की रिपोर्ट में 5 सैंपल फेल। व्यापारियों को सिर्फ 30 दिन का दिया नोटिस। होगी कड़ी कार्रवाई। करसोग में स्थित लोहड़ी मकर संक्रांति मेला तत्तापानी के आयोजन को लेकर प्रशासन तथा स्थानीय लोगों ने पूरी की तैयारियां। 14 जनवरी को मेले में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में शिरकत करेंगे प्रदेश के लोक निर्माण मंत्री विक्रमादित्य सिंह। लोहड़ी पर्व को लेकर सोलन में सजना शुरू हुई दुकानें। त्योहार को लेकर बाजारों में उमड़ी खरीदारों की भीड़। जगह जगह मूंगफली, गजक, पॉपकॉर्न की खूब बिक्री। डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद राजकीय आयुर्विज्ञान चिकित्सा महाविद्यालय टांडा अस्पताल में आउटसोर्स सफाई कर्मचारियों ने किया प्रदर्शन। वेतन न मिलने पर रोष। सरकार से पेमेंट्स न आने से ठेकेदार ने खड़े किए हाथ। पांवटा साहिब में नो एंट्री के बावजूद पांवटा के बद्रीपुर चौक से लेकर विश्वकर्मा चौक तक देवीनगर में घुस रहे टिप्पर। जाम लगने के कारण लोगों को उठानी पड़ रही परेशानी। जिला बिलासपुर के राजकीय वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक विद्यालय में अध्यापकों के कई पद खाली। बच्चों की पढ़ाई पर पड़ रहा विपरीत असर। जिला कुल्लू के राजकीय उत्कृष्ट वरिष्ठ माध्यमिक पाठशाला खराहल के पर्यटन विषय के 33 छात्र पार्वती घाट आज दिन के समय लाइट चला रहे चालक।
Tells as well.
Guarantee.
Fix. Dynamic.
Please. We get off the budget.
इसकी
Gonna happen.
next.
Said. If you
NPS is a mode of creating post-retirement corpus having two basic characters in it with its hand. Is से बढ़िया
Left the job and still
Rahul.
को हर साल
joining us.
great. I think half and going back. Wedding. Have got away. Very strong. Opportunity.
Urban market. And what is
This is exactly optimization. People have increased up in the main consumption in the tier
Undertaken some very
branded
traction. That extent, even for the other brand. So I think wait. Who tell us in we get the and we
specifically buying any land park
as we have talked about have been sold very well. That is also in the last quarter reflected and that and what we have 1,000 process yes. And his
3,000 coming.
oh so that
is in Raymond. Limit,
and that is why if you as primarily in a fast growing sector.
स्थानीय if you have to buy
Millions of dollars. This increase to get more than three these three projects. Horizon.
करा के लाओ
Mr. Chintu. Huh?
गाड़ी ले से पहले आता है गोल्ड पेट्रोल
You can से जुड़ी भिन्न गति डाइंग improves रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी
creates a new and really that is between cars. It's it's going to go.
It is time. Tires. Premium fuel partner Indian Oil XP100. DMS technology partner Orbitsys. Energy partner Trontech. Official logistics partner Om Logistics.
मेरे पास ऑलमोस्ट सभी तरीके के कस्टमर्स आते हैं जो छोटा कारोबार करते हैं, दुकान वाले हैं, हाउसवाइफ्स हैं। तो वो लोग समझते हैं इस चीज़ को कि आज वो वर्किंग हैं, कल को जब वो वर्किंग नहीं रहेंगे तो उस कंडीशन पे उनका क्या होगा। तो इसीलिए रिटायरमेंट प्लान हमें पहले से ही लेना चाहिए कि हम अपने ओल्ड एज पर आकर उस रिटायरमेंट प्लान का फ़ायदा उठा सकें।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
NPS ज़रूरी है।
TV.
All leaders in individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth?
Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at?
It was clearly one of the biggest deals.
Here, ET, now I've been getting you bit by bit.
We guarantee latest trends and market insights.
We guarantee you real-time updates so that you do not miss out on any crucial developments. We guarantee expert opinion,
Most comprehensive
and accurate data. We guarantee perspective that you'll not find elsewhere.
We guarantee top-notch visuals with cutting-edge graphics for a dynamic experience.
We guarantee a sector-wise impact of the budget.
We guarantee interactive coverage and engagement.
We guarantee a deep dive into the fiscal policies.
We guarantee a commitment to excellence in financial journalism, setting up industry standards.
We guarantee a 360-degree view covering every aspect of the budget.
We guarantee you a front row seat to the budget story. Tune in to Budget 2024. Vikas ki guarantee exclusively on ET Now.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Markets snapped 5-day gaining streak to end in the red. Realty stocks lead the losses. Broader markets to buck under selling pressure. HDFC Bank has handed mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. PAT comes in ahead of the analysts' expectations. However, the NII numbers fail to impress. Margin improvement seen on the asset quality front. Civil Aviation Ministry issues show cause notice to Indigo Airlines and Mumbai International Airport after a video of passengers eating on the airport's tarmac leads to uproar. Ministry also issues additional SOPs, including incident reporting thrice daily for all the 6 metro airports. And countdown for the Grand Ram Mandir opening begins. Vedic rituals for consecratory ceremony commences in Ayodhya. Hello and welcome. You tuned into News Now with me, Ankita Saxena. Well, the big banking behemoth HDFC has reported its number today, and the result was rather mixed. For the third quarter, the profits for the quarter rose 2.5% to 16,372 crores versus the previous quarter. Now, meanwhile, the NII came in at 28,741 crores, higher than the 27,385 crores we saw in the second quarter. A slight improvement on the asset quality front for the private lender. The GNPA improved 8 basis points to 1.26% versus the 1.34% on a sequential basis. Meanwhile, the NNPA came in at 0.3% versus 0.35% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. And my colleague Gaurav Javalkar, who's the banking analyst, is waiting by with all the number crunching and the breakdown of the numbers. Over to you, Gaurav.
Right. So as you said correctly, we have got a mixed set of numbers for the HDFC Bank. So as you said, net interest income has come up to 28,471 crore rupees. Although it has up 4% on a QOQ basis, it is slightly below what ET now was estimating for the NII. If we talk about the PPOP, it was right on spot at 23,647 crore rupees, and it was up almost by 4.2% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Talking about PAT, actually the market was factoring in a slightly lower PAT, but HDFC has reported 16,343 crores of 73 crores of PAT, which was up almost by 2.5%. Talking about the provisions, now bank has also said that they have made provisions of 1,219 crores towards the AIF, which was required by the RBI that we saw in December 19. Talking about the asset quality also, asset quality was improved slightly. So if we talk about gross NPA ratios, it was down almost to 1.26%, down almost by 8 bips QOQ, and net NPA ratio was also down by 4% QOQ to 0.31%. And we have already seen that the bank has reported strong growth in advances by 5.9% on a quarter-on-quarter basis, and deposit growth was at 1.9%. Lastly, let's also look at credit cost. The bank has improved its credit cost, and it's down almost to 0.49% now, which is actually a positive sign for the bank. And again, they have maintained the CAR ratio at 18.4%, CD ratio at 16.8%, and cost to income is also maintained at 40.3%. So let's wait for the bank's management to see how they will project the growth for the bank, and let's also see how they pencil in the provisions and other growth aspects for the bank in Q4 FY24.
All right, Gaurav, thank you so much for joining us. But we'll move on. For the bank's review, we have Aditya Shah, who's the founder of Hercules Advisors, joining us. And we also have Mahantesh Shabrad joining us for the review. Gentlemen, welcome to ET Now. Right. Mantesh, I'll come to you first. Now, how do you assess the results of the bank? Given that it has a high base, it is one of the largest banks in the country. How will the growth pan going forward?
So the results are good. On the backdrop of the results that they've announced, you would notice now that the merger is over. The growth is steadily happening, but from a purely market share perspective, I think HDFC Bank is losing momentum. And post the merger, there are quite a few ratios which are still worrying for the bank to take care of. One of the ratios is cost to income ratio. It's now in the 40s. They need to address it and bring it down. There is another ratio that is now troubling them. Basically the deposit growth rate is pretty slow. and the CASA ratio is just about 38 odd percent, little less than 38%. That these are concern areas for the banks to address. So from a growth perspective ahead or outlook perspective ahead, unless the bank addresses these kind of issues, it's going to be a little difficult from the investors' perspective to really take any allow any premium to the bank that it used to get in the past.
Right, coming to you, Aditya, a couple of point of concerns that Mantesh mentioned for the investors then before they give a premium to the bank. But what, according to you, is the pain point or the areas of concern after the results have come out and we've gone through the results? How are you reading into the numbers, and what do you think will cause a worry for the investors?
Major and primary concern why the HDFC Bank stock has undergone a derating is because the NIM, the net interest margin, the HDFC Bank's book had an NIM of above 4%. HDFC Limited's book had an NIM of below 3%, and net now the integrated book has reported an NIM of 3.4%, and because of that low NIM, the net interest income has not increased as per expectation. The whole concern around the merger was that the NIMs will erode in the long term below 4%, and that is what has happened over the last 2 quarters, while the management has guided that they will get the NIMs steadily improved to 4%. Right now at this stage, the biggest pain point on the results are fairly okay. There's nothing to complain about per se. I don't think that there's a problem with the deposit growth as well. In fact, HDFC Bank is outperforming the entire banking sector on the deposit side of it. The major concern is if the NIMs does not improve, so every the profitability for the bank inherently then goes down, and the ROEs start to get hit per se. So we need to ask from the management and understand from the management how the NIMs will move from here on. They have come down from 4% to about 3.4% this quarter, and going forward, how will the trajectories of NIMs be? The trajectory of NIMs would be that they would come back to 4%, then the market will not have any problem per se, and the market will be okay with the stock. If the NIM does not come back, then there is a concern, and that is why the derating on the stock has really happened. So overall, decent set of results, nothing to complain about per se, but the NIM is a big number where for at least 4 quarters, HDFC Bank has continued to struggle, and
So
we need to watch out what happens.
So Aditya, my next question was on the NIMs only. How do you think the NIM's trajectory will pan out going forward? And what kind of an uptick are you penciling in as far as the cost of deposits is concerned for the bank?
So HDFC Bank is aggressively investing in its branches, and that's why we're seeing that the cost-to-income ratio has now traded above 42%. It will continue to invest aggressively in the branches over the next 2 to 3 years, as the management is already guided. HDFC Bank is not paying the highest interest rate on the deposits. However, the cost of funds for the entire system is moving up, and that's why there's a problem. The problem, especially for HDFC Bank, is that because secured credit is coming from the HDFC Limited book, that comes with a lower margin per se, and they need to expand their unsecured retail credit. Once they start to expand their unsecured retail credit, which comes at a higher margin, the NIMs will start to recover over a medium-term perspective. But one thing is for sure, the NIMs will take time from the perspective that the book balance is right now skewed towards the secured retail side. So it will take time, but surely the management has guided that they will recover. We need to talk to the management and see what happens.
Coming to you, Mantesh, how should one read into the credit costs? We saw the credit costs, they have come down for this quarter. Do you expect the bank to maintain its credit quality going forward?
So the credit cost is a function of what Aditya was also trying to refer to in terms of the balance between the secured book and the unsecured book. Not only that, it is also related to the kind of quality of the unsecured credit itself that they are getting into. So improvement in credit cost is a welcome, measurement, the quality measurement that has come out from those results. But now that the NPL are very low, somewhere in the range of just 0.3%, it's going to be very difficult for the bank now to offer any improvement on the asset quality side per se. The lever that needs to be touched for them is grow fast on the top line, which means advances growth needs to be much stronger. Advances growth will happen if you have better deposit growth coming in, and your overall margin expansion is linked to, and this is at the PPOP level, is linked to the way you control your costs.
Right, Mayantesh, we get your point. But on that note, we'll have to let you go, gentlemen. Aditya, Mayantesh, thank you so much for joining in. We will be speaking to you later on, but for now, thank you so much for joining in. Let's move on to what happened in the markets then today. After a stellar rally in the last trading session, Nifty seems to have cooled off, ending absolutely flat for the day, but it stayed resilient above the 22,000 mark. Now, we saw the same trend on Sensex, staying above the 73,000 levels. Sectorally, Nifty Metals was the top gainer, followed by FMCG and the PSU banking stocks. On the losing side then, Realty was the top drag, followed by IT and the energy stocks. And well, with that, it's time for a quick breather. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In association with ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Tata.tv. I want to soar above the skies and fulfill my responsibilities. With LIC. Paid your LIC premium? On time. दिल की सुनो, LIC चुनो.
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
उत्तर प्रदेश के अयोध्या में डबल इंजन की सरकार ने अयोध्या धाम रेलवे स्टेशन को किया पुनर्विकसित. अयोध्या को मिली 2 अमृत भारत और 6 वंदे भारत ट्रेन की सौगात. इतना ही नहीं, 3 रेलवे परियोजनाओं को भी जनता को किया गया समर्पित, जिसमें रूमा चकेरी चंदेरी तीसरी लाइन परियोजना, जौनपुर तुलसीनगर, अकबरपुर अयोध्या, सोहावल पटरंगा और सफदरगंज रसौली खंड का दोहरीकरण तथा मल्हौर डालीगंज रेलवे खंड का दोहरीकरण और विद्युतीकरण परियोजना शामिल है.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अयोध्या को सीतामढ़ी से, प्रभु राम की जन्मभूमि से माता सीता के प्रकटीकरण के स्थल पर जोड़ने के लिए इस रेल की कार्यक्रम को भी आज शुभारंभ किया है.
डबल इंजन की सरकार दे रही अयोध्या में बेमिसाल रेल कनेक्टिविटी.
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil,
everything points to this moment.
Transform marketing forever.
We expect to grow 10 times.
It's a $1 billion market. What's going to happen next?
The team be ready for pitch.
Yeah. You got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk one final winner.
Oh, sir. This order is for 3 months later.
But for the right profits, we first need to decide at what price to purchase the raw materials.
To avoid this, you should hedge your raw material exposure in the commodity derivatives market.
What are the benefits?
We can determine the price for our commodities 3 months from now on the exchange. Not just that, we can also take delivery of it.
This is indeed a very beneficial deal.
Please keep hedging your commodity risk on the exchange and don't forget it.
मैडम को पैसे से प्यार नहीं है.
भाई साहब, पैसे से प्यार है तभी तो एयू से करार है.
ऐसा क्यों?
आपका बैंक सेविंग्स अकाउंट पे इंटरेस्ट देता है
3 महीने में एक बार.
मेरा एयू हर महीने. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी. एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक. बदलाव हमसे है.
Welcome back. You're tuned into News Now. Well, let's move on to the brewing stories then. Adding to the turbulence, the Aviation Ministry has issued a show cause notice to airlines Indigo, This after a video of Indigo passengers eating dinner on the tarmac went viral. My colleague Sameer Dikshit is joining in with more details.
Yes, definitely. That's the big development that we are picking up from the Aviation Ministry, that a show cause notice has been issued to Indigo Airline as well as to the Mumbai airport for the lapses for not performing their duty properly and also not abiding by the Civil Aviation or the CAR rules. So the show cause notice clearly mentioned after the video went viral on social media, wherein multiple passengers, they were having their food, they were eating on the tarmac near to the aircraft, and seeking that, the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia held a meeting at midnight. What we are picking up that at 12:30 a.m. midnight, Minister Scindia held meeting with the ministry officials that what all is happening at Mumbai airport, what sort of lapses is there. So after a detailed meeting, now the BCAS, which is Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, they have issued a show cause notice, and it has been found that both the party, the Mumbai airport as well as Indigo Airline, they did not perform their duty as per the rules. The rules clearly mention that if the passengers are affected, then proper facilitation has to be done, proper arrangements have to be done for the passengers. Moreover, the aircraft should not be parked to that place. It should be parked at the stand-up area. So there are multiple rules which were not followed. These are the major points that were raised in the show cause notice. And the big point is that now the Indigo as well as Mumbai airport, they have to reply to this show cause notice by today itself, by 16th of January. And if the reply is not sent, or if the reply is not satisfactory, then this may attract enforcement action from the government side, and also financial penalty may be levied on both the parties. So this clearly seems that the government is not happy with these, whether it be the airport operator or with the airline, the way they are functioning. Also, when at a time we have seen that thousands of passengers, they are affected, especially in North India, because of the flight delay, because of the bad performance of the airline. So government, or precisely if I may speak, Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, he himself has come up into action and is now taking the stock of situation, is now taking meetings and making accountable those who are not performing their duties properly.
And moving on to the much-awaited event, as the consecration ceremony of Ram Temple in Ayodhya approaches, elaborate preparations are in progress for a grand event. The Sanctum Sanctorium is ready to receive 51-inch idol of 5-year-old Rama, Lord Rama, crafted by the Mysuru-based sculptor Arun Yogiraj, unanimously chosen by 11 trustees of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra. Followed strict Kshatriya protocols. The Prana Pratiksha program is scheduled for the auspicious Abhijit Mahurata on January 22nd. Now, the pre-Prana Pratishtha rituals have commenced and will continue until January 21st. The city is bustling with activity, causing disruptions in train movements due to track doubling and electrification, affecting over 50 trains until January 22nd. And well, here's all the action from a Davos 2024 summit. ET now caught up with Akshay Joshi, Head Industry and Center for Cybersecurity, WEF, to get his take on cyber equity and rising threats of cyberware. Listen in.
Talking about cyber inequity over here, it's essentially a measure of how certain organizations are more resilient as compared to others who are struggling. So what we've observed is that we measure around 3 parameters where we ask organizations to self-report whether they consider themselves as resilient, as conforming with minimum cyber resilience, or are not cyber resilient. So what we've seen over the past 3 years is that this minimum viable cyber resilience, we used to have a healthy chunk of companies, roughly about 67% in that bracket. And that's shrunk to around 30%. So that's huge because, so what it means is that a lot of the larger organizations that have the possibility to invest in cyber resilience are continuing to do so and are doing well. Their cyber resilience is getting better. The smaller organizations SMEs in particular, which are, I think the bulk of any economy, are not able to do so, and I think that's shrinking. So that's, I think, one of the big challenges that we are seeing in the report.
I won't use the word tensions, but the situations which are like constantly evolving across the world. It was feared, or it was believed that it will lead to, because we are in a new era of the cyber warfare and generative AI, and all of that will add to the new dimensions of war. I don't know how much that fear has actually translated in reality, but the fact remains that we are in an era of conflict, and there are various small or large conflicts going on around the world. What is your assessment in terms of actual threat of something like cyber warfare versus the perception or the belief that people have?
So, on the one hand, of course, it is widely acknowledged by a lot of experts that cyber is the fifth dimension, as they say, so it's air, land, sea, space, and then cyber, right? If we look at the crisis in Ukraine, there were a lot of fears about a fallout in the cyber realm. It's extremely fortunate that we did not experience the fallout to the extent that people were fearing, right? But at the same time, if we take one particular incident, that was the Viasat incident that took place, there was collateral damage. And there were wind farms in Germany that stopped working as a consequence because they were relying on the same communications infrastructure that was targeted. Right? So the interesting element is that unlike other forms, cyber is not restricted by borders.
Right.
So we've seen it over and over that there might be one particular target, but then, there are cascading effects that can go to pretty much any corner of the world. Right. So what does it mean? To an average organization, the incident, when it takes place, it's indistinguishable. It could be cyber criminal activity. It could be more of an attack, as it may be. But at the same time, it's really important for us to be focusing on some of the fundamentals. What is it that we can do? Attribution is extremely hard, and honestly, what is an organization going to achieve by that? Eventually, when your systems have been affected, there is operational disruption. By the way, when we asked people what they fear, they said that operational disruption due to a cyber attack is one of the biggest fears at a global level. So that's huge. So if your operations have been disrupted, how quickly can you understand and make sense of the problem and bounce back from it? That's what is really important in today's day and age.
And Mel, with that, it's time to wind down on this edition of News Now. I'll take your leave. Thank you so much for tuning in.
और ये धोनी की हुई जी
गजब ग्रिप कैसे
SRMB जैसे
SRMB TMT बार की विन ग्रिप टेक्नोलॉजी सीमेंट के साथ बनाए मजबूत पकड़ ग्रिप इज इम्पोर्टेंट
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, where innovation thrives and progress knows no bounds, we welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit.
एक दिन मैं एक ऑटोमेटिक पेंसिल बनाऊंगी जो मेरा सारा होमवर्क करेगी। मैं एक फ्रिज बनाऊंगा जो अनलिमिटेड आइसक्रीम बनाएगी। मैं एक मशीन बनाऊंगी जो मेरे ड्रीम्स रिकॉर्ड करेगा।
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil,
everything points to this moment.
Transform marketing forever.
We expect to grow 10 times. It's a $1 billion market.
What's gonna happen next?
Team, be ready for pitch.
Yeah.
you got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk one final winner.
सब जानचा है, परखा है, समझा है, इसलिए मेरे समझदारी का नाम इंट्रा है।
टाटा की नई इंट्रा V20 पिकअप है इंडिया की पहली बाय फ्यूल पिकअप जो दे आपको बढ़िया ड्राइवेबिलिटी, सुपीरियर ड्राइविंग कंफर्ट, ज्यादा लोडेबिलिटी, सबसे ज्यादा माइलेज, जो दे सबसे ज्यादा रेंज। टाटा इंट्रा V20 पिकअप सब कुछ उठाए, हर दिन जिताए।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
The Indian auto industry is buzzing, fueling the future of India, charting new roadmaps for the Indian auto sector. And it is now time to recognize the champions amongst them.
The car of the year is that car that comes into its class and redefines the standards. It takes things forward, it's better in most ways, and it creates a new benchmark for that class.
This year's lineup, of course, has more and more EVs in it, but we've got a good mix of cars. We've got hybrids, we've got diesels, we've got petrol, and really that is the way forward. Multi-powertrains, that's how it's going to be in India for a long time, and that's what we've got in this year's lineup as well.
Indian conditions now change. A lot of people look for a lot of value in their car. It's not the cheapest car or the most economical car winning the event. That's the misconception as far as the car of the year award is concerned now.
Things have gotten so close these days between cars, it's hard to really differentiate between a lot of them. But sometimes, once in a while, there's a car that comes along and makes you say, oh, wow.
Dynamics for me is a big part, but you know, it's going to be quite a close competition.
Join us as we honor the best of the cars and bikes launched in India last year. Auto Car Awards 2024, coming soon.
Presenting partner, Reliance General Insurance. Tire partner, Bridgestone Tires. Premium fuel partner, Indian Oil XP100. DMS technology partner, Orbitsys. Energy partner, Trontech. Official logistics partner, Om Logistics.
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
रिटायरमेंट पे कोई सोचता ही नहीं है, सोचता कभी 50 की उम्र में आकर। और एक ऐसा तबका जो रिटायरमेंट के बारे में आज भी बिल्कुल नहीं सोचता, वो है औरतें। औरतें कमा के भी वल्नरेबल हैं, पैसा कमाती हैं, घर पे दे देती हैं और एक एक रुपए को मांगती हैं। सो एनपीएस एक इक्वालिटी ला रहा है कि भाई चाहे वो आदमी है, चाहे वो औरत है, चाहे वो ट्रांसजेंडर है, चाहे वो अदर जेंडर है, हम सब एक बराबर प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
एनपीएस जरूरी है।
और ये धोनी की हुई जी गजब ग्रिप कैसे SRMB जैसे
SRMB TMT बार की विंग ग्रिप टेक्नोलॉजी सीमेंट के साथ बनाए मजबूत पकड़।
ग्रिप इज इम्पोर्टेंट।
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the because if you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody is taking, you don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं।
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Hello and welcome to the Money Show, your one-stop destination for all your personal finance queries. I am Kavita Thapliyal and we have lined up a power pack show for you today where we'll be focusing on investing in ELSS fund, and also we'll be taking up your mutual fund portfolio related queries. So just in case you want to send across your questions, you can do that on our WhatsApp number, which is 865-797-4571. You can also email us your queries on the Money Show at etnow.tv. So a great lineup of topics all related to your financial portfolio. But then before that, let's get you the top headlines of the hour. Markets snap 5 days gaining streak to end in the red. Realty stocks led the losses. Broader markets to buckle under selling pressure. HDFC Bank has handed mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. PAT comes in ahead of analyst expectations. Meanwhile, NII comes in fairly in line with estimates. Margin improvement seen on the asset quality front. Civil Aviation Ministry issues a show-cause notice to Indigo Airline and Mumbai International Airport after a video of passenger eating on the airport's tarmac leads to uproar. Ministry also issues additional SOPs, including incidents reporting thrice daily for all the 6 metro airports. Countdown for the Grand Ram Mandir opening begins. The Vedic rituals for consecration ceremony commence in Ayodhya. Alright, so today on the show, we are going to focus on equity-linked savings schemes, and by that I mean the ELSS fund, which are very popularly known for your tax-saving purpose. But then, is that the only reason why you should be having ELSS fund in your portfolio? What are the top-performing ELSS fund, and exactly how should you be investing, considering there is a lock-in in these ELSS fund? What are the strategies that fund managers are adopting for the performance in the ELSS fund? Let's get you all the analysis today. I have with me CEO of Incred Money, Vijay Kupa. Vijay, good evening and welcome to the Money Show. And today on the show, you're going to help our investors understand the right way of putting money in an ELSS fund, apart from it being a tax-saving instrument. So, Vijay, one very important thing that investors need to understand is, you know, we have a tax-saving mindset. If at all you are someone who's opted for the old tax regime, you definitely want to put money in tax-saving instrument. But then there is a way where you can have these investment instruments combined to your financial goal. And over here, when we talk about ELSS fund, a wonderful way of putting money in equity. I mean, of course, you have NPS also, but the mutual fund route via ELSS. How do you look at this investment instrument, not only just a tax saving, not for tax saving purpose only, but also for your financial goals and overall for portfolio lineup? I think you are on mute, Vijay.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. So ELS is actually, thank you so much, and good evening to you and to everybody. ELS is actually a great way to save tax while gaining exposure to the equity market. There are many other options through which you can actually save tax. Most of them are debt options like Provident Fund or Sukanya Samriddhi Scheme and so on. But ELSS is one such avenue, along with NPS, of course, where you can get access to equity markets, you can get participate in the upside while also saving tax. So I think it is a provision that everybody should participate in. And especially if your asset allocation is more tilted towards debt, like FDs, then this is an excellent way for you to also gain the dual benefit. So we strongly recommend, for you to use this provision. Now, ELSS schemes are nothing but mutual fund schemes, which have an exposure to different types of underlying. So you have large cap ELSS schemes, you have mid cap schemes, you have multi cap schemes. So fundamentally, it is nothing but a mutual fund scheme through which you are getting exposure to an underlying market. There are many such opportunities. Almost every fund house has its own ELSS scheme that they offer to investors. So you can decide what suits your risk appetite and you can invest in one of them.
So, Vijay, just going a little more deeper into this, the kind of fund structure. Now, they can be, ELSS could be a large cap, could be a mid cap also, could be a flexi cap also. But in terms of portfolio allocation, in terms of exposure across market caps, if you talk about the strategy a fund manager can adopt, how different are ELSS schemes from a regular mutual fund?
Okay, so they are actually quite similar. That way, so under ELSS category, you've got different types of ELSS schemes. So at one end, you've got, say, a large cap ELSS scheme. For example, Bandhan ELSS is a large cap scheme. Then you've got a multi-cap scheme. Multi-cap scheme is like a DSP ELSS tax saving scheme is a multi-cap scheme. Then you've got some passives. So like a 361 ELSS is a passive fund. Then you've got a Zerodha ELSS scheme, which is a 250. It tracks Nifty 250 scheme. So it's a large and mid cap. So you've got a variety of variety of themes on which your people have made ELSS schemes. So it could fit in, and these schemes mirror the non-ELSS schemes or the normal schemes of that same category. So you could invest in either one, but because this has a tax advantage, then it's better off to invest in these kind of schemes.
All right, so now looking at the different kind of market caps, the type of ELSS funds that we have, how can one make sure that you are not over diversified in a particular category fund, considering you have an ELSS, but how do you also review the existing exposure in your portfolio across market caps to ensure the kind of ELSS you need to have in your portfolio, which not only gives you tax saving benefit, but also serves the purpose of diversification that might be needed in your portfolio?
Actually, that's a very good point. Often we find that when mutual fund investors, they typically have 10, 20 different schemes. So this is very different from stocks. You could have 20, 25, even 30 stock portfolio and still be diversified. But when you do in 20 schemes, you should remember that each mutual fund scheme also invests further in like 50, 60 different stocks. So ultimately, just because you're adding different mutual fund schemes, you may still end up being not diversified. You're just having concentration risk and, you're not really diversifying by adding so many. So it's very important in general for all investors to see, to do like a portfolio analysis and to see what their overall cumulative exposure is across which sector. Because, for example, typically a lot of schemes invest in banking sector. So just because you have diversified, you may still be ending up holding a lot of banking sector anyway. So that is one point. Now coming to ELSS, now once people have done the portfolio analysis and they figure out that, okay, I seem to have a lot of mid and small cap exposure in my regular portfolio, then they should look at diversifying it and taking a large cap ELSS scheme. So this is how they should. Or if they have a lot of large cap, then they can look at having a mid and small cap. Or if they have a lot of private sector, companies, then they can look like at a PSU focused ELSS fund, which is there in the market, and they can invest in that. So first, they have to do an overall portfolio analysis to see what the concentration is in which sector. For that, they need to have their cash or their statement, and they can easily do that. And then basis that, they can decide which particular ELSS scheme they want to do, because each ELSS scheme has its own characteristic.
All right. Since we have you on the show, I think you've also given our viewers the list of best performing ELSS. I would like to know the name of the funds that you've recommended and the reason why you have picked up these funds. What were your parameters?
Okay, so I have a few of them. So the first one that I have is Quant ELSS scheme. It's called Quant ELSS Tax Saver Scheme. Now, Quant ELSS scheme actually is a very new high performer over the last few years. They've had a change in fund manager and a change in strategy. So what is very unique about this, and this is by far the best performing fund, what is unique about this scheme is that it has a very high turnover ratio. So what this means is that they are very momentum driven and very momentum focused scheme, and they are able to trade very well. So they have an excellent trading team. So they're able to enter and exit their positions well. And due to that, they're able to offer much better returns. So this is a very unique kind of a value proposition that Quant is offering. The second performer that I have is Bank of India ELSS scheme. Now, this is a scheme that has a lot of PSU focus. So it has constituents such as SBI, PFC, Canara Bank, NTPC, etc. And now, because of the recent rally in PSU stocks, we are also finding that this scheme has done very well. It is more of a multi-cap scheme, which means it invests across the capitalization sector. The third scheme that I have with me is DSP ELSS Tax Saver Scheme. Now, this is one of the largest ELSS schemes in the industry, and it is a well-run scheme over a period of time. So it has good vintage. It has seen a lot of economic cycles. This is mainly focused on growth companies, and it is a multi-cap scheme. The next I have with me is Bandhan ELSS scheme. This is a good large cap focused fund. It's run by fund manager Mr. Pinto, and it's heavily aligned towards large cap, resulting in stability and very low volatility of your portfolio. And because of the recent market run up, it's also done well, and it is a good proxy for a large cap investment. And the final recommendation that I have is a Kotak ELSS Tax Saver Scheme. This is also run by Mr. Harsha Upadhyay, who is a well-known fund manager. It is inclined towards financials, auto, capital goods. So essentially playing on the infrastructure story of the country, and with good focus towards large cap and growth schemes. So these are some of the mutual fund schemes in ELSS category that I think people can invest in.
Sure. Now, since there is a lock-in of 3 years, how would you recommend our viewers to invest in an ELSS fund? Should the SIP route would be good for them, or it should be the lump sum way?
So actually, this has 3 years, but if you compare it to other tax-saving, options like PPF or bank fixed deposit, all of them have at least 5 years or more. So from that point of view, ELSS has only 3 years. So it is one advantage compared to the other options in the market. Now coming to how you should invest, I don't think the lock-in makes much of a difference, whether it should be SIP or lump sum. What you need to see is look at how the market is. So I believe that if you have the expertise to be able to time the market, and if you're able to gauge which is a good level to enter, then you can do lump sum. Otherwise, SIP route is a very good way to do it. Over 12 installments across 12 months. So under ELSS, the rule is that it should be invested in this financial year. So from 1st April to 31st March. So if you can set up a monthly SIP and you can do a 12 installment monthly SIP, I think that is the best way to gain exposure. On top of this, you can also do more than 1.5 lakh. Though your tax saving deduction is only up to 1.5 lakh, you can do investments of greater than that amount, but you won't get a tax deduction. Then you have to just look at it like an equity scheme in which you invest. Then you can use lump sum to go tactically into these schemes. So if your market has fallen a lot, you can then make an investment in lump sum mode. So you can use a mix of both, but as a baseline for this, I would suggest that you should do SIP over the entire 12-month horizon.
All right, so the entire purpose should be to not to look at ELSS just as a tax saving instrument, but also align it with your financial goals and then make the most of this category. Thank you so much for being on the show and helping our viewers today with their investment in ELSS funds. On that note, let's slip into a quick break, but then post that, let's get your mutual fund portfolio queries answered. And just in case you are watching the show live and you want to send us your questions, you can WhatsApp us your queries on 8657974571. You can also email us your questions on the Money Show at etnow.tv. Time for a quick break, and post that, let's connect to our viewers live.
In association with LIC, हर पल आप के साथ वो
फिर भी
perfect. Deeply connected to led by the forward thinking Rashtra has not state government in initiative tech and digital tool makes Maharashtra inter V20 Tata Intra
है दुकान वाले इसीलिए रिटायरमेंट एनपीएस जरूरी है
got great it's feel I think is
show with makeup video what are the WhatsApp your questions which is Mr. Rakesh. I'm doing good. Strategy. Also and
here and I'm assuming it hasn't to have at least a good I would that vary yes reason where
No, thank you, ma'am.
Doing an SIP. Of 10 who are good mid-cap fund. So what should be his strategy?
mid cap has but it has I would request him management so I would recommend that he could allocate regularly to Motilal Oswal via SIP mid cap, and I would also recommend that he add on a small cap if he is looking at better performance. So that's something that he could look at. I would definitely say that he needs 2 to 3 schemes. I would recommend UTI Nifty 50 as well, but I think he may not be happy with the performance of large cap if he's not happy with just mid cap as well. So that's something that I think he can. When it comes to calculating compounding interest, he can see a CAGR or an XIRR report. He could easily export his statements to Excel and do that. And that's something that he can do with his previous investment as well.
All right, so that's a word for Mr. Gopiraj. We move on to our next question, which is from Mr. Natarajan from Bangalore, Shweta, and he's been investing in ICICI Pru mutual funds through SIP since last 4 years, and he's received good returns. But now he wants to switch his entire investments and profits to Nippon, Mahindra, or HDFC AMCs, specifically in mid-cap or small-cap funds. So I don't know if the strategy is really right, because he's just named us the AMC's names, and we don't know any, we don't have any scheme specific details out here. Although having all your money in one AMC is something that you should not be doing, definitely. And I think that's the only where we can, actually try to explain him the strategy with considering the lack of details that we have of his portfolio, Shweta.
Absolutely, Kavita, agree with you there. ICICI is the only name that we can see. So I would definitely recommend if he's looking at small cap, he can add on a Nippon India small cap with maybe booking some profit, not all of it, because 4 years is still early in equity. I would still suggest longer tenure. So maybe a little bit and he can start off with the Nippon small cap.
And also, why it is not important, or is it important? Maybe you can explain that better. To first look at the AMC and then choose the fund. How should be the strategy? Because over here also he's given us very specific names like HDFC, Mahindra, and Nippon. So is that the right way of selecting or having a strategy, investment strategy?
So it really depends on the kind of investors, but broadly what happens is you look at a fund name and see how stable, how large, for how long it has been in existence. So some of these parameters where you tick those, and once you see those, you kind of see the fund management team, you see how long they've been there, and then get into scheme wise, what has been the performance, what is the kind of mandate that they have they stuck to the mandate, risk adjusted returns, then get into sort of the numbers. So that's like a 3-level process that we do. But a lot of times what happens is with the newer funds especially, because they don't have that kind of a track record, right? They don't have that kind of AUM, etc. So what happens is we generally recommend that people stick to some larger names as a core part of their portfolio and explore the smaller ones as they grow, because then they sort of get into it early. And also sometimes it's easier for the smaller fund houses to come up with innovative schemes or get into get onto the bandwagon early, so to speak. So that's kind of the strategy we would recommend.
All right, I think with that, it's a time up on the show today. Thank you so much, Shweta, for being on the show and helping our viewers with their mutual fund investments. And time to sign off, but I'm going to leave you with our WhatsApp number and email ID where we are waiting for your questions to get your financial portfolio queries answered live to our experts. Goodbye.
India, a nation that has soared beyond expectations, reaching new heights in the last decade. Today we stand at the dawn of Amrit Kaal. Ready to embrace a future as a global leader.
It's the ring of a new high.
Markets at an all-time high. Rising incomes and a robust economy. This is our today. And with ET Now, tomorrow will be ours too. Bringing to you the intelligence and foresight of India's most seasoned anchor, Nikunj Dalmia.
So I'm sticking my neck out and saying it that in summer of 2023 we'll make a new high.
And ET Now's comprehensive coverage of union budget, combined with expert insights, reliable research, credible data. It's more than just coverage. It's your guide to India's growth story, customized for you. At ET Now, every story is a rise with India, and every analysis is a step towards Vikas Ki Guarantee. On ET Now.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
My daughter's now reached a marriageable age, and if the gold prices keep rising, I don't think I can give her much.
Have you thought of any solution?
On a regulated commodity exchange. By paying a small premium and buying call options of gold, the price of gold will be fixed today. Now if the price goes up, you will get the gold at the strike price. And if it goes down, you can buy it from the local market at the reduced price. Wow! I can have my cake and eat it too.
Eat it on time. And please, ride the bike slowly.
Okay.
And this is for your safety.
Arey, I almost forgot.
LIC.
This is for our safety. दिल की सुनो.
LIC चुनो.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
3 से 4 व्हीलर में अपग्रेड तो करना है, पर इसमें से क्या खास बात है?
इसमें एक खासियत हो तो बताएं. टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX में है दमदार इंजन जो दे बढ़िया पिकअप, बड़ी और स्ट्रॉन्ग रोड बॉडी और मेंटेनेंस एकदम कम. तो अब सोचो, समझो और टाटा इस गोल्ड पेट्रोल CX लो.
गॉड, इतना पानी आ गया है.
पापा जी बारिश हो रही है. वाह,
छत टपक रही है.
अरे शिफ्ट करने वाले हैं ना पापा, बस घर मिलने की देर है.
तो देर ज्यादा ही नहीं होगी.
हेलो, यू घर है, इसकी शादी नहीं कि बिना एडवाइस के डिसीजन ले लिया.
इसीलिए तो घर मैजिक ब्रिक्स पे देखिए. प्रॉपर्टी की पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन विद एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस.
और 15 लाख से ज्यादा प्रॉपर्टी ऑप्शंस है.
गुड, एटलीस्ट मेरा घर तो लाखों में एक होगा.
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the vikas. Okay? If you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody is taking. You don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Markets snap 5-day gaining streak to end in the red. Realty stocks lead the losses. Broader markets too buckle under selling pressure. HDFC Bank has handed a mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. PAT comes in ahead of analyst expectations. Meanwhile, NII comes fairly in line with estimates. Margin improvements seen on the asset quality front. Civil Aviation Ministry issues show cause notice to Indigo Airlines and Mumbai International Airport after a video of passengers eating on the airport's tarmac leads to uproar. Ministry also issues additional SOPs including incident reporting thrice daily for all the 6 metro airports. Countdown for the Grand Ram Mandir opening begins. Vedic rituals for consecration ceremony commence in Ayodhya. Good evening, viewers. You're watching News Now with me, Sumita Kari. Let's take a quick check at how the markets performed and then we'll move on to the day's top stories. Well, after a stellar rally in the last trading session, Nifty seems to have cooled off, ending flat for the day, but it stayed resilient above the 22,000 mark. We also saw the same trend on Sensex as well, which stayed above the 73,000 levels. Sectorally, Nifty Metal was the top gainer, followed by FMCGs and PSU banking stocks. In fact, on the losing side, Realty was the top drag, followed by IT and energy stocks. And for more details and highlights of today's trading session, my colleague Anisha Jain is joining us. Anisha, take it over and take us through the key highlights of today's session.
Well, after 4-5 days of gain, finally Nifty took a bit of a breather today. We saw a slide of almost 0.25%, but midday there was a bit of a scare when we dipped below the mark of 22,000. By the end of the day, however, we recovered ground and ended just above that 22,000 mark. Sectorally speaking, it was metals that was, the biggest sectoral gainer after headlines came in from China that they are looking at a further fiscal impetus for the economy. So that really sent the stocks like SAIL, Jindal Steel, Hindustan Copper, Nalco in a bit of a tizzy. So these stocks were gaining in the trading session. You also had some of the IT stocks on the back foot today. So in fact, TCS, Infosys were some of the biggest drag on the index, and also Reliance Industries was coming under pressure. So that stock was down about 1.5%. On the gaining side, however, ITC managed to gain ground after the report suggested that GQG has picked up 15 crore shares in that particular company in the December shareholding. So we are watching out for that. Plus, of course, there were other gainers like HDFC Bank ahead of the earnings as well. From the broader markets, a lot of result reactions that came through. Paytm was high in the trading session on back of the UBS report, and also, of course, federal banks saw a bit of a result reaction. So very broad-based action is what we saw in the markets today. Let's see how tomorrow pans out.
All right, so after lifetime highs, both on Nifty and Sensex, both the indices seem to have cooled off. Moving on to the other story, well, HDFC Bank reported a mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. Profit for the quarter rose 2.5% to over 16,000 crores versus the previous quarter. Meanwhile, NII came in at above 28,000 crore mark, which is higher than 27,385 crores that we saw in the second quarter. In fact, slight improvement is also seen on the asset quality front for the private lender, and my colleague Gaurav Javalkar is here to break down all the numbers for us. So Gaurav, what do the numbers really tell you? What's been the commentary from the management so far as these numbers are concerned?
Right. So as you said correctly, we have got a mixed set of numbers for the HDFC Bank. So as you said, net interest income has come up to 28,471 crore rupees. Although it has up 4% on a QOQ basis, it is slightly below what ET now was estimating for the NII. If we talk about the PPOP, it was right on spot at 23,647 crore rupees, and it was up almost by 4.2% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Talking about PAT, actually the market was factoring in a slightly lower PAT, but HDFC has reported 16,343 crores of 73 crores of PAT, which was up almost by 2.5%. Talking about the provisions, now bank has also said that they have made provisions of 1,219 crores towards the AIF, which was required by the RBI that we saw in December 19. Talking about the asset quality also, asset quality was improved slightly. So if we talk about gross NPA ratios, it was down almost to 1.26%, down almost by 8 bips QOQ, and net NPA ratio was also down by 4% QOQ to 0.31%. And we have already seen that the bank has reported strong growth in advances by 5.9% on a quarter-on-quarter basis, and deposit growth was at 1.9%. Lastly, let's also look at credit cost. The bank has improved its credit cost, and it's down almost to 0.49% now, which is actually a positive sign for the bank. And again, they have maintained the CAR ratio at 18.4%, CD ratio at 16.8%, and cost to income is also maintained at 40.3%. So let's wait for the bank's management to see how they will project the growth for the bank, and let's also see how they pencil in the provisions and other growth aspects for the bank in Q4 FY24.
So mixed set of numbers for HDFC Bank. Of course, Q3 PAT is beating estimates. NII pretty much in line. Improvement was also seen on the asset quality front. But what about Federal Bank? Well, after a mixed quarter, Federal Bank MD and CEO believes that their bank will see a 16 to 20% growth over the next few years. They also expect return ratios to remain robust. Exactly why? Listen into this excerpt.
24 looks like on course on all the key metrics the bank has been seeking to work on. It is a tight market for all players. We've held out quite well, and I do believe this momentum of ROA and ROE expansion should continue as we look into either the last quarter of this financial year and or the next financial year. The CAGR for Federal has been well north of 15 to 16% across an 8-year period. To back COVID out, it's probably 18%. And if you look at the industry, it's grown in the 12-13%. So we are at what, 500 basis points to 600 basis points higher than the industry growth, which in some sense is the number that you are also pointing out to be. And I do think that momentum is there. If you take the last 6 quarters, it's been 18% plus. There is caution to banks are being advised to be more thoughtful about credit expansion when the weather is sort of rough in some parts. So anything to expect 16 to 20% growth through this period is very possible. So to expect Federal to be doubling over the next 4 years, I think is quite on course. It's on almost exactly what our internal aspirations and our commitment to our board and ourselves is. So doubling the bank over the next 4 years should be very possible.
All right, so that's Shant Srinivasan, the MD and CEO of Federal Bank, stating that 16 to 20% growth over the next few years is very much a possibility. At the same time, banks have to be cautious about credit expansion as well. On that note, we're slipping into a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back, and lots more news lined up on the other side of this short break.
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? सिर्फ इसलिए कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आए और ये दोनों उनकी गोदी में छलांग मार पाए। वो काम ही कैसा काम जिसकी खोज किसी को अपनों से दूर ले जाए। सिर्फ इसलिए रंजीत के शहर में भी एक ऑफिस बना है। कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए और हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी न रुकें। सिर्फ इसीलिए कहीं एक मजबूत पुल बना है। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया बनता रहेगा तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
In the heart of a dynamic world where dreams are woven into realities, progress knows no bounds. We welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit. Visit our website at timesgbs.com to secure your place at the Global Business Summit 2024, where development, diversification and disruption unite to reshape the world of our collective futures. The Global Business Summit 2024.
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, everything points to this moment.
Transform marketing forever.
We expect to grow 10 times. It's a $1 billion market.
What's gonna happen next?
Team, be ready for pitch.
Yeah.
You got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk one final winner.
नानी को लेके बैंक जाना है एड्रेस चेंज के लिए। संभाल लेना प्लीज। ब्रांच आओगी? ऐसा क्यों? चल वीडियो कॉल करते हैं ना। प्लीज ब्रांच बंद हो जाएगी। वेलकम टू AU 0101 डिजिटल बैंक। यहाँ बैंक के सारे काम हो सकते हैं। सोच बदलो पर बैंक भी। AU स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
NPS में सबसे अच्छा फायदा क्या है कि अगर मान लीजिए किसी एम्प्लॉइज को इक्विटी मार्केट का नॉलेज नहीं है, वो भी इसमें बेनिफिट ले सकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि आपका जो फंड होता है फंड मैनेजर मैनेज करता है। एम्प्लॉई अपने हिसाब से अपने सारे रेशियोज को डिसाइड कर सकता है और इसका बेनिफिट ले सकता है। ये सबसे अच्छी ट्रांसपेरेंट मैनर में वे है इसके NPS की। दूसरा है कि आप इसके ऐप को भी डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, उससे आप रेगुलर अपना मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
NPS जरूरी है।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, महिलाओं के लिए धुआं मुक्त रसोई। प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत 10 करोड़ गैस कनेक्शन। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation, so I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne, so now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
Well, welcome back. You're watching News Now. And as we move closer to the interim budget this year, we caught up with the managements of Vistara and Mercedes on what their wish list for the interim budget this year is. Let's listen into what they had to say.
We know that there has been support from the various ministries. For example, the VAT on ETF has been reduced in many of the states, and we are thankful for that. So anything that comes up as part of a tailwind, we are more than happy. But from our perspective, I think we are trying to see how we can operationally improve our own performance, how we can maximize the utilization of our fleet, and how we can make sure that we continue with the great customer service experience that we provide.
I'm more looking towards the state governments today, because the EVs today have differential road taxes. The road tax is as high as 18 to 20% in states, and states which have lower or zero road tax on EVs, they have a better penetration. States which have higher, less. So I think EVs is a collective responsibility of the state, the consumer and the OEM, and all three have to ensure that they look at the taxation when it comes to registration and others to bring it down so the cost of ownership is down. From the central government, I think they have done a great job with just a 5% GST on EVs. We clearly expect and hope it continues at least till 2030, because that's where India would be around that 30% mark of penetration, and that's where, the flip will happen, and the cost structures will change, and maybe then the adoption also changes. So I think at this stage, as far as budget goes, we just feel that it will be a vote on account, and it will just continue the way things are.
You might be feeling a chill in the air in Delhi, but there's a lot that's adding to the heat as far as the aviation sector is concerned. Lots of turbulence. Now, the Aviation Ministry has issued a show-cause notice to airline Indigo. This after a video of Indigo passengers eating dinner on the tarmac went viral. Samir Dikshit has more details. Samir, so get us, when is Indigo likely to respond to the show-cause notice? What are the timelines that the ministry is really looking at?
Yes, definitely. That's the big development that we are picking up from the Aviation Ministry, that a show-cause notice has been issued to Indigo Airline as well as to the Mumbai airport for the lapses for not performing their duty properly and also not abiding by the civil aviation or the CAR rules. So the show-cause notice clearly mentioned after the video went viral on social media, wherein multiple passengers, they were having their food, they were eating on the tarmac near to the aircraft, and seeking that, the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia held a meeting at midnight. What we are picking up that at 12:30 a.m. midnight, Minister Scindia held meeting with the ministry officials that what all is happening at Mumbai airport, what sort of lapses is there. So after a detailed meeting, now the BCAS, which is Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, they have issued a show-cause notice, and it has been found that both the party, the Mumbai airport as well as Indigo Airlines, they did not perform their duty as per the rules. The rules clearly mention that if the passengers are affected, then proper facilitation has to be done, proper arrangements have to be done for the passengers. Moreover, the aircraft should not be parked to that place. It should be parked at the stand-up area. So there are multiple rules which were not followed. These are the major points that were raised in the show-cause notice. And the big point is that now the Indigo as well as Mumbai airport, they have to reply to this show-cause notice by today itself, by 16th of January. And if the reply is not sent, or if the reply is not satisfactory, then this may attract enforcement action from the government side, and also financial penalty may be levied on both the parties. So this clearly seems that the government is not happy with these, whether it be the airport operator or with the airline, the way they are functioning. Also, when at a time we have seen that thousands of passengers, they are affected, especially in North India, because of the flight delay, because of the bad performance of the airline. So government, or precisely if I may speak, Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia, he himself has come up into action and is now taking the stock of situation, is now taking meetings and making accountable those who are not performing their duties properly.
All right, as the consecration ceremony for the Ram temple in Ayodhya approaches, elaborate preparations are underway. They are in progress for a grand event to take place on January 22nd. The Sanctum Sanctorum is ready to receive a 51-inch idol of a 5-year-old Lord Ram that's been crafted by Mysuru-based sculptor Arun Yogiraj, and that's been unanimously chosen by 11 trustees of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra following strict protocols, Shishya protocols. The Pran Pratishtha program is scheduled for the auspicious Abhijit Muhurat on January 22nd. Then pre-Pran Pratishtha rituals have commenced already and they will continue until January 21st. In fact, the city is bustling with activity. That's also been become a cause of concern. There are disruptions as well in train movements due to track doubling and electrification that have affected over 50 trains until January 22nd. And an incredible 108 feet long incense stick is being used during the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and that symbolizes spirituality and devotion. My colleague Shivani Sharma got us this exclusive report. Take a look.
So the unique 108 feet long incense stick, the agarbatti that was brought to Ayodhya from Vadodara, Gujarat, has now been lit as a mark of the initiation of the Anushthan of Pran Pratishtha Samaro in Ayodhya. This agarbatti has been lit by Acharya Mahant Nritya Gopal Das, and this is the auspicious occasion because today the first set of rituals have started inside the Garbhagriha where the first lamp was lit in the Brahm Muhurt. The speciality of this agarbatti is that this has been made by 108 cows, cow dung, and the organic things. Whatever you see on this agarbatti, you see kale til, jaw, whatever is used in the yagya has been used in this agarbatti. We'll talk to the people who brought this here. Sir, आप लोग इसको लेकर आए हैं, कितनी वजन की अगरबत्ती है, कितने दिनों तक जलेगी?
एक ही भाई ने बनाई, विया भाई ने।
लगातार आप लोग इसको
6 महीने तक 6 महीने लगा था।
आज के दिन ही और आज से अपने रामलला का जो स्थापना का प्रारंभ हो रहा है उसी हिसाब से आज ही, और जो अपने हिंदू धर्म के महान संत जो है अयोध्या के स्थापक उनके हाथ से आज के दिन प्रज्वलित करवाई है हमने।
All right, so 108 feet incense stick really burning. You can watch all the action, all the ground reporting live from Ayodhya up till January 22nd, which is the day of the ceremony of the grand inauguration of the Ram Temple. But moving on to some updates from Emmy Awards. Well, the star-studded 75th Primetime Emmy Awards after a 4-month delay. The event unfolded and the Bear stole the spotlight, securing 5 wins. Beef clinched the Outstanding Limited Series Award with 5 victories. In fact, notable names like John Oliver and Trevor Noah graced the grand night. Matthew McFadden snagged the Best Supporting Actor for HBO's Succession, while Jennifer Coolidge triumphed as Best Supporting Actress for The White Lotus. In fact, Jeremy Allen White claimed the Best Actor in a comedy series for The Bear. And moving on to a special segment, well, Maharashtra continues its momentum at the World Economic Forum 2024 that's happening in Davos. Here's a look at the investment opportunities that the state is ripe for and, of course, is offering to investors.
As the state that contributes the largest gross state domestic product and 14% of India's total GDP, Maharashtra prides itself on being the heart of commerce in the country. And out of the almost 80 lakh crore rupees of foreign direct investment that have entered India since the turn of the millennium, 30% has flown into Maharashtra alone. The state leads in industrial manufacturing and has invested significantly into developing infrastructural capacities and progressive policies to further the national ambition. A mature infrastructure of 4 international and 13 domestic airports, 2 major and 48 minor ports, and the country's largest power capacity is dedicated to facilitating sectors like aerospace, automotive, electronics, IT, pharma, textiles, among many more. This year, at the snow-laden picturesque Swiss city of Davos, the eminent leaders from Maharashtra are pitched to represent the state at the world's largest economic thought leadership program.
मैग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र जो है वो जून के फर्स्ट वीक में महाराष्ट्र में हो रहा है
और उसके पार्श्वभूमि के ऊपर अभी डावोस का ये दौरा है। मेरे ख्याल से सबसे ज़्यादा अभी तक के सबसे ज़्यादा एमओयूज डावोस में मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ जी शिंदे, उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी और दूसरे हमारे जो उप मुख्यमंत्री अजित दादा है उनके नेतृत्व में वहाँ होंगे। हमारा ये डावोस का जो दौरा है वो हिस्टोरिकल रहेगा, इसमें सबसे ज़्यादा एमओयूज होंगे और हम ये साबित कर देंगे डावोस में कि महाराष्ट्र एक नंबर पे है। महाराष्ट्र की लैंड बैंक बहुत बड़ी है, महाराष्ट्र वाटर सब्सिडी दे सकता है, महाराष्ट्र इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सब्सिडी दे सकता है, महाराष्ट्र में और बहुत सुविधा हम दे सकते हैं। और मेरे ख्याल से जो पिछले 3 साल पहले महाराष्ट्र ये 3 नंबर पे था एफडीआई में, वो अभी 1 नंबर पे है।
Maharashtra, the industrial linchpin of the Indian economy, is poised to shine at the World Economic Forum meeting 2024 in Davos.
All right, that's all we have for you on this edition of News Now. But more news coming up on the other side of this short break. In fact, we have special shows running through this evening. Well, we have Startup Central coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to ET Now. Thanks for staying with us.
आई थिंक विकास की गारंटी है
हो रहा है लेकिन बहुत स्लो चल रहा है।
यस विकास की गारंटी तो है।
I think it's a bit slow. Will get much better.
विकास तो दिख रहा है तो गारंटी तो ऑफ कोर्स है। गारंटी तो किसी चीज की नहीं है।
Yes, I see विकास की गारंटी over our future.
Yeah, it is there. 100% with the statement.
Bright future की पूरी खातरी है।
विकास तो होगा ही।
हाँ, देश में विकास तो बहुत हो रहा है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है।
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Your son thinks I know nothing about the stock market. Well, I'm his father. I know it all.
Really?
Do you know there's an investor protection fund for investors, IPF, but if your trade isn't executed on the exchange or if it's some guaranteed return scheme, then even IPF will not be able to help you.
And what if your broker becomes a defaulter? Or if you don't receive the shares you purchased? What then?
In that case, IPF can provide you with compensation.
Seems you've done your homework. Where did you learn this?
NSE's website.
Here, take this. Do this homework too.
What is the most important thing in an investor meeting?
The idea?
It's the timing of the changing of the slides. Both partners need eye contact, breaths in sync. It's almost like magic. You stand there, I sit here. You look into my eyes, you blink twice, and that's when I...
Or you could just do this. It's like magic.
HP Spectre, the world's most adaptive PC. Unlock new AI experiences with Intel Core Ultra.
Kia, movement that inspires.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
Yes, Papa.
Life doesn't stop for anyone. Even we won't let you stop. At every stage of your life, with LIC, you are always insured. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
पढ़ता है, खेलता है, झूलता, उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कर आता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
पुलाची जाना था, अगली बस कब है? गुरुजी, सालों के बाद देख रहा हूँ तुमको.
आप पोलाची जा रहे हो ना? चलिए आपको ट्रक से छोड़ देंगे.
अब ट्रक में सफर करना मुश्किल है.
हमारा नया टाटा सिग्ना घर जैसा आरामदायक है. टाटा मोटर्स ने बड़ी लगन और समझ से बनाया है एक नया सिग्ना कैबिन जो आपके सेफ्टी, स्टोरेज और कंफर्ट की जरूरतों को पूरा करे. अब ड्राइवर प्रोडक्टिविटी होगी और भी ज्यादा. टाटा ट्रक्स, देश के ट्रक्स.
एक दिन मैं एक ऑटोमेटिक पेंसिल बनाऊंगी जो मेरा सारा होमवर्क करेगी. मैं एक फ्रिज बनाऊंगा जो अनलिमिटेड आइसक्रीम बनाएगी. मैं एक मशीन बनाऊंगी जो मेरे ड्रीम्स रिकॉर्ड करेगा.
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
India, a nation that has soared beyond expectations, reaching new heights in the last decade. Today we stand at the dawn of Amrit Kaal, ready to embrace a future as a global leader.
It's the ring of a new high.
Markets at an all-time high, rising incomes and a robust economy. This is our today. And with ET Now, tomorrow will be ours too. Bringing to you the intelligence and foresight of India's most seasoned anchor, Nikunj Dalmia.
So I'm sticking my neck out and saying it that in summer of 2023 we'll make a new high.
And ET Now's comprehensive coverage of union budget, combined with expert insights, reliable research, credible data. It's more than just coverage. It's your guide to India's growth story, customized for you. At ET Now, every story is a rise with India, and every analysis is a step towards Vikas Ki Guarantee. On ET Now.
Hi everyone and welcome. This is Startup Central right here on ET Now, and today is National Startup Day, celebrating that on the show today as we talk about championing entrepreneurship and the startup ecosystem. This is the show that in fact delivers on those very lines as it's focused on startups, the thriving startup ecosystem, the budding entrepreneurship in the country, all things to do with new age tech, and of course driving jobs, as well as how the founders of today are going to be leaders of tomorrow, which is exactly the theme of this year's National Startup Day. So we've got lots lined up for you on the show today, but first up, here are your top startup Fatafat stories. Well, let's kickstart the show then by putting the spotlight on National Startup Day. We're celebrating the accomplishments of the Indian startups, how we've really fostered a very strong entrepreneurial spirit, encouraging entrepreneurship and really boosting schemes like Make in India. My colleague Bhavya Dua has all those details in this special report of National Startup Day. Bhavya.
देश के उन सभी स्टार्टअप्स को, सभी इनोवेटिव युवाओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं जो स्टार्टअप्स की दुनिया में भारत का झंडा बुलंद कर रहे हैं। स्टार्टअप्स का ये कल्चर देश के दूर दराज तक पहुंचे, इसके लिए 16 जनवरी को अब नेशनल स्टार्टअप डे के रूप में मनाने का फैसला भी किया गया है।
From humble
garage beginnings to billion-dollar dreams, the Indian startup ecosystem has come a long way. With India emerging as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, Indian startups have experienced phenomenal growth in recent years, especially with the launch of the Startup India scheme. In the last 8 years, we saw 15 times increase in the total funding of the startups, a 9 times increase in the number of investors, and a 7 times increase in the number of incubators. Now, various initiatives like the Seed Fund Scheme, Fund of Funds Scheme, Credit Guarantee Scheme for startups were launched under this umbrella scheme to give boost to Make in India through entrepreneurship. Let's take a look at the startups that became unicorns in these past years. So from Paytm, Zomato, Swiggy and Byju's to start with, to Mamaearth, 1mg, Pharmacy and Zepto, the country saw many of its startups turn into unicorns. India is the third largest unicorn producer globally after the USA and China. In total, India is home to 72 unicorns, which contributes to 5% of the global unicorn valuation. Let's also take a look at the startups that went for public listing. Now, even though there were small companies walking the path of the public listing, Zomato emerged as the torchbearer for IPOs in the startup world in 2021. And the country later saw participation by startups like Nykaa, Paytm, Freshworks, Delivery, Mamaearth and Yatra, to name a few. But amidst these positive highs, what went haywire? So apart from seeing the funding winter in the entire startup ecosystem that lasted for almost 1.5 years, the space also saw a tough time with the startups public listing, with many of them being listed at a discount. There were also feuds seen amongst the management at various startups like Byju's and BharatPe. But what's the way road forward? Well, there are various big IPOs this year. Indian startups such as Ola Electric and FirstCry are likely to get listed in 2024. Ola Electric has already filed its DRHP with an aim to raise 5,700 crore rupees, while FirstCry aims to garner more than 1,800 crore rupees. There are also others like Swiggy, Oyo, MobiKwik and Pharmacy which have lined up their IPOs for the coming year according to various reports. And we hope to see these positive trends this year with the startups reaching new milestones in the country.
Well, thanks for that, and let's move right on then. And the IT Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar is actually in conversation with young Indians, and they will be accompanying him to visit the boat manufacturing facility. Let's listen in to what he has to say about the thriving startup ecosystem in India.
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने इस दिन को नेशनल स्टार्टअप दिवस के रूप से मनाने का उन्होंने एक डिसीजन लिया बहुत सालों पहले। और इस दिन जो जनवरी 16 को हम एक तो जो पिछले 8-9 साल में जो देश में स्टार्टअप्स और युवाओं के कारण जो इनोवेशन के दुनिया में बदलाव आया है और इतना गहरा प्रभाव हुआ है, उसको हम सेलिब्रेट भी करते हैं, आज याद भी करते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री को धन्यवाद भी देते हैं। और उसके साथ साथ हम आने वाले जो दशक है, जिसको प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी इंडिया टेकेड कहते हैं, उसके लिए हमारे जो आज के नौजवान हैं, उनको आज के सक्सेसफुल स्टार्टअप्स के साथ मिलाकर उनको इंस्पायर करके हम जो कहते हैं कि आने वाले दशक में एक नेक्स्ट वेव होगा स्टार्टअप्स का।
And in fact, as India has emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, we've seen phenomenal growth. It was in the year 2022 that the Prime Minister announced January 16th as the foundation day of Startup India as National Startup Day. So to talk a little bit more about how we're championing entrepreneurship, cultivating a strong startup ecosystem, we've got with us Sahil Goel. He's the CEO and the co-founder at ShipRocket. Sahil, thanks so much for taking time out. Happy National Startup Day to you, and I'm sure that everyone in the office is a buzz because it is an important day. I just want to understand from your standpoint, given that we've seen a phenomenal increase, in the kind of investments for startups, the entrepreneurship community has really been thriving. How exactly is it that you're looking at the milestones that we have created in India when it comes to startups?
Pleasure to be here today, and very happy, to be talking about this with you. I think, we're a 10-year-old startup, so we've been in the ecosystem for about a decade, and it's been a very, wonderful 10 years to see how things have evolved. How the ecosystem has changed, how the FIIs have grown, the amount of effort the government has done just with Invest India, Startup India, all of those activities over the last, 5 to 7 years. Today, India is sort of one of the largest countries and manufacturers of unicorns, one of the largest countries and manufacturers of startups at large. And, it's amazing to see how the last 10 years have gone. I do think, as Shiprocket, we continue to focus on MSMEs and sort of the longer tail of the market. We believe that SMBs contribute, they're the heartbeat of India. They're what are driving our economy forward. They already make up about a third of the GDP, of the country today. And we think that that'll continue to creep up as India gets closer to achieving its 2047 mission. So very proud to be, nation builders, very proud to be powering the heartbeat of India, and very, very happy to be in the startup community at a time such as this in India.
No, for sure. And, given the fact that it's been a number of years since the launch of Startup India, this initiative as well has seen very phenomenal growth from what we saw in the year 2016, 340 plus startups to, over 1.1 lakh startups in the year 2023 itself. How are you looking at, the kind of steps that have been taken by the government to really fuel the startup community?
I'm not sure if I'm still on, but I think the government has played a big role in the last few years, where especially starting with Startup India, which was, I think, in 2016, 17, all the way through Make in India. Now there's a big focus on exports, so a lot of work happening towards that to be a $1 trillion export country. If you talk about logistics, the government's worked on the national logistics policy, the ULIP platform. For payments, the government's introduced UPI. For e-commerce, you've got ONDC. So I think there's a plethora of initiatives that the government has put forward, very partnership and development oriented thinking at the government. We've had the chance to partner with a bunch of these programs and bodies. And we think that that's the only real way to go hand in hand between the private and the public and really achieve the dream for India as a nation.
And you've been a huge advocate of MSMEs really fueling the digital economy. So tell us a little bit more about how Shiprocket really is enabling that dream for India, where MSMEs are going to be the key drivers for India's $1 trillion digital economy.
Effectively. The digital world, there retail, I think to MSME. As well. Seamless way. We've been very successful so far at doing that, and hope to continue moving forward on that path.
Okay, I'm going to move right on, shift gears a little bit, Sahil, as we talk a little bit about the company's financials, outlook for Shiprocket itself, and there's so much buzz about the IPO, the timeline. When is it going to be? Is it going to be this year itself? Clear the air, clear the doubts. What is the update on your IPO?
I think we continue to be IPO, or at least move towards being an IPO ready company. And I've said this before, where we believe that, as a platform company, as a company that is very much focused on India, it makes sense for a company like us to be publicly traded at some point. We are not on a reverse clock to be IPO on a certain date. I don't think we are there yet. But at the same time, work continues to happen towards, making sure that there's very solid governance, there's very solid kind of compliance, and sort of the discipline of running a public company. So I think being ready towards that end is something we continue to strive towards. No plans yet, to announce for IPO or anything like that.
Sure, and what's the outlook on the gross merchandise value? How exactly do you see that shaping up? What is it on average, and how do you plan to scale it?
We actually don't give any forward projections as a company, but I can tell you that the business continues to grow at a market plus kind of a scenario. So I do think we'll have healthy growth in the ending 24 as well as in 25.
And Sahil, give us a sense as to how the company is really leveraging AI, ML technologies, IoT, because you're really at the forefront of it.
Yeah, very much. And we continue to kind of build natively around AI. We've done it from the day we launched. One is to actually use AI at large within the organization itself to make our workforce more productive, more efficient, to be able to turn around solutions which couldn't be created before. So we use sort of large language models, that weren't available before. We're using a lot of our marketing tech that is getting created is using a lot of the copy and image generation that has come with the whole generative AI revolution as well. And other than that, I think we continue to use AI within our products as well to basically help merchants. We work with over 150,000 paying merchants, and AI plays a very big role in helping them adopt, in helping really dumb it down so that any person can easily consume technology, whether it is through the use of bots or through intelligent workflows or through personalization to a level where the users can easily adopt. So I think we are trying to build back some of that technology into how our users interact with us. And beyond that, we've done pilots with drone deliveries. We frequently look at sort of other automation tech in the supply chain side as well. So very much, technology lovers. And we do think that the only way population scale businesses will be built in India are going to be tech backward. There's no other way.
Time for a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We've got lots lined up on the other side.
In association with ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत. In a nation like India that is deeply connected to its grassroots, agriculture and its allied sectors form the bedrock for prosperity. Maharashtra's conducive ecosystem and infrastructure, led by the forward-thinking government, have garnered over 95,000 crore rupees of foreign direct investments since the year 2000. And displaying holistic diversity, Maharashtra has not only enabled industrial growth but also acknowledged the critical role of women farmers in shaping the state's agriculture sector and the economy. The state government, in partnership with the Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal, has partnered with the World Economic Forum's AI for AI, Artificial Intelligence for Agriculture Innovation initiative in 2023 to support 18 lakh women farmers in an effort to improve their livelihoods and financial health. Leveraging agri-tech and digital tools, the partnership aims to promote a more sustainable and equitable industry that offers opportunities for community strengthening and nation building. All of this makes Maharashtra a preferred destination for global investments in the agriculture and food processing sector. Maharashtra at World Economic Forum, setting a global stage for Magnetic Maharashtra 2024.
Bisleri, drink it up.
काम वाइंडिंग का है, रिपेयरिंग का करता हूँ, मजदूरी का लाइन है। अब आज तो मेरा शरीर काम कर रहा है, कल मेरा शरीर नहीं काम करेगा तो मुझे कौन सपोर्ट करेगा? पेंशन नहीं है तो जीवन नहीं है। फिर ये ऐसा है जैसे शरीर के अंदर खून का होना, अगर खून नहीं है तो शरीर बेकार है। एनपीएस में जो मेरी आमदनी है उसमें मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा जमा कर लेता हूँ और मुझे पूरा यकीन भी है कि मेरा बुढ़ापा सही कटेगा पेंशन के थ्रू।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
एनपीएस जरूरी है।
ये है इंडिया के पुराने इन्वेस्टिंग की दुनिया। अब इन्वेस्टिंग को बदलने आ गया है कुछ सुपर। कॉम्प्लेक्स मार्केट को करे सिंपल। आ गया है एंजल वन सुपर ऐप जो इंडिया का इन्वेस्टिंग बना दे सुपर। Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
All right, let's move away from that and all the celebrations of National Startup Day and focus in on news within the startup world. Very interesting when it comes to the kind of internet trends that we've seen for December 23. The traffic has risen quite substantially from before. There has been an uptick in online penetration. So which apps have been very popular in e-commerce, travel, leisure, different sectors? Let's find out. Vinny's got all that data. Vinny, take it away.
Absolutely, talking about those trends that we have seen on internet usage, what apps is everyone using? So yes, in the month of December seems like overall the traffic index that is there, and this is a note by the cities research team, and yes, cities research is highlighting that traffic index for them has seen an increase in terms of the app users by 18% on a year-on-year basis. Online penetration, obviously that's seen a bit of an uptick there as well, and what especially that was a bit of a worry that we've always seen coming in was in terms of the IT hiring trends. That is now, you know, the downturn that we've seen coming in terms of IT hiring, that seems like, you know, maybe that's something that is bottoming out now in the first half, and recovery will come in, but at a slower pace. Let's look at some of the apps, and this is in terms of Android apps in the month of December. For e-commerce, what did well and what you can see is everyone went shopping on Meesho app, 47% uptick there. Nykaa Fashion also 32% uptick. So, you know, Nykaa Fashion is a smaller compared to other players as well in terms of the fashion business. So, obviously a larger growth is what we're seeing there, but Meesho, Nykaa Fashions and Nykaa, all of them leading the charts, while in terms of Ajio actually has seen a decline in terms of the traction and app use over there as well. Other than that, you know, for food delivery, Zomato managed to hold on to good gains of around 14%, and FYI, when you know, just for information, when you keep an eye out, Zomato's Android traffic actually remained flattish on a quarter-on-quarter basis. This number, what you're seeing of 14%, that's a year-on-year basis number. Other than that, you know, looking at grocery deliveries also, Blinkit, it has been a smaller portion, a relatively newer app, so that's why 109% uptick. And last 3-4 months, when you look at it, it's been around, the growth has been above the 95%, 94-95% mark as well. So yes, keeping an eye on Blinkit, Big Basket seeing a decline, as well as JioMart seeing a decline as well. Travel and leisure, very tepid trends is what we're seeing. Look at Yatra, Go, Ibibo and Cleartrip, all of them have seen a decline in terms of the usage that has come in as well. So yes, a decline there, while Make My Trip is the only one which has managed to go up on a year-on-year basis of 25%. Other than that, real estate trends, No Broker leading the charts over there in terms of the usage, and this we're talking about the website usage of No Broker. So yes, on the website, daily average users for No Broker, Magic Bricks as well as 99 Acres has seen an increase on a year-on-year basis, while in terms of the website usage for travel trends, IRCTC, Ease My Trip, Make My Trip, all of them have seen a decline. So clearly, travel trends seems like it's not something exciting that we've seen in this month of December as well, and has seen a decline.
All right, moving right on then, on the sidelines of the Vibrant Gujarat Summit that concluded very recently, Tarun Mehta, the CEO of Aether Industries, spoke with my colleague Sumit Chaturvedi. Let's listen in as he talks about the company's IPO plans.
So I can't comment about the timeline, but as I've been telling others, I think going public is linked to the maturity of the business. If you look at our cap table, if you look at our kind of shareholders and what it has done over the last 10 years, we feel really proud about how the business has shaped up. Its size, its maturity, it's just its overall discipline.
All right, and on that note, we're completely timed out on this edition of Startup Central. Here's hoping that the thriving entrepreneurship spirit in the country only continues to grow and prosper. Here's wishing all of the entrepreneurs those who are budding entrepreneurs dreaming of starting out on their own, a very happy National Startup Day. Thanks so much for tuning in.
We guarantee latest trends and market insights.
We guarantee you real-time updates so that you do not miss out on any crucial developments. We guarantee expert opinion,
Most comprehensive.
and accurate data.
We guarantee perspective that you'll not find elsewhere.
We guarantee top-notch visuals with cutting-edge graphics for a dynamic experience.
We guarantee a sector-wise impact of the budget.
We guarantee interactive coverage and engagement.
We guarantee a deep dive into the fiscal policies.
We guarantee a commitment to excellence in financial journalism, setting up industry standards.
We guarantee a 360-degree view covering every aspect of the budget.
We guarantee you a front row seat to the budget story. Tune in to Budget 2024. Vikas ki guarantee, exclusively on ET Now.
Oh, wow.
36%. Share the link.
The real tip is what I have. In a month, your money doubled. To become a resilient investor, luring ads, hot tips, and those who promise for assured returns, trusting them blindly is not a wise decision. A tree doesn't bear fruit as soon as you plant it. Be resilient. Invest right.
In the heart of a dynamic world where dreams are woven into realities, progress knows no bounds. We welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit. Visit our website at timesgbs.com to secure your place at the Global Business Summit 2024, where development, diversification, and disruption unite to reshape the world of our collective futures. The Global Business Summit 2024.
In shadows of light, driving into the wild. Surprise. Keep it wild. The new Sonnet.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The Indian auto industry is buzzing, fueling the future of India, charting new roadmaps for the Indian auto sector. And it is now time to recognize the champions amongst them.
The car of the year is that car that comes into its class and redefines the standards. It takes things forward, it's better in most ways, and it creates a new benchmark for that class.
This year's lineup, of course, has more and more EVs in it, but we've got a good mix of cars. We've got hybrids, we've got diesels, we've got petrol, and really that is the way forward. Multi-powertrains, that's how it's going to be in India for a long time, and that's what we've got in this year's lineup as well.
Indian conditions now change. A lot of people look for a lot of value in their car. It's not the cheapest car or the most economical car winning the event. That's a misconception as far as the car of the year award is concerned now.
Things have gotten so close these days between cars, it's hard to really differentiate between a lot of them. But sometimes, once in a while, there's a car that comes along and makes you say, oh, wow.
Dynamics for me is a big part, but you know, it's going to be quite a close competition.
Join us as we honor the best of the cars and bikes launched in India last year. Auto Car Awards 2024, coming soon.
Presenting partner, Reliance General Insurance. Tire partner, Bridgestone Tires. Premium fuel partner, Indian Oil XP100. DMS technology partner, Orbitsys. Energy partner, Trontech. Official logistics partner, Om Logistics.
Eat it on time and please ride the bike slowly.
Okay.
And this is for your safety.
Arey, I almost forgot.
LIC.
This is for our safety. दिल की सुनो।
LIC चुनो।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
जो चांद तक जाएगी। मैं एक ऐप बनाऊंगा जो मुझे ब्रूनो को समझने में हेल्प करेगा। मैं एक शू बना रही हूँ जिससे I can fly.
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
Vineet Samra joins us. Let's take a conversation forward and understand what he makes of the current market trend. Head of equities with DSP Mutual Fund. Vineet, thank you for joining us. What is your market view? Enough and more chatter and narrative is that markets are expensive, lie low, manage risk. It's almost like a frenzy in mid and small cap stocks. Do you think a lot of this universal chatter which is there on social media and in television studios, which everybody is talking about adopting cautiousness, is that true?
Principally, when we look at the long data of analyzing the markets and looking at the volatility, how equities generally have been, I think the last 3-4 years have defied those parameters. And in a way, every time the markets actually hit a new high, while definitely there are always a few fundamental reasons which back those rally. One can't purely be on non-fundamental, keep going on for such a long period of time. So I think, and also there is a fact that markets tend to get exuberant at certain points in time in terms of valuation. So I think we have to keep a balance of both and try to understand what the metrics are presenting. So the way we are thinking is that one good part for the market is that definitely we see that there are ingredients for the long-term growth to be there as far as the economy is concerned, broader economy. And the other good part is that in this economic recovery, we are seeing broad basing of various sectors really participating. So that is again a good aspect of the market. Now, the other thing which you mentioned is clearly around the valuations, which definitely have also not been as reasonable when one looks at the rally over the last few years, especially in the mid and small cap. So I think what adjustments one needs to make is that one needs to be here for a long haul, because the economic recovery definitely will see us through the next 4-5 years. And in the short term, I think the expectations needs to be sort of moderated some bit, because at what point one enters in the market will really define in what periods one is going to get those kind of returns. So maybe if one is talking about 4-5 years, we are pretty okay. These falls should be bought into. And one is looking at really very short-term view. I think the cautious stance also makes sense, because we are also seeing that the earnings could decelerate over the next 1 or 2 quarters, which will be one point of discussion maybe as we move ahead in 1 or 2 quarters, and that will have some bearing on the market returns overall.
In your understanding of earnings, last 2 or 3 quarters we are in for an earnings upgrade cycle. You think that that upgrade cycle will continue?
No, in fact, that's what my point is. If you look at the large sectors now, Nikunj, what were contributing to the earnings growth? Banking was one which was actually contributing to the growth momentum. And there we see over the next, this quarter and maybe the next quarter, we'll have them actually reporting slower growth. And clearly this is because of the NIM compression which they are witnessing. We've seen that the IT pack, the top guys, they have delivered, and you have seen the deceleration in the growth matrix over the last 2 years and versus the 9 months of this year and this quarter as well. So these are the two large sectors, really accounting for almost maybe 40 to 52% of the profit of the Nifty overall. And where we see these trends, and along with that, you have consumption which is still not picked up significantly, where the benefit was coming from lower raw material price, which will also at some point fade away because the raw material prices are now stabilizing. So my point is that as you move forward over the next 1 or 2 quarters, we'll see the growth matrix decelerating from where we were, and this whole momentum maybe to some extent moderate some bit. And qualitatively, what will drive looks like the earnings growth will be the OMCs, the oil companies, where the profit numbers were pretty low. So on the low base, I think they are going to deliver high growth metrics. So the quality of the earnings also needs to be sort of kept in mind when one is looking at the broader valuation picture for the markets.
So tactically then, Vinit, what sectoral allocations or jugglery are you making right now? I mean, IT, for instance, has made a comeback. A lot of people are now pinning their hopes that perhaps private banks will deliver because they are the ones which haven't really moved much, as have some of their smaller PSB counterparts as well have. Anything wherein you're increasing weightage, decreasing weightage, increasing allocation?
Yeah, so see, clearly the way we are positioned, and I think we've been positioned in this manner for a while, as a broadly most of the funds is banking. We are overweight despite the upcoming issues around the, let's say, margin compression, because we believe that these are going to be more temporary, 1 or 2 quarters, and then base formation will take place. But clearly, banking is also a sector where you have the credit quality which is at the best stage today, and the valuations are not very expensive. So that gives us a lot of comfort in terms of owning the banking sector. And we've done a lot of analysis. The long-term analysis suggests that banking overall generally tends to outperform the broader Nifty over a long period of time, and especially when we are thinking of a economic recovery, broader economic recovery, banking should participate. So while I mentioned that the growth matrix could look challenging, but that's not a sector one should not own or reduce. So we are having a decent exposure out there. We have, in fact, sort of placed ourselves slightly more defensively over the last 1 year, and our position in the healthcare sector is actually a depiction of that positioning. There we believe that while across the board we are seeing trends maybe changing, as I mentioned a few minutes back, but in healthcare I think on the conversely we are seeing that the growth momentum is actually coming back. The sales have been reasonable sales growth. We have profitability which is actually improving because the cost matrix have sort of supporting them now, which should continue over the next 1 or 2 years, and the valuations are not very rich or expensive. So I think in a way we have placed ourselves defensively. The other thing which you asked is how are we thinking in future. So my other sense is that consumption broadly has been an underperformer for a while, and for right reason. We've seen that the overall demand momentum is slow, especially at the bottom end of the pyramid. And that's where my belief is that if the economic recovery is what we are talking about, if the government spends continue, at some point we will have the consumption also recovering. Maybe the inflation adjustment takes place and people are okay with the higher prices at some point in time. And the consumption basket should also sort of improve. So that's a space where we are incrementally looking to gradually maybe build some exposure is what I can say.
Wanted to also get in your take, if one had to just cherry pick perhaps within the consumer basket, where is it that you would look at individual sectors where you're seeing perhaps a pickup in demand, maybe inflationary pressures as well cooling off, and rural making a comeback?
Yeah, so see, the way again to think about is consumer discretionary, I think, is a category which will over the next few years outperform the staples, because in general, as the income level rises, people tend to spend more on their discretionary items as compared to the staples or the fast moving consumer goods space. So I think from that perspective, we are looking at areas like QSR, maybe the apparel companies, these anyways we have high exposure in the auto segment, which has done well, and that's in the upcycle right now. So that also maybe comes within the broader consumer discretionary basket. So for us, as of now, within consumer discretionary, auto has been an overweight. But incrementally, as I said, we are open to look at companies within, let's say, QSR or apparel type of names or a retailer. So that's where the consumption sort of basket is where we are sort of looking at. Now, talking about the rural recovery, I think the way to play would be the entry level two-wheeler bikes or the FMCG companies which are more exposed to the rural side of the economy. And if that trend again picks up, that those is where one can actually position oneself.
Vineet, so let's look at IT. We've seen a bout of short covering which has come in IT. Now, specifically on IT, there is mid-cap IT, there is large-cap IT, and there are these niche companies, like Raid Game, Mappa India. Some niche players have got, in a sense, created, and hopefully more will get created as the economy and the IPO market evolves. What is looking interesting as a medium-term theme and as a long-term idea?
So, frankly, Nikunj, so IT has been a bit complex in a way. We are broadly, let's say, equal to underweight across most funds. We are not overweight in a way. And the whole stance was that as the world goes through a slow period, the IT also will sort of reflect that. And in terms of business momentum, maybe it is reflecting, but not in terms of the price momentum, because people are looking forward, looking ahead as the interest rate globally, let's say, cools off, it gives some kind of boost to the economy, and that's what maybe people are pricing in. So from that perspective, IT, I think overall remains a decent sector to be in, considering the cash flow generation, the dividend payouts, and the long opportunity which these companies will target. My judgment would be that it is good to be with the traditional guys, because what is happening, I'm hearing the commentaries coming out from these companies, and all of these companies have started talking of the generative AI space and the requirement that most of the customers are now wanting to adopt that into their whatever softwares they are working on. So I think that's going to be an important space which is going to grow, and I don't think our companies are going to lag behind, is what it seems like today. While it's very too early to comment, and I'm not an expert, but I feel that these are the areas which will give decent business momentum to the traditional guys. And like you said, there is definitely merit in looking at some of the new age companies, not from the area that it is a new technology or something like that, but I believe that the young generation is more adaptive to some of these new areas, and wherever the companies are really making sense from their economic perspective, their overall modes, we are open to look at that. Not that we have made huge investments in this space, but we are open. We are looking at some names, and let's see if something falls within our framework. We'll definitely look at those.
Okay, so let's draw our attention to PSUs in general. Real re-rating or just a rising tide phenomenon? Is it change of wind or is it hot air?
No, actually, in fact, we will be shortly coming out with our annual note wherein we have covered some of the data points on PSUs. Overall, for us also, the PSU exposure gradually has gone up this year. And this is again backed by, data which is changed. So when you break the PSU basket down into PSU banks, defense companies, energy companies, power companies, utilities, and let's say the logistics businesses, I think in most cases, what we observed is that not only the growth rates have inflected in few cases, but also qualitatively the ROCs, ROEs have improved quite a bit significantly. So I think those are the points which we felt that should not be ignored, given the fact that they are in a stage where the order momentum is improving and the balance sheet quality is also getting better, and not that they are as expensive as the other parts of the market. So we have been selective, although not as a basket approach. We are not buying everything, but wherever we feel it makes sense, as I said, in terms of our framework or matrix, we have taken increased exposure across these buckets, what I mentioned.
All right, Vineet, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? सिर्फ इसलिए कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आए और ये दोनों उनकी गोदी में छलांग मार पाए। वो काम ही कैसा काम जिसकी खोज किसी को अपनों से दूर ले जाए। सिर्फ इसलिए रंजीत के शहर में भी एक ऑफिस बना है। कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए और हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी न रुके। सिर्फ इसीलिए कहीं एक मजबूत पुल बना है। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया बनता रहेगा तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Karnataka, India's Silicon Valley, is poised to lead the country as a key investment destination for India at Davos 2024 in Switzerland. Karnataka has innovative infrastructure and investor-friendly policies that attract investors from around the world. As the third highest startup state in the world, the state shines as the world's fastest growing technology and innovation cluster. The state will highlight sectors such as aerospace and defense, research and development technology, auto components and electric vehicles, biotech and pharmaceuticals, manufacturing and industries, information technology, renewable energy and sustainability, tourism and wellness, textiles and apparel, and startup and innovation at the World Economic Forum's 54th edition, to name a few.
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, everything points to this moment. Transform marketing forever. We expect to grow 10 times. It's a $1 billion market. What's gonna happen next? Team, be ready for pitch. Yeah.
You got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk.
One final winner.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NPS is a mode of creating post-retirement corpus having two basic characters with its hand: disciplined saving and vigilant investment. अगर ये दोनों उसके क्राइटेरियाज मीट आउट होते हैं तो रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस को पैदा करने के लिए इससे बढ़िया तरीका जो सिंपलेस्ट मोड में है वो और कोई अवेलेबल नहीं है।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
NPS जरूरी है।
Whenever I had ice cream or cold water, I would experience a sharp shooting sensation. So I just kept ignoring it. Even my hot chai was giving me the same amount of discomfort. My dentist recommended Sensodyne. So now I can be completely carefree and sip my hot cup of tea. It really works.
We have Vinod Karki, the head of strategy at ICICI Securities, joining us on the show. Vinod, which company do you think will join that $1 trillion market capitalization in India? Because clearly it seems like it's at least 8 to 10 years away for us.
Yes, well, there is the way we look at it. So there are 2-3 things why this 1 trillion will happen. First of all, there is this, if you look at it from a macro perspective, we are at 7% GDP growth, and gradually we expect this to reach the previous cycle peak of around 9%. And in doing so, we also expect that cyclically the profit to GDP, which is currently at around 5%, might reach the previous peak of 7%. Now, which will so here what is happening, unlike the last time, is that valuations are at almost all-time high. So we don't expect any P re-rating to define these $1 trillion companies. What we expect is that a peak of the profit to GDP cycle, which will be reached over the next, till about 2032, will be the primary driver. So when we have that 7% profit to GDP and similar price to earning ratios, we believe that the first $1 trillion company might emerge in India. Now, without getting into speculation, what we are, the way we have formulated which companies could make it to the 1 trillion mark is that these companies, the hurdle rate required for their market cap to expand to 1 trillion should be in the range of their profit growth that they have shown in the past, so that we don't get into speculative area. So the primary company which comes into to our mind is that the HDFC Bank, which requires around 25% hurdle rate, and we have seen that historically it has grown at around 20% growth in terms of profit, and the valuations are at historically a little lower compared to other stocks. So that is the company which has the minimum, hurdle rate in terms of its past performance to reach that. Secondly, if you look at Reliance also, if it manages to increase its profit growth from this 13-14% that it has been generating in the past to around 20% range, without any re-rating in PE, it should be another stock which can hit the 1 trillion mark. And the third stock where the hurdle rate is in sync with its past growth is Bajaj Finance. If it continues to grow at that 35-40% growth, then it can hit that $1 trillion mark. So that's how we have formulated this whole framework of $1 trillion company.
This is Vinny joining in the conversation as well. And interestingly, you've picked out those two financial names which are making the list of those 1 trillion for you. But, you did highlight in terms of, obviously, GDP as a factor is important, right? So in terms of mainly the expansion there that you're expecting in terms of the GDP, if that doesn't move through in the right direction, then that would be hampered in terms of these company growths, or would there be anything else that you would look out for?
Yeah, so the primary driver, if you look at the previous cycle also, till 2007-8, we reached around that 9% GDP and 7% profit to GDP. While surprisingly, if you see the PE of the market at that point in time was not very high. It was around this 20-21 times, which we are currently having. So I think this is very important, because I don't think there is a scope for PE to expand further in an environment where we are ending the ultra low interest rate environment where valuations could have gone higher. So we don't see any scope for valuation expansion. But clearly, if we are into a cycle where the profit to GDP will peak out in the next decade, at the peak of it, we envisage these companies to form that $1 trillion companies.
Sure, point taken. But what I'm intrigued about, Vinod, is also the fact that the current second, third largest company, which is, I think, TCS for that matter, is not featuring in your list. Now, even in terms of the multiple expansion or earnings expansion, one would expect it to grow in double digits, right? Is that something which you expect to slow down? Or what's the take? Why is it not featuring in your list?
Actually, it is very simple. It's got to do with, as I said, the companies which we have highlighted, their past growth is in the close proximity to the hurdle rate in market cap expansion. So for TCS to reach 1 trillion, it has a hurdle rate of, I think, excess of 20%. Whereas if you see their earnings growth over the last decade or for a longer period of time, it is much lower than that. So to expect it to, double its earnings growth from here, where we are actually seeing that the growth environment is slowing down for them, looks like a tall ask, basically. That's the problem with this thinking.
Right, Vinod, thank you so much for joining in with us, and I'm sure we're going to connect a lot more now, but 2032 is for sure when we'll be connecting and figuring out which one actually reached that 1 trillion mark as well. So thank you so much.
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the because if you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody's taking, you don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, किसानों को हर साल रुपए 6,000, 11 करोड़ 80 लाख किसानों को अब तक 2,60,000 करोड़ रुपए की सहायता. हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत.
अरे भेज दिया डैड ने यार. कहते जाओ पासबुक अपडेट करा के लाओ.
मिस्टर चिंटू, हेलो, प्लीज अब अपडेट.
हाँ, वैसे ये सब तो आपके ऐप पे भी दिख जाता है ना.
हाँ,
पापा को बताऊंगा.
वो फिर भी यहाँ आएंगे.
क्यों?
पासबुक तो घर पे दिख जाएगा, किंतु उनका जोक्स पे हंसने वाला यहीं मिलेगा.
रिश्ता आपसे है, सिर्फ ऐप से नहीं. फेडरल बैंक, योर परफेक्ट बैंकिंग पार्टनर.
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, where innovation thrives and progress knows no bounds, we welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit.
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण. उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं.
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है.
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं. राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं. यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है.
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, everything points to this moment.
Transform marketing forever. We expect to grow 10 times. It's a $1 billion market.
What's gonna happen next?
Team, be ready for pitch.
Yeah. You got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk. One final winner.
उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है. आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया.
In the fast-paced world of finance, where every moment counts, ET Now brings to you Tracking Trends with Nikunj Dalmia. The most experienced market anchor, Nikunj Dalmia, with his wealth of knowledge, will offer you a clear perspective on the hottest topics shaping the world of investments. Dive deep into the world of finance as Nikunj Dalmia shares his invaluable insights, helping you stay ahead of the game. Tracking Trends with Nikunj Dalmia every trading day at 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. only on ET Now.
We guarantee latest trends and market insights.
We guarantee you real-time updates so that you do not miss out on any crucial developments. We guarantee expert opinion,
Most comprehensive.
and accurate data.
We guarantee perspective that you'll not find elsewhere.
We guarantee top-notch visuals with cutting-edge graphics for a dynamic experience.
We guarantee a sector-wise impact of the budget.
We guarantee interactive coverage and engagement.
We guarantee a deep dive into the fiscal policies.
We guarantee a commitment to excellence in financial journalism, setting up industry standards.
We guarantee a 360-degree view covering every aspect of the budget.
We guarantee you a front row seat to the budget story. Tune in to Budget 2024, Vikas Ki Guarantee, exclusively on ET Now.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the Vikas. If you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody's taking, you don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Hello and welcome. You're tuned into Rush Hour with me, Ankita Saxena. Well, for the next half an hour, we discuss the news that moved the markets today and the trade setup for tomorrow. Then let's get started then. For the headlines, well, markets snapped 5 days gaining streak to end the day in the red. Realty stocks led the losses. Broader markets too buckle under selling pressure. HDFC Bank has handed mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. PAT comes in ahead of analyst expectations. Meanwhile, the NII comes in fairly in line with the estimates. Margin improvement seen on asset quality front. Civil Aviation Minister issues show cause notice to Indigo Airlines and Mumbai International Airport after a video of passengers eating on the airport's tarmac leads to uproar. Ministry also issues additional SOPs including incidents reporting thrice daily for all the 6 metro airports. Countdown for the Grand Ram Mandir opening begins. Vedic rituals of the consancration ceremony commences in Ayodhya. Well, after a stellar rally in the last trading session, Nifty seems to have cooled off, ending absolutely flat for the day. But it stayed resilient above the 22,000 mark. We saw the same trend on Sensex as well, that stayed above the 73,000 levels. Sectorally, Nifty Metals was the top gainer, followed by FMCG and the PSU banking stocks. Well, on the losing side, then Realty was the top drag, followed by IT and the energy pack. And well, the big banking behemoth reported its Q3 numbers, and that was HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank reported mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. Profit for the quarter rose 2.5% to 16,372 crores versus the previous quarter. Meanwhile, the NIIs came in at 28,741 crores, higher than the 27,385 crores we saw in the second quarter. A slight improvement on the asset quality front for the private lender. And well, my colleague Gaurav Javalkar is here to break down those numbers for us. Over to you, Gaurav.
Right. So as you said correctly, we have got a mixed set of numbers for the HDFC Bank. So as you said, net interest income has come up to 28,471 crore rupees. Although it has up 4% on a QOQ basis, it is slightly below what ET now was estimating for the NII. If we talk about the PPOP, it was right on spot at 23,647 crore rupees, and it was up almost by 4.2% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Talking about PAT, actually the market was factoring in a slightly lower PAT, but HDFC has reported 16,343 crores of 73 crores of PAT, which was up almost by 2.5%. Talking about the provisions, now bank has also said that they have made provisions of 1,219 crores towards the AIF, which was required by the RBI, that we saw in December 19. Talking about the asset quality also, asset quality was improved slightly. So if we talk about gross NPA ratios, it was down almost to 1.26%, down almost by 8 bips QOQ, and net NPA ratio was also down by 4% QOQ to 0.31%. And we have already seen that the bank has reported strong growth in advances by 5.9% on a quarter-on-quarter basis, and deposit growth was at 1.9%. Lastly, let's also look at credit cost. The bank has improved its credit cost, and it's down almost to 0.49% now, which is actually a positive sign for the bank. And again, they have maintained the CAR ratio at 18.4%, CD ratio at 16.8%, and cost to income is also maintained at 40.3%. So let's wait for the bank's management to see how they will project the growth for the bank, and let's also see how they pencil in the provisions and other growth aspects for the bank in Q4 FY24.
The total provisioning is about 30 billion, which is very similar to the prior quarter was 29 billion, which is a very similar amount. Our provision coverage ratio, if you see, has moved from 74% to 75%. So on the loans that are non-performing, there's a slightly higher provision coverage that we have. That's one. And the second thing is that the contingent provision I alluded to is about that relates to AAF, investments in AAF. That's part of the regulatory mandate, the RBI circular that requires certain provisions to be taken. The fair value of these AAF investments exceed the book by about rupees 5 billion.
Well, the oil marketing companies are incurring cash losses on LPG sale. ET now has learned from sources that significant jump in benchmark Saudi contract prices have led to losses. However, OMCs are making profit on sale of petrol and diesel. My colleague Prakash Pedashi is joining in with more details.
Yes, we are learning from our sources that the oil marketing companies are facing losses on sale of LPG. We are given to understand that the OMCs are facing loss of rupees 110 to 130 on sale of every domestic cylinder, and these under recoveries are primarily on back of high jump in international prices. There is significant jump in international prices, especially in benchmark Saudi contract price, which has gone beyond $600 per ton from average $400 per ton. The benchmark price has gone up due to a significant jump in global demand in last 1 month. But we need to understand the fact that oil marketing companies have not increased domestic LPG prices despite hike in international benchmark price. But oil ministry believes that LPG prices will come down if there will be reduction in global winter demand. Since LPG being a subsidized product, there'll be no worry for the oil marketing companies going forward. Either they can increase prices or can be compensated by the government if there'll be no relief for longer period of time. But when it comes to petrol diesel prices, oil marketing companies are making good profit on sale of petrol and diesel.
And while adding to the turbulence, the Aviation Ministry issued a show-cause notice to Indigo after a video of Indigo passengers eating dinner on the tarmac went viral. And following that, updated SOPs were announced for airlines to be followed. Sameer Dikshit is joining in on more details on that one.
Big and hectic day for Aviation Ministry and Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Earlier in the day, the ministry issued a show-cause notice to Indigo Airline as well as to the Mumbai airport for failing to comply with the civil aviation requirement rule that caused great inconvenience to the passengers. We have seen that in the viral video, the passengers were having food at the tarmac site, and after the video went viral, Minister held an important meeting at 12:30 a.m. and then the BCAS issued a show-cause notice. Now both Mumbai airport and Indigo, they have to reply to the show-cause notice on 16th, based on which we will see that more action the ministry might take. And then minister issued the updated guidelines related to the problem that the passengers are facing at airport. The updated guideline mentions that war rooms have to be set up at 6 of the metro airport, and these war rooms will monitor the updated information, what sort of facilitation is being done to the passengers in terms of arrangement. And also the CISF personal deployment has been increased with immediate effect. Also, the airline, are they adhering to the SOPs issued by the DGCA? And that has to be, the entire report has to be updated to the Aviation Ministry thrice a day. So this sort of updated guideline has been issued by the minister. And the ultimate motive of these sort of steps taken by the government is that the inconvenience that people or the passengers are facing at airport because of the flight delay or flights being cancelled, that these problems has to be reduced. The inconvenience has to be mitigated as soon as possible.
Well, with that, it's time for a quick breather. You don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In association with ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Pooja, you left the job and still so cool?
Bro, new challenges bring new opportunities.
Oh, really?
Seriously, Rahul, my entire house, now it's an online retail store. Look.
Wow. But money?
Few years back, I'd invested my Diwali bonus.
And now you have LIC's ULIP plan Nivesh Plus. Invest once, get the benefit of both life insurance and maximize returns based on market trends.
One sec, Rahul.
Madam, you are double cool.
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, where innovation thrives and progress knows no bounds, we welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit.
लोन चाहिए तो पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए. यहाँ आपको मिलेंगे 60+ लोन ऑप्शंस, वो भी बेस्ट इंटरेस्ट रेट के साथ विद मिनिमम डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. पैसाबाजार.com, लोन सही मिलेगा यहीं.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण. उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं.
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है.
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं. राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं. यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है.
India's auto sector is set to fuel the future and is poised for a podium spot. 2023 saw top automakers redefine India's mobility roadmap. And now the best of the best car and bikes battle it out on the center stage for India's most coveted auto title at the Auto Car Awards 2024. Coming soon.
Presenting partner, Reliance General Insurance. Tire partner, Bridgestone Tires. Premium fuel partner, Indian Oil XP100. DMS technology partner, Orbitsys. Energy partner, Trontech. Official logistics partner, Om Logistics.
अरे भेज दिया डैड ने यार, कहते जाओ पासबुक अपडेट करा के लाओ।
मिस्टर चिंटू, हेलो, प्लीज प्लीज। अब अपडेट?
हाँ। वैसे ये सब तो आपके ऐप पे भी दिख जाता है ना?
हाँ।
पापा को बताऊंगा।
वो फिर भी यहाँ आएंगे।
क्यों?
पासबुक तो घर पे दिख जाएगा, किंतु उनका जोक्स पे हंसने वाला यहीं मिलेगा।
रिश्ता आपसे है, सिर्फ ऐप से नहीं। फेडरल बैंक, योर परफेक्ट बैंकिंग पार्टनर।
रिटायरमेंट पे कोई सोचता ही नहीं है, सोचता कभी 50 की उम्र में आकर। और एक ऐसा तबका जो रिटायरमेंट के बारे में आज भी बिल्कुल नहीं सोचता, वो है औरतें। औरतें कमा के भी वनरेबल हैं, पैसा कमाती हैं, घर पे दे देती हैं और एक एक रुपए को मांगती हैं। सो एनपीएस एक इक्वालिटी ला रहा है कि भाई चाहे वो आदमी है, चाहे वो औरत है, चाहे वो ट्रांसजेंडर है, चाहे वो अदर जेंडर है, हम सब एक बराबर प्लेटफॉर्म पे हैं।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
एनपीएस जरूरी है।
पापा जी, कैमरा उल्टा है आपका। शीर्षासन कहते हैं इसे।
इस टाइम पापा स्ट्रेस कम कर रहे हैं, घर नहीं बिक रहा ना।
इसे बेच के नए घर का पेमेंट करना था, लेकिन ढंग के बाहर से नहीं मिल रहे।
पापा जी, घर बेचना है तो मैजिक ब्रिक्स पे आइए। यहाँ पे हजारों सेलर्स रोज मिलते हैं लाखों बायर्स से,
ताकि प्रॉपर्टी जल्दी बिके और बेटर प्राइस मिले।
अब आप सीधे हो जाइए।
कुछ लोगों के लिए मैं टेढ़ा ही रहूंगा।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर गरीब का मुफ्त इलाज। 55 करोड़ लोगों को दी हर साल 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता। हमारा संकल्प, विकसित भारत।
Welcome back. You're tuned into Rush Hour. Well, meanwhile, the Roberto Boca, head of Center for Energy and Materials, WEF, is all praises for India's energy transition efforts. He says that India is one of the few countries that's working on the 3 dimensions, which is sustainability, security, and energy equity. Listen in to what he had to say.
Indeed, we have to be conscious that the energy transition, the size of the world and a country specifically as India, is huge. It's huge. It requires huge investment and is a big endeavor. Also, we don't have to be naive on the fact that the energy transition is not only about sustainability, that is a very important element, but we always talk about the 3 dimensions of an energy system that includes sustainability, security, as you mentioned, but also energy equity. So what we have seen in our assessment and our evaluation is that India has been one of the very few countries that in the past few years has been developing on the 3 dimensions of this energy transition. And this is a very good signal because trade-off need to be made to some extent, and when a country is able to progress on the 3 dimension of this complex system, it means in the right direction. Then there is always the question, can we go faster? Can we go better and faster? And definitely there is need for more investment. There is need for great policies, and I think India has amazing policies put in place, and of course there is always opportunity to do better, but there are clear policies. There are clear policies not only for energy, to some extent independence, more investment, etc., but also for possible export. I've seen what you are doing in terms of hydrogen. We have actually, as the forum, we have done a roadmap on hydrogen for India to look at how there is an opportunity for India not just to develop its own resources, but also to develop for export. So there are a lot of good signals, but it's definitely a challenging transition, the one that we are talking about, and having the right policies in place is a critical element.
But there are a lot of bold commitments that we saw happening in COP28. What is the WEF view in terms of these commitments which are being made by large economies, including India?
You see, the commitment is then has to translate in action. And as the forum, we are working with many companies and many governments to try to translate those high-level commitments practical action. And what the government can do is really having clear policy, clear objective, and clear policies. And what the business can do with that is really invest and bring more money to the front. And so I think that's the opportunity we have, is to have that clarity and those investments flowing in. I would like to add one other element. India is one of those countries in growth, in dramatic growth, fantastic growth. And one thing that we have to try to do is to decouple the economic growth from energy consumption. Some people talk about efficiency, some people talk about energy intensity reduction. Fundamentally, we have to be smart in the way we consume energy. We want to get more out of a unit of energy so that the consumer can have more benefit, but we have to use as less energy as possible to get that enhanced benefit.
Right. India has kept a very ambitious target of being carbon neutral by 2070. What is your take on that target?
By what I see in all of the policies and all the enthusiasm and all the investment, I do hope that this is a minimum requirement, while I think India could achieve earlier this objective. Also because I think India is a very pragmatic country with a lot of business mindset, entrepreneurial, and the energy transition is also a huge business opportunity. And so I think this will be an opportunity for within India, but also for global development of business to accelerate the transition.
And well, as the consecration ceremony of Ram Temple in Ayodhya approaches, elaborate preparations are underway for a grand event. Now the Sanctum Sanctorum is ready to receive a 51-inch idol of 5-year-old Lord Rama, crafted by Mysuru-based sculptor Arun Yogi Raj, unanimously chosen by 11 trustees of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirtha Kshetra. Following strict Kshatriya protocols, the Prana Pratiksha program is scheduled for the auspicious Abhijit Muhurat on the 22nd of January. Now, Prana Pratiksha rituals have commenced and will continue till the 21st of January. Now, the city is bustling with activity, causing disruptions in train movements due to track doubling and electrification, affecting 50-odd trains until 22nd of January. And well, Chappan Bhog, or 56 varieties of offerings, have also been prepared for Lord Rama. These comprise of Agra's famous Prachin Petha. This offering includes 560 kilos of exquisite petha crafted with dry fruits, saffron, gold, silver, creating a divine blend for the auspicious occasions. My colleague from Times Network, Shivani Sharma, gets us a special report on this. So let's go across and listen in.
So the goodness of the world is reaching Ayodhya, and today we are showing you the Chappan Bhog that has reached from Agra. This is the Petha of Agra, which is world famous, and made of this Petha, this is the Chappan Bhog that has come for the Pran Pratishtha Samaro. And this is the beautiful confluence of the flavors of India, the devotion of India, the faith of India, the colors of India that are being depicted in these delicacies that will be offered to Bhagwan Ram. What is special? Who are the people who have brought this to Ayodhya? Let's talk to them.
देखिए, एक ये पेठा है, इसको गोल्डन लीफ लगी हुई है, सोने की बर्क। ये एक पेठा है आम पापड़ का, आम पापड़ के अंदर सेट किया गया है। एक पेठा है अनानास का, एक पेठा है गुलाब का। इसको बनाने में हमने केवल 2 दिन लिए हैं। हम लोगों की कोशिश ये रही है ठाकुर जी के आगे अच्छे से अच्छा शुद्ध भोग पहुंचे।
And well, India's 26-year-old tennis player Sumit Nagal shines at Australian Open. Sumit Nagal beats Alexander Bublik and in the set of 6-4, 6-2 and 7-6. In the first round of the Australian Open, Alexander Bublik is 27 in men's single world ranking. This is first win by an Indian over a seeded player since 1989. And well, as the World Economic Forum 2024 gets inaugurated in Davos, Times Network brings you exclusive coverage of all things that are happening in and around the forum. One of the few states contingents from India is Karnataka, and we have Sridhar MS, who's reporting live from Davos to share state's vision towards becoming a key investment destination for India.
Hello and welcome viewers. This is Shrija MS reporting live from Davos, Switzerland, where some of the global leaders, business executives and policy makers have all gathered here for the world's largest gathering, the World Economic Forum, all for one reason, for the global agenda. Now, one of the major key players here being at the World Economic Forum is from India, Karnataka, and we are in fact reporting outside the Karnataka house with MB Patil, the Industries Minister, in fact leading the delegation. Now, the 7-member delegation that we are talking about in the next few days, we're going to see some of the strategic meetings, engagements with WEF that's going to take place, and also some of the important decisions that is going to happen here at the World Economic Forum. More importantly, we're going to see how Karnataka is going to aim to highlight its focus on how it is going to be a global tech leader, not just in India, but here at this very global platform, the World Economic Forum. Now, for the state, it is very crucial representation. One reason, of course, being innovation. The second being also the growth indicator, the economic growth and sustainability. Now, these are the key topic of discussions which will happen over the next few days. So stay tuned for more updates here from Davos, and also as how regions like especially Karnataka would like to keep a head on as far as WEF is concerned. In Davos with camera person Balraj, this is Shrija signing off for now.
And well, it is time for us to sign off on this edition of Rush Hour. I'll take your leave. Thank you so much for tuning in.
The tax for the salaried people should be reduced.
The government reduces some taxes on petrol and petroleum products. Even international remittance should be decreased, or even the long-term capital gains.
ग्रामीण भागों के उद्योजक है उनको अधिक से अधिक सब्सिडी देना चाहिए.
मिडिल क्लास को टैक्स में कुछ और रियायतें हों, इनकम टैक्स के स्लैब में भी कुछ इजाफा करना चाहिए.
पेट्रोल एंड गैस की जो कीमतें इतनी बढ़ रही है उसमें हम कंट्रोल होनी चाहिए.
We have seen lots of development in the past years, so we are expecting the same or maybe more to happen.
हमारे घर में रोज शाम को आराम से बैठ के पूरा परिवार खा सके, इस तरीके का हमको
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
We guarantee latest trends and market insights.
We guarantee you real-time updates so that you do not miss out on any crucial developments. We guarantee expert opinion,
most comprehensive
and accurate data. We guarantee perspective that you'll not find elsewhere.
We guarantee top-notch visuals with cutting-edge graphics for a dynamic experience.
We guarantee a sector-wise impact of the budget.
We guarantee interactive coverage and engagement.
We guarantee a deep dive into the fiscal policies.
We guarantee a commitment to excellence in financial journalism, setting up industry standards.
We guarantee a 360-degree view covering every aspect of the budget.
We guarantee you a front row seat to the budget story. Tune in to Budget 2024. Vikas ki guarantee exclusively on ET Now.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Sir, try berry pulao. Too good.
Good, no? Hey, why are you giving him such looks? Ignore tips and use your own mind before you order. Lots of people give unsolicited stock tips. It can be dangerous. Study the company and the risk associated. Invest only after analysis.
So much good. Invest it good.
Earlier we were having DCBS system. We got a transfer to NPS from DCBS. NPS was found to be more employee friendly, flexible, transparent, and beneficiary can choose their options. Transition was very smooth. NPS has created app-based systems and online systems, so everything is digitized. It's very helpful and convenient.
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
NPS जरूरी है.
No, wait. Before signing on the trading account form, at least read it first. In this account opening form, there are only a few documents that are really mandatory, such as the KYC document, risk disclosure document, and do's and don'ts, etc. Make sure to fill in your mobile number and email address in the KYC form.
Now I understand everything. Before trading in the financial markets, one should read and understand all the documents thoroughly before signing.
In a nation like India that is deeply connected to its grassroots, agriculture and its allied sectors form the bedrock for prosperity. Maharashtra's conducive ecosystem and infrastructure, led by the forward-thinking government, have garnered over 95,000 crore rupees of foreign direct investments since the year 2000. And displaying holistic diversity, Maharashtra has not only enabled industrial growth but also acknowledged the critical role of women farmers in shaping the state's agriculture sector and the economy. The state government, in partnership with the Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal, has partnered with the World Economic Forum's AI for AI, Artificial Intelligence for Agriculture Innovation initiative in 2023 to support 18 lakh women farmers in an effort to improve their livelihoods and financial health. Leveraging agri-tech and digital tools, the partnership aims to promote a more sustainable and equitable industry that offers opportunities for community strengthening and nation building. All of this makes Maharashtra a preferred destination for global investments in the agriculture and food processing sector. Maharashtra at World Economic Forum, setting a global stage for Magnetic Maharashtra 2024.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show of Khane Pe Charcha, and this time we are coming to you from the Cumin restaurant at Taj President. You know, there's always this nostalgia when it comes to this hotel. As a child, I've been here and I've just had the fondest memories of really enjoying hospitality of Taj President. But on Khane Pe Charcha today, I have a guest who has changed and touched many lives. They say that a stitch in time saves life. But in Dr. Shah's case, well, it's a joint which in a sense has changed how you actually live and walk for the rest of your life. In India, knee surgery is something which was considered to be a taboo, a dangerous affair till about 20 years ago, till the time Dr. Shah made it simple, affordable and effective. What a pleasure to have you on ET Now, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. I am so honored and so delighted to have you on the show because I've seen your good work. I've heard about your patients and I know about how you've changed their lives. So if I say, just for the benefit of our viewers, that you've done the highest number of surgeries in the world, will I be incorrect or will I be correct?
Absolutely.
You've done the highest number of surgeries
Yes.
in the world.
Yeah.
How many surgeries have you done?
1,50,000 knees and hip and shoulder replacements.
And this is the count till last year or you've added this year's number also?
Last year.
Okay. So how many surgeries do you do in a day?
20 to 25.
20 to 25 surgeries in a day. In a day?
In a day, yes.
Or Saturday, Sunday?
Saturdays, yes. Sundays, no.
Or bank days, holidays?
No holidays.
Okay. No holidays, you work 5 days, 6 days in a,
6
in a
days
week,
in a week, yes.
and you do 20 to 25 surgeries in a day.
That's right.
I want to understand that how much time does it take for you to do a surgery? And how does it start?
Well, patient gets admitted in the morning and within couple of hours all the reports are done. And then the patient is taken in OR where anesthesia and all preparation are done. That takes 1 hour. Then I get in, do the surgery, 10-12 minutes, trials are in, I'm out. Then the closure and the other procedure start, which takes 40-45 minutes. But I go to second OT. So that is how I keep on moving different operation theaters like assembly line.
So what role do you play in a surgery? Because you must be spending, like you said, 15 to 20 minutes. So what is your role?
See, knee surgery is I would not say very difficult surgery, but very typical surgery where if you don't do it perfect, near perfect nahi chalta hai. If you don't do it perfect, patient is unhappy. Patient cannot walk properly. And if you mess up with heart surgery, patient will die. So he is not going to curse you. But if you mess up with knee or hip surgery, patient will not die. Patient will be limping whole life and cursing you whole life.
सही बात है, सही बात, सही बात. Knee surgery was considered to be a very complicated surgery, and the whole thought of changing your knee, which is your original knee, with something which is mechanical and which is man-made, is like putting a foreign object in your body. It sounds very, very scary, and you made it look very easy and very effective. So how complicated it is, and if you are putting a foreign object and replacing knee with a steel surgery, or it is steel cap, right?
It is cobalt chrome.
Okay, it is a metal cap, right? Why is that the body is able to adopt to it? एक कांटा भी अंदर आ जाता है तो body throws it away.
Well, it's super alloy. It is F75 cobalt chrome molybdenum, and it suits to body. Hip joints are of titanium. It suits more to body. So as far as suiting the body or allergy to body is not a problem. It is done in lakhs of the patients over entire world, and there is no problem about that. Now, some patients who are allergic to nickel, because there is very minute amount of nickel in this. So pure titanium or coated implants are used. Nowadays, coated implants, titanium niobium coating is available, so that you can prevent that allergy, little bit allergy also. Having said this, there was taboo also, and there was fear also. And to that extent, in '94 when I came back from USA, patient would enter your office and tell, डॉक्टर अगर ऑपरेशन की बात करने वाले हो तो मैं अंदर नहीं आऊंगी. So that was a kind of fear that they want only medicine, physiotherapy, some ointment to apply and go home. No surgery. It was very tough. You talk to 100 patients and hardly one would get ready. So it was very tough time to start with, because all the surgeons, see, another thing I want to tell you, when one typical surgery, many surgeons mess up, surgery gets a bad name. Surgery gets a bad name. But something like appendix, if some surgeon mess up, he will get a bad name, because it's a common surgery. So uncommon surgery, messed up by many surgeons, ये ऑपरेशन तो बहुत भारी है, इसमें रिजल्ट नहीं मिलते हैं, मतलब डॉक्टर विल नॉट गेट बैड नेम. सो इट वाज सिचुएशन लाइक दैट दिस ऑपरेशन हैड अ बैड नेम.
My next question is perhaps a very basic question, which is that if I look at India, the gene what we have a lot of, our gene pool essentially has a problem when it comes to diabetes. Our gene pool has a problem when it comes to heart, and our gene pool has a lot of problems, especially Indian women, when it comes to knee problems. Why is that? And is it true if I say like this?
There are two types of diseases. One is a lifestyle diseases, and other is infection and other problems. We are talking about lifestyle diseases. Is more often because of food habits rather than genetics.
So the knee problems happen because of food problem?
Yes.
Okay.
Our food is very high in carbohydrate, very low in vitamin D, very low in vitamin C. We are osteoporotic. प्रोटीन कम है तो कार्टिलेज नहीं बनता है, तो we wear out our joint in early 50s and 40s, which happens in Western world in 60s or 70s.
So high protein diet can prevent knee problems.
High protein diet, you know,
ये कार्ब्स है तो प्रोटीन ऑर्डर करें क्या क्यूमिन के मम्मी से? ये तो कार्ब्स लग रहे हैं।
We are carb
मेन्यू लाए
lovers.
भैया प्रोटीन ऑर्डर करना पड़ेगा।
We are carb lovers. We Indians are carb lovers.
Okay.
So we need to cut down on carbohydrates. We need to cut down on carbohydrates. But we need lot of proteins, lot of vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin B. We don't eat fruits. We don't eat salads. We eat cooked food. No animal in the world eat cooked food. And we want everything cooked. Breakfast, lunch and dinner. We burn everything and eat. Everything has a calorific value.
I mean, always on the lighter side, always wanted to ask a surgeon that you're good at handling knife, but are you also good at handling kitchen knife?
Yes, I actually, both are stress buster for me.
अब ऑपरेशन करना कैसे स्ट्रेस बस्टर हो सकता है?
Yes,
कटिंग
it
नीज
is.
कैन नॉट बी स्ट्रेस बस्टर.
See, I want to tell you something. In Singapore meeting, I was asked about evolution of a surgeon. Evolution of a surgeon. When surgeon starts his career, it is a outer cortex surgery. He's thinking and doing it. He's perspiring. He's asking assistant. If anesthetist is talking to somebody, he will shout at him, keep quiet. He's perspiring. After 2-3 hours, he's exhausted, surgery is over. That is stage 1. Stage 2 is small brain surgery, where he does regularly and little effortlessly. He is able to do it without scolding anesthetist. He does couple of surgeries daily. He's not tired. He will not shout at patients in round also. Most of the surgeons stop at these 2 levels. The 3rd level comes, the surgery comes at a spinal level. So spinal reflex level he starts working. So OT में music चलता है. He is doing it effortlessly.
आपके OT में क्या चलता है? Music चलता है?
We ask patient. If patient wants to listen to Sundarkand, Jain Stavan, the patient is awake.
If they say they want to watch ET now, what will you say? Stock market देखना है surgery के साथ?
We don't have TVs in the OT. So spinal reflex level.
सपोज कोई पेशेंट को हमारा शो देखना है ओटी में, आप क्या बोलेंगे? बोलो डॉक्टर वो जो अपने शो कराते ET नाउ पे वो सर्जरी के समय दिखा दीजिए, तो आप क्या करो?
चालू करके तेरा आवाज सुना दे. So spinal reflex level, most of the surgeons stop. But 1 in 100,000 surgeon reaches to next level. That is, surgery comes to fingers. So it ceases to be a science and becomes an art. So surgery happens, he doesn't do it. So it is not only effortless, but it's like Michelangelo drawing something. He doesn't think and draw something.
But so when you do any surgery, because just like one shoe does not fit all, every human body is different.
Yes, absolutely.
So is there a checklist which you have to go through?
No.
With every patient you go through a checklist?
No, once we see X-ray and...
You show carb chalega? Protein?
No, I will not have carb. I will have black coffee.
Yes, please.
Once we open the knee, we know where we are, what we are doing, and within 10 minutes everything is over. So nothing is to be thought about. You don't have to think anything.
Just another tycoon. Hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Aw, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a tycoon. Volkswagen.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
Hello and welcome to our special feature. Zing HR presents Purpose-Driven HR for Business Outcomation, partnered by ET Now, an engaging and comprehensive series that seeks to understand how Zing HR's Outcomation can aid people leaders to take a purpose-driven approach to help boost business outcomes. We have with us our panel of eminent subject matter experts to give their thoughts on today's discussion, understanding the big picture, the board perspective.
The key purpose of the board is to make sure that the company or the entity that you are serving remains protected from disruption.
Sure.
And proactively, in a risk-managed manner, the entity must try and disrupt the space in order to gain a larger part of the value that needs to be released.
One of the things the board needs to ask consistently on capabilities is, what are the capabilities we need for the future in this sector, and are we truly building? So if I go back over the last 5-10 years, take digital as a capability, or today AI as a capability, or business models as a capability. So is the team fully equipped in order to be competitive for the future?
If people have trust and if they have respect, rest everything becomes, you become a galvanized force to deliver the organizational purpose, vision and mission.
Catch the special feature series this weekend on ET Now.
Coming up on Meet the Drapers.
Here in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Everything points to this moment.
Transform marketing forever.
We expect to grow 10 times.
It's a $1 billion market.
What's gonna happen next?
Team, be ready for a pitch.
Yeah.
You got grit. It's a fantastic business model. We need to talk one final winner.
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, progress knows no bounds. We welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit. Visit our website at timesgbs.com to secure your place at the Global Business Summit 2024, where development, diversification and disruption unite to reshape the world of our collective futures. The Global Business Summit 2024.
उत्तर प्रदेश के अयोध्या में डबल इंजन की सरकार ने अयोध्या धाम रेलवे स्टेशन को किया पुनर्विकसित। अयोध्या को मिली 2 अमृत भारत और 6 वंदे भारत ट्रेन्स की सौगात। इतना ही नहीं, 3 रेलवे परियोजनाओं को भी जनता को किया गया समर्पित, जिसमें रूमा चकेरी चंदेरी तीसरी लाइन परियोजना, जौनपुर तुलसीनगर, अकबरपुर अयोध्या, सोहावल पटरंगा और सफदरगंज रसौली खंड का दोहरीकरण तथा मल्हौर डालीगंज रेलवे खंड का दोहरीकरण और विद्युतीकरण परियोजना शामिल है।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अयोध्या को सीतामढ़ी से, प्रभु राम की जन्मभूमि से माता सीता के प्रकटीकरण के स्थल पर जोड़ने के लिए इस रेल की कार्यक्रम को भी आज शुभारंभ किया है।
डबल इंजन की सरकार दे रही अयोध्या में बेमिसाल रेल कनेक्टिविटी।
Yeah, Ajay, look at your dad. Will we be the same at his age?
Absolutely yes, if we plan our future like him.
How?
My father had invested in LIC's Jeevan Akshay, which gives immediate and guaranteed annuity at regular intervals, that too for life.
Wow. But do we have to wait until his age?
Absolutely not. We recently invested in LIC's new Jeevan Shanti, which gives deferred annuity, which means regular income after some years.
I see.
LIC's annuity plans give 10 annuity options and flexibility in receiving regular income. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ।
How did you handle COVID?
COVID,
And because I'm asking a doctor and then I'll ask the founder.
See,
because this was not a critical surgery, so I'm sure nobody would have come for knee operations during COVID.
Our work, actually, it is the only year our work went down and our turnover also went down. And all the hospitals were full of COVID patients and we were doing it at a government rate. So we saved, actually if you ask me, in Gujarat we saved highest number of lives in private sector.
Okay, how many lives did you save?
In 70,000 to 80,000. And we gave highest number of vaccines also.
Okay. Is business back to normal?
100%.
Is it higher than COVID?
No, it is more than normal because people who had been waiting for a couple of years, now they are coming back with vengeance that we want to get it done. We are suffering, we could not get it done.
What was the cost of a knee surgery or a hip surgery, let's say 10 years ago, and what is the cost now?
It is 20 to 30% more. So it is more cost effective if you consider inflation index in mind. It has become more cost effective.
Okay. So knee surgery is a highly affordable surgery now. It is no longer a luxury.
Not at all. You know.
What is the price? What was the price, let's say, 10 years ago?
10 years ago, it was 1.25 lakh to 2.5 lakh. Now it is 1.5 lakh to 3 lakh.
Jabki everything has almost doubled or tripled in the last 10 years.
Yes.
Is it largely because government has put a cap?
No. Hospital charges have also not increased to that extent.
कहते हैं कि भाई डॉक्टर का बेटा डॉक्टर बनता है, कहते हैं लॉयर का बेटा लॉयर बनता है. आपके केस में ऐसा नहीं है. Your son you did not join your father's business. He was engineer.
Yes.
आप डॉक्टर बने, and your son is not becoming a doctor. You never told him, भाई आजा घर का business है, join me. I will teach you all the insights of the knee.
Well, I offered him once when he was in school about 7th or 8th standard. And he just frankly told me, and he was very clear even at that age, that I don't have inclination towards science side, forget about medical side.
Okay.
So I want to take commerce. I said, fine, when he is not interested on science side at all, how I am going to make him a good surgeon? If he's not loving it, you can't become good.
So what can I say would be Dr. Vikram Shah's legacy? I mean, do you have somebody whom you're grooming in your team? Do you have a batch of students whom you're grooming to take it forward?
Well, I treat my main hospitals as a nursery. So I have trained hundreds and thousands of surgeons from across the world, from Africa, Asia, even from Europe. I have gone and done live surgeries in more than 20 countries across the world to show to the surgeons. Now, these surgeons which are kept by me, whenever I make new hospitals, say in Jaipur, say in Indore, so while construction starts, I take 5-7 surgeons from there.
How many surgeons do you have in the group now?
In the group now, we have more than 100 orthopedics.
And would you always be a specialized orthopedic hospital chain?
No, we are known for orthopedics. We are multi-speciality hospitals, but we are known for orthopedics. Our 50%, 45% work is still orthopedics. But our other part is growing faster because it is having a lower base. So that is growing faster, and oncology is particularly growing much faster.
If you grow at a rate of 20%, in 10 years you become 10x. In 20 years you become 100x. Without acquisitions, do you think for Shalby group of hospitals, 20% growth है 5 साल तक दिखती है?
See, what you are saying is a product of protecting your EBITDA margin. If you are able to do that, if your margins are intact, you can do it, right? And if you see, our margins are intact for last 10 years. We have increased our margins and not decreased our margins. We have optimized our cost to that level that we work at one of the highest EBITDA margin in the industry. So we will do that.
They say that there's a difference when you are a doctor because you're focused on healthcare more and patient care more, and it gets slightly tricky when you become an entrepreneur. You're a doctor who's turned an entrepreneur, and two different roles. How are you managing both?
It's very simple. It is very simple. I always say this thing. healthcare is a business of reputation. If you build reputation, people will pay you. If you don't build reputation, if you are after money, people know it and people don't want to come to you. So you build your reputation, do good work, don't look at money, money will come. People want to pay, nobody wants free. Whatever people want free, they go to government hospital or go to Ayushman. People who come in a private hospital, they are ready to pay. But they want to know that you are a right person to pay or not.
How much market share do you have? If I can talk in terms of numbers.
Organized market share is 15%.
15%?
Yeah, we do 18,000, or nursing homes I have not calculated, or small hospitals. But organized sector, 15%. We do 18,000 joints in a year. And we are number one in the world by that volume also.
Is there a pattern in so many patients which you complain of hip and knee joints? Is there a pattern which is at play? Or every case is different?
No, see, there is a pattern, means there is a medial osteoarthritis, that is a standard arthritis in the knee. In the hip, we have more of avascular necrosis, and that has gone 3 to 4 times more post-COVID because of steroids.
And if there is a billboard on which you want to write one mantra of life, what would be that mantra?
Mark Twain said this long back. There are 2 important days in man's life. One when he is born and when he finds out why.
What is your why?
That's what I am doing.
To essentially change lives.
Yeah.
Change lives in a manner where you are also appreciated as an entrepreneur. And frankly, I think this is such a nice thought that there's nothing wrong in being an entrepreneur. As long as you're doing it responsibly, as long as you are solving a problem, and as long as you're making people happy, I guess that's what entrepreneurship is. Find the need of the society, scale it up, do it in a legit manner. And the whole experience of being a medical surgeon and an entrepreneur is that you are actually having impact on their life. That is something which is so, so beautiful. So, एक healthcare tip लेते हैं sir आपसे. 3 things which one should not do, whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s or 50s.
You know what we Indians do? In 20s and 30s, you are sitting in the clubs and having drinks and food. And at 50s and 60s, you start running.
Right.
And you mess up with your knees and hips and back. So, you need to do ulta. You start doing those things at 20s and 30s. Don't wait until your doctor tells you to do exercise. So, you do good exercises in your early 20s, 30s, 40s. Food habits, have 50% of food uncooked. And 20 to 25% of proteins in your food as a daily affair is very important.
It's simple. Keep life very simple.
Yeah.
सोच कर समझ कर खाओ, सेहत का ख्याल रखो, and then डॉक्टर शाह के पास जाके कॉफी पियो, सर्जरी के लिए मत जाओ.
In individual sectors.
What's the sense that you're getting on volume growth? Just clarify this entire case.
What is it going to mean for the business?
What else are you looking at? It was clearly one of the biggest deals. DT now have been getting you bit by bit.
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? सिर्फ इसलिए कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आए और ये दोनों उनकी गोदी में छलांग मार पाए। वो काम ही कैसा काम जिसकी खोज किसी को अपनों से दूर ले जाए। सिर्फ इसलिए रंजीत के शहर में भी एक ऑफिस बना है। कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए और हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी न रुके। सिर्फ इसीलिए कहीं एक मजबूत पुल बना है। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया बनता रहेगा तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सबका अपने पक्के घर का सपना होगा पूरा। 4 करोड़ पक्के घरों का निर्माण, हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
ये है इंडिया के पुराने इन्वेस्टिंग की दुनिया। अब इन्वेस्टिंग को बदलने आ गया है कुछ सुपर। कॉम्प्लेक्स मार्केट को करे सिंपल। आ गया है एंजल वन सुपर ऐप जो इंडिया का इन्वेस्टिंग बना दे सुपर।
Investments in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
I think विकास की गारंटी है।
हो रहा है लेकिन बहुत स्लो चल रहा है। Yes, विकास की गारंटी तो है।
I think it's a bit slow. It will get much better.
विकास तो दिख रहा है तो गारंटी तो of course। गारंटी तो किसी चीज की नहीं है।
Yes, I see विकास की गारंटी over our future.
Yeah, it is there. 100% with the statement.
Bright future की पूरी खातरी है।
विकास तो होगा ही।
हाँ, देश में विकास तो बहुत हो रहा है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है।
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Good evening, welcome. I'm Vikram Oza and this is India Tonight, our weeknight show on ET Now that gives you the complete picture that you need of the day's markets and economy news. So what's fueling India's economic boom? In a big way, in the consumption story of India. That theme, of course, the consumption theme, pretty evident. It's widely spoken about by market veterans too, but what's giving heft to that belief is a report that talks about the rising contribution of Tier 2 cities like Indore, like Chandigarh, Patna, Goa. They are drawing the big retail brands now and there is an upsurge. And what is clearly at play over here are higher discretionary spends. We'll get you more perspective, more details about that report and we'll discuss the trends going ahead as well. Besides, the focus is on Q3 earnings, which has swiftly now shifted to banks after the string of IT numbers. HDFC Bank's third quarter report came out and it happened after market hours today. Did they match the expectations of the markets and how is the stock likely to behave in trade tomorrow? We'll bring that up too. And yes, after a slew of not so cool incidents that were sparked off by fog-related flight delays, now a show cause notice has gone out from the Aviation Ministry to Indigo. Why exactly? We'll get into that, as also several other news pieces that we've been tracking through the day. Let's begin with the headlines on India Tonight. The markets have snapped their 5-day gaining streak, ending in the red today. The realty stocks have led the losses, while the broader markets also have buckled under selling pressure. HDFC Bank handing in a mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. The profit after tax ahead of expectations of analysts. Meanwhile, their net interest income has come in fairly in line with estimates. Margin improvement is seen on asset quality. Civil Aviation Ministry issuing a show cause notice to Indigo and Mumbai International Airport as well after a video of passengers eating on the airport's tarmac has led to an uproar. The Civil Aviation Ministry has also issued additional SOPs that include the incidents reporting thrice daily for all 6 metro airports. Countdown for the grand Ram Mandir opening begins. Vedic rituals for consecration ceremony have commenced in Ayodhya. First up, about the market. We've seen a stellar rally in the last trading session, but now the Nifty has cooled off today and ended flat, but it stayed resilient above 22,000. We saw the same trend on the Sensex, which stayed above 73,000. And sectorally, it was the metals pack that turned out to be the top gainer, followed by FMCG and then PSU banking stocks. On the losing side, you had Realty, which was the top drag today, followed by IT and energy stocks. But Anisha is going to get us a deeper understanding of today's trading action. Anisha, how did we look at the end of trade today?
Well, after 4-5 days of gain, finally Nifty took a bit of a breather today. We saw a slide of almost 0.25%, but midday there was a bit of a scare when we dipped below the mark of 22,000. By the end of the day, however, we recovered ground and ended just above that 22,000 mark. Sectorally speaking, it was metals that was, the biggest sectoral gainer after headlines came in from China that they are looking at a further fiscal impetus for the economy. So that really sent the stocks like SAIL, Jindal Steel, Hindustan Copper, Nalco in a bit of a tizzy. So these stocks were gaining in the trading session. You also had some of the IT stocks on the back foot today. So in fact, TCS, Infosys were some of the biggest drag on the index, and also Reliance Industries was coming under pressure. So that stock was down about 1.5%. On the gaining side, however, ITC managed to gain ground after the report suggested that GQG has picked up 15 crore shares in that particular company in the December shareholding. So we are watching out for that. Plus, of course, there were other gainers like HDFC Bank ahead of the earnings as well. From the broader markets, a lot of result reactions that came through. Paytm was high in the trading session on back of the UBS report, and also, of course, federal banks saw a bit of a result reaction. So very broad-based action is what we saw in the markets today. Let's see how tomorrow pans out.
Well, tomorrow one stock is definitely going to be in focus, which is HDFC Bank. You said ahead of the numbers that stock, we saw that kind of action play out in the markets. But finally, after market hours, we got HDFC Bank's numbers. A pretty mixed set, really, for the third quarter for HDFC Bank. Their profit for the quarter has gone up. It's gone up 2.5% and come in above 16,372 crores. Meanwhile, their net interest income, that number is 28,741 crores, which is higher than what they reported in the second quarter. Also a slight improvement on their asset quality. And this is the picture that we have on HDFC Bank. We got in a word from the management as well. This is what they had to say.
Our loan growth, what we have seen is that, let me talk about the current quarter. You can see the growth of IBPC is 3.8%, or on a reported basis, growth advances are at about 4.9%. And in order to look at this is at an aggregate level. In order to look at, you have to look at by segment how it is doing. If you look at our CRB segment, which is the mid-market and commercial and rural banking segment, that's provided a good kind of a lift in growth. Sequentially, 6.7% is a good contributor to the growth rate that we saw. We see good demand and the good quality, underlying loan quality, and the incoming loans are quite strong there. And as you know, this is a good amount of this segment, commercial and rural segment, is a priority sector lending, and it is an important segment to grow, and also for us to meet the requirements. There's the mandated requirements to meet the priority sector. So that's something, and it's doing well and it's growing well.
All right, now we're looking at a report which is to do with the retail sector in India and how we are seeing that much more activity in Tier 2 cities. In 2023, this report states that 35 domestic and global brands, which include the likes of H&M and Marks & Spencer and Gap, all of them have expanded into Tier 2 cities like Indore and Mangalore, Patna, among others, and they're all driven by the strong demand they're seeing in Tier 2 cities. This data coming through from CBRE reveals a total retail stock of 29 million square feet across 14 Tier 2 cities, with Jaipur, Lucknow, Chandigarh leading that entire pack. There was a time, of course, when metros used to attract the masses. Now, with this clear diversification of retail hubs in the country, the question is, does it mean that the Tier 2 cities are soon coming at par with the metros in terms of their ability to get lucrative jobs, to set up businesses for higher standards of living, for higher buying power as well? Let's speak about their findings this research has thrown up. Abhinav Joshi joins us. He's head of research for India, Middle East and North Africa at CBRE. Abhinav Joshi, it's good to have you with us. Glad you could make the time to join us on India Tonight. But, there have been questions about whether or not our demand-driven economy has enough demand now to sustain the kind of growth that we've seen post-pandemic into 2024. Whether that is likely to continue or not has been an ask. In your research, the question is, are the Tier 2 cities turning out to be those growth drivers that our economy needs? Cities like Indore and Chandigarh and Patna and Ranchi and Goa.
Well, thank you, Vikram, for inviting me on your channel. I would say I totally believe that the kind of aspirational consumer base that we have in some of these smaller cities, this demand is going to continue, not just in 2024, but later on, further into the late 2020s and up till 2030 as well. Because the kind of retail real estate ecosystem we're talking about, it's so under-penetrated, it's so heavily unsupplied, especially when it comes to organized retail, that, most of these cities are just taking off. And as our economy expands, yes, there might be some level of uncertainty in the short term, let's say in the next couple of months. But as the economy comes out of that, and as the consumption movement expands all over again, it's not just going to be led by the Tier 1 cities, it will be led by Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities also. Let me just give you a very simple metric. As per industry research, almost 50% of the urban online shoppers in India are coming from these Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And that percentage will reach up to 60% by 2030, which means the small town or small city India rather would have a much higher proportion in the e-com retail trade, but at the same time that will also transition into a very strong consumer base for physical retail.
Itself, I want to ask you about the split between e-commerce and physical sales. What's the trend when it comes to Tier 2 cities? How do you see that difference between the two change in the years to come in these markets?
Well, at a pan-India level, of course, e-com has come a long way. 10 years back, its share used to be just about 2 to 3%. Today, at a pan-India level, it stand at about 9 to 10%. So the 90% bit is still coming from physical retail. It might be organized or heavily unorganized as well. In Tier 2 cities, I would say the number is relatively higher. Could be anywhere from 20% to 30% or even higher than that. Because how unpenetrated they are when it comes to shopping malls or when it comes to quality shopping streets. And as a result of it, because of rising brand awareness, rising disposable incomes, the customer base in these smaller cities wants access to that world-class goods and services and world-class brands. That's how e-com really helps them. And, in many ways, it's sort of also helping physical retail because most of the brands are testing waters in these smaller cities through this online marketplace model. And once they are able to generate a loyal customer base and a certain acceptance, then they transition into the physical retail format. So this omni-channel strategy that we talk about, a mix of offline and online, that's succeeding not just in Tier 1 India, but in Tier 2 India as well. But the penetration rate would definitely be high in Tier 2 India.
The global brands as they go deeper into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in India. But what about the impact of their going deeper into the Indian markets on local businesses? How is the entry of the bigger retail brands now affecting the business of, say, local kiranas, etc.?
Well, I think from just an alignment perspective, a lot of these larger brands are aligning themselves with the local players. That's the big difference that we've seen. The threat that local retailers always felt from these large-scale global brands or national brands coming into their territory, that threat hasn't really, it's not really proven to be true because there is a significance of alignment. I would say from a supply chain perspective, these local players already have developed supply chains. So these larger brands can sort of tie up with them, enter into joint ventures and enjoy that, supply chain infrastructure.
You mentioned the kind of brands that are expanding their presence in these cities, but overall, within the retail sector, tell us about the segments within the sector that are leading the spread into the Tier 2 cities that have been named in your report. Do you believe the segmental mix is going to change now going ahead from here?
Well, I would say the most popular is fashion and apparel. That's across the board, whether you have mid-range fashion or several athleisure brands who are also expanding in these markets. I won't like to name individual brands. You have F&B. Within F&B, your fast food QSRs, they're gaining immense popularity for the last couple of years, and they're scaling up. So these tier twos have become a very important part of their future projections and their India strategy. You have a lot of restaurants. What's very interesting is that a lot of these smaller cities have their own local cuisines. So you have a lot of innovative new formats and restaurants that are coming up offering these cuisines as well. So you have fashion and apparel, you have F&B, you have homeware and departmental stores, you have hypermarkets, and a little bit of luxury as well, which is very interesting because some of these cities have their dedicated business community and they develop HNI community. And again, that affluence, that attraction towards brands and that attraction towards luxury. So, there is some penetration happening on the luxury front as well, but a lot of jewelry showrooms are also opening in the smaller cities. So that just sort of shows that the propensity to spend is going up.
That propensity to spend, I have one question about that, Abhinav Joshi. Recently, the RBI came out with stricter norms for unsecured retail loans. So when you see a rise in people's discretionary spends, like the kind you're seeing in these tier 2 cities, what does your research indicate about what's fueling it? Is it the growth in demand that stems from credit growth, for example? Are they earning more, spending more, perhaps saving less? Or like someone else on the show was telling me, is it driven by growth from investments in certain asset classes like the equity markets that had a great run in 2023?
I think it's a mix of all of them, to be honest. We're talking about cities which are very prominent economies in their parent states. So they already have a thriving economy. They have a thriving economy base. Some of them have thriving services industry or very strong manufacturing base as well. So as a result of which, they have that business community, that HNI community that's willing to spend. As far as the younger population is concerned, yes, there is that, the rise of the IT sector or the tech sector or other services industry, which might be facing some weakness as of now. But I think on a long-term basis, several tech corporates also want to diversify out of the larger cities to these smaller cities. So, as a result, they generate that, employment potential, and that has an impact on the purchasing power and the income levels in these cities. What I would also like to add is, yes, there is deployment happening in equity markets. I would say even real estate, for that matter, has given handsome returns in the last couple of years. So there is deployment happening in real estate as well. And yes, there is a little bit of credit-led growth as well. If you see the RBI numbers, if you look at the mortgages, if you look at personal loans, if you look at loans for businesses, they've all grown by double-digit numbers for the last 2 to 3 years. I would say it's a mix of all of them.
Well, there are fascinating insights that are coming through in the report that you've put out. And of course, we will be tracking the space. Like you said, it's going deeper. It's going into tier 2 cities. You're seeing the addition of more and more cities and tier 3 as well. And of course, that entire evolution is going to continue in the retail space. When you talk about the consumption story in India, we are seeing that boom take place, and we'll be tracking it as it moves along. Abhinav Joshi, thanks very much for joining us on India Tonight. Meanwhile, we are looking at South Korean automaker Hyundai going ahead and starting their second plant in India. Now they've committed 7,000 crore rupees worth of investments in the state of Maharashtra. In fact, Hyundai has also launched the Hyundai Creta today, the 2024 facelift. My colleague Sumit had a chance to speak to Tarun Garg about this. He's the CEO of Hyundai Motor India. This is what we came away with.
If you see the Creta, we have really changed everything, whether it is the exteriors, the front look, which is much more bolder, the rear view, and of course, the interiors, which will give you a digital cockpit feeling, 10.25-inch infotainment system, integrated with a 10.25-inch cluster, ADAS level 2, 70-plus safety features, and a 1.5 turbo engine, which will give the customers a lot of power. So whether it is safety, whether it is technology, whether it is looks, whether it is features, we have really gone ahead and really given the customer much more than what was anticipated.
And sir, one question on the GM's new plant which you have overtaken, and you are going to making it your second plant. What was the need for that, and what are the investments that you're going to put into that?
So basically, as you know, India is a very important market for HMC, and we now contribute more than 18% to overall HMC sales. And the new plant in Talegaon, sometime in 2025, it will start operations, and it will help us to reach the capacity of 1 million in the midterm, and of course, serve our customers even better and even faster.
Well, the auto sector is looking at the future very favorably as well, with new launches like Hyundai is talking about, and this is the facelifted 2024 Creta that we have been taking a closer look at. But of course, the action continues in the auto sector, and we will be looking at it more closely in times to come. But meanwhile, our focus is on the interim budget. We had a chance to speak to the managements of Vistara and Mercedes. What is on their wish list when it comes to the interim budget this time? This is what they told us.
We know that there has been support from the various ministries. For example, the VAT on ATF has been reduced in many of the states, and we are thankful for that. So anything that comes up as part of a tailwind, we are more than happy. But from our perspective, I think we are trying to see how we can operationally improve our own performance, how we can maximize the utilization of our fleet, and how we can make sure that we continue with the great customer service experience that we provide.
I'm more looking towards the state governments today, because the EVs today have differential road taxes. The road tax is as high as 18 to 20% in states, and states which have lower or zero road tax on EVs, they have a better penetration. States which have higher, less. So I think EVs is a collective responsibility of the state, the consumer and the OEM, and all three have to ensure that they look at the taxation when it comes to registration and others to bring it down so the cost of ownership is down. From the central government, I think they have done a great job with just a 5% GST on EVs. We clearly expect and hope it continues at least till 2030, because that's where India would be around that 30% mark of penetration, and that's where, the flip will happen, and the cost structures will change, and maybe then the adoption also changes. So I think at this stage, as far as budget goes, we just feel that it will be a vote on account and it will just continue the way things are.
So that's the budget wish list from at least two big players as far as the market, the aviation market is concerned, and the automotive sector. But talking about aviation, lots of turbulence right now. The Aviation Ministry has sent out a show cause notice to Indigo. It's happened after a video of Indigo passengers having dinner on the tarmac has gone viral, and it has caused an uproar. And following this, there have been updated standard operating procedures that have been announced for the airlines that have to be followed. Let's find out what those are. My colleague Samir joining us from Delhi. Samir, we were talking about the turbulence that the aviation sector is feeling right now, with fog-related delays causing uproar among passengers, a lot of disruption in travel plans. Tell us now about this latest incident where passengers were seen consuming food on the tarmac itself next to a parked airplane.
Definitely a big and hectic day for Aviation Ministry and Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Earlier in the day, the ministry issued a show cause notice to Indigo Airline as well as to the Mumbai airport for failing to comply with the civil aviation requirement rule that caused great inconvenience to the passengers. We have seen that in the viral video, the passengers were having food at the tarmac site, and after the video went viral, Minister held an important meeting at 12:30 a.m. and then the BCAS issued a show cause notice. Now both Mumbai airport and Indigo, they have to reply to the show cause notice on 16th, based on which we will see that more action the ministry might take. And then minister issued the updated guidelines related to the problem that the passengers are facing at airport. The updated guideline mentions that war rooms have to be set up at 6 of the metro airport, and these war rooms will monitor the updated information, what sort of facilitation is being done to the passengers in terms of arrangement. And also the CISF personal deployment has been increased with immediate effect. Also, the airline, are they adhering to the SOPs issued by the DGCA? And that has to be, the entire report has to be updated to the Aviation Ministry thrice a day. So this sort of updated guideline has been issued by the minister. And the ultimate motive of these sort of steps taken by the government is that the inconvenience that people or the passengers are facing at airport because of the flight delay or flights being cancelled, that these problems has to be reduced. The inconvenience has to be mitigated as soon as possible.
It remains to be seen, Samir, how effective the standard operating procedures are, and of course, as they get implemented, how much of the kind of problems can be mitigated on account of them. That's an ask right now. But yes, the disruptions have caused a lot of problems, but we'll continue tracking that too. What we are looking at now are the star-studded award ceremony, the 75th Primetime Emmy Awards. After a 4-month delay, now the event has unfolded. The Bear has stolen the spotlight this time. That's the film that secured as many as 5 wins. Beef, of course, clinched the Outstanding Limited Series Award with 5 victories. And there were notable names like John Oliver and Trevor Noah. They graced the Grand Night. There was Matthew McFadden as well, who snagged the Best Supporting Actor for HBO's Succession. And Jennifer Coolidge has triumphed as the Best Supporting Actress for The White Lotus. Jeremy Allen White has claimed the Best Actor award in a comedy series for, again, The Bear. So that's about the 75th Emmy Awards. Now, turning our attention to the Times Network, which is, of course, at World Economic Forum 2024 in Davos. We've got you exclusive coverage, all the things that will be happening over there and, of course, continue to happen at the forum. We know about Karnataka as a state. They are representing themselves as an investor-friendly space at Davos, and Shrija from our team had an exclusive conversation with Large and Medium Industries and Infrastructure Development Ministry. We had a word with Mr. M.B. Patil, who represents the government of Karnataka there, talking about the outlook for state representation at the forum. This is what we came away with.
Karnataka is here in full force with the delegation led by M.B. Patil, the Industries Minister. Thank you for joining us here for some of the exclusive insights.
Karnataka is into global arena now. Yes. A lot of opportunities, a very progressive state. And if you take, the Fortune 500 companies, more than 400 plus Fortune 500 companies have been there. They have their headquarters there in Bangalore. Yes. That's the strength of Bangalore. The talent is available in Bangalore. Great institutions and the great history, also legacy. Pre-independence like ISRO, BHEL, yes. BEL, yes. HAL, and all this. So we're leading in many fronts now, in FMCG, in aerospace and defense, in EV. So if you take 67% of the aerospace and defense share is from Bangalore. Now in Davos, we would like to move ahead, take Karnataka to the next level. Karnataka is a very principled, progressive state. You come to us, we'll provide all support.
Is there something that you would like to propose or discuss in terms of policies at the World Economic Forum?
See, Karnataka particularly has its own policies, in line with the global policies. Yeah. And when we understand there are some policy changes, we were ready to incorporate them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for speaking to Times Network. In fact, that was Mr. M.B. Patil, the Industries Minister, where he's talking to us about what are the kind of opportunities that lie for Karnataka right here at the global platform, which is the World Economic Forum. In Davos, with camera person Kamraj, this is Shrija reporting for Times Network.
And that's India Tonight. Of course, we'll be back at 9 p.m. here on ET Now with Business at 9. But for the moment, from me, Vikram Oza, and the entire team working on this edition of the show, thank you so much for joining us. Good evening.
The tax for the salaried people should be reduced.
The government reduces some taxes on petrol and petroleum products. Even international remittance should be decreased, or even the long-term capital gains.
ग्रामीण भागों के उद्योजक है उनको अधिक से अधिक सब्सिडी देना चाहिए.
मिडिल क्लास को टैक्स में कुछ और रियायतें हों, इनकम टैक्स के स्लैब में भी कुछ इजाफा करना चाहिए.
पेट्रोल एंड गैस की जो कीमतें इतनी बढ़ रही है उसमें हम कंट्रोल होनी चाहिए.
We have seen lots of development in the past years, so we are expecting the same or maybe more to happen.
हमारे घर में रोज शाम को आराम से बैठ के पूरा परिवार खा सके इस तरीके का हमको
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
In association with ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Eat it on time and please ride the bike slowly.
Okay.
And this is for your safety.
Arey, I almost forgot.
LIC.
This is for our safety. दिल की सुनो.
LIC चुनो.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण. उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं.
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
Just another tycoon, hustling way too early in the morning. Passing on this happy tune. Helping babies feel at ease. Oh, all kinds of babies. No drive is just another drive when you're in a Tycoon. Volkswagen.
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, where innovation thrives and progress knows no bounds, we welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit.
एनपीएस में सबसे अच्छा फ़ायदा क्या है कि अगर मान लीजिए किसी एम्प्लॉइज़ को इक्विटी मार्केट का नॉलेज नहीं है, वो भी इसमें बेनिफिट ले सकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि आपका जो फंड होता है फंड मैनेजर मैनेज करता है। एम्प्लॉय अपने हिसाब से अपने सारे रेशियोज़ को डिसाइड कर सकता है और इसका बेनिफिट ले सकता है। ये सबसे अच्छी ट्रांसपेरेंट मैनर में वे है इसके एनपीएस की। दूसरा है कि आप इसके ऐप को भी डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं, उससे आप रेगुलर अपना मॉनिटरिंग कर सकते हैं।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
एनपीएस जरूरी है।
एक दिन मैं एक ऑटोमेटिक पेंसिल बनाऊंगी जो मेरा सारा होमवर्क करेगी। मैं एक फ्रिज बनाऊंगा जो अनलिमिटेड आइसक्रीम बनाएगी। मैं एक मशीन बनाऊंगी जो मेरे ड्रीम्स रिकॉर्ड करेगा।
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, सस्ती दवाई, अच्छी दवाई, कम से कम 75% डिस्काउंट। अब तक जरूरतमंदों के 23,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे। हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत।
I want to soar above the skies and fulfill my responsibilities. With LIC. Paid your LIC premium? On time. दिल की सुनो, LIC चुनो।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Welcome to our special coverage from World Economic Forum 2024. We are at Davos and I have a very special guest with me. I have Mr. Akshay Joshi with me, who is Head of Industry and Partnerships, Center for Cybersecurity, World Economic Forum. Akshay, thank you so much for joining us on Times Network. It's a pleasure having you on our network. And I must congratulate you because the latest cybersecurity report that you have just published for World Economic Forum is quite interesting and I think very insightful considering the times that we live in right now. So what are the key highlights of the report?
No, thank you very much for having me, and it's a pleasure to speak to you. So this is an unprecedented era. So we are seeing a lot of geopolitical instability. We've seen the emergence of technologies such as generative AI. On top of that, we are seeing that there is a massive exacerbation in cyber inequity, right? So let me start by talking about cyber inequity over here. It's essentially a measure of how certain organizations are more resilient as compared to others who are struggling. So what we've observed is that we measure around 3 parameters where we ask organizations to self-report whether they consider themselves as resilient, as conforming with minimum cyber resilience, or are not cyber resilient. So what we've seen over the past 3 years is that this minimum viable cyber resilience, we used to have a healthy chunk of companies, roughly about 67% in that bracket.
All right.
And that's shrunk to around 30%. So that's huge because, you know, so what it means is that a lot of the larger organizations that have the possibility to invest in cyber resilience are continuing to do so and are doing well. Their cyber resilience is getting better.
Mm-hmm.
The smaller organizations, SMEs in particular, which are, you know, I mean, I think the bulk of any economy, are not able to do so, and I think that's shrinking. So that's, I think, one of the big challenges that we are seeing in the report. Now, if I look at another key trend that's squarely around emerging technologies and generative AI. Now, generative AI has come, the entire year there have been lots of conversations about it. It's in the short term provided a bit of a shift in balance towards the attackers per se.
Okay.
Right? So when we did in our survey, respondents told us that less than 10% of them believe that over the next 2 years, it's going to shift the balance in favor of the defenders.
Okay.
Right? Having said that, the same respondents believe that generative AI is going to have the most significant impact on cybersecurity in the next 2 years. So it's a very interesting point over here because we're starting to see the proliferation of disinformation, misinformation, deep fakes that can all affect public opinion, but at the same time, these same generative AI technologies can have very positive outcomes for cybersecurity as well. You can have better detection of some of these threats that I just mentioned. At the same time, if you're looking purely from a cybersecurity perspective, as you are looking at the software development life cycle, these technologies can have great impact in terms of reviewing code. Is the code secure enough? Second, if we're looking at a security operations center, for example, you have excellent possibilities for enhancing the quality of threat detection, which can augment the intelligence that analysts are putting together. So I think there are lots of possibilities there.
Right. Actually, I want to touch upon, the geopolitical, I won't use the word tensions, but the situations which are like constantly evolving across the world. It was feared or it was believed that it will lead to, because we are in a new era of, the cyber warfare and generative AI and all of that will add to the new dimensions of war. I don't know how much that fear has actually translated in reality, but the fact remains that we are in an era of conflict and there are various small or large conflicts going on around the world. What is your assessment in terms of actual threat of something like, cyber warfare versus the perception or the belief that people have?
So, on the one hand, of course, it is widely acknowledged by a lot of experts that cyber is the fifth dimension, as they say, so it's air, land, sea, space, and then cyber, right? If we look at the crisis in Ukraine, there were a lot of fears about a fallout in the cyber realm. It's extremely fortunate that we did not experience the fallout to the extent that people were fearing, right? But at the same time, if we take one particular incident, that was the Viasat incident that took place, there was collateral damage. And there were wind farms in Germany that stopped working as a consequence because they were relying on the same communications infrastructure that was targeted. Right? So the interesting element is that unlike other forms, cyber is not restricted by borders.
Right.
So we've seen it over and over that there might be one particular target, but then, there are cascading effects that can go to pretty much any corner of the world. Right. So what does it mean? To an average organization, the incident, when it takes place, it's indistinguishable. It could be cyber criminal activity. It could be more of an attack, as it may be. But at the same time, it's really important for us to be focusing on some of the fundamentals. What is it that we can do? Attribution is extremely hard. And honestly, what is an organization going to achieve by that? Eventually, when your systems have been affected, there is operational disruption. By the way, when we asked people what they fear, they said that operational disruption due to a cyber attack is one of the biggest fears at a global level. So that's huge. So if your operations have been disrupted, how quickly can you understand and make sense of the problem and bounce back from it? That's what is really important in today's day and age.
Right. Actually, I want to understand, there is a lot of optimism about the digitization and the digital revolution of sorts that's taking place in countries like India. And India has, in fact, seen, a lot of benefits of digitization, right from financial inclusion to availability of resources to right distribution of, relief from the government. We saw huge deployment of digital infrastructure that India has during COVID. Now, obviously, it also makes India vulnerable to some extent to, the new realities or the new threats that we see in cyber world, I would say. What is your assessment of India's digital infrastructure, its progress, and its vulnerability?
So, first of all, I want to congratulate India is one of the best success stories in terms of how do you go towards digitalization at the scale that we are looking at. It's very easy to do it in a smaller construct, but the scale at which we are operating across a population or the largest population in the world, it's pretty impressive. So we have to acknowledge that. The prowess that is there, the fact that people use UPI, Paytm and all as though it's second nature, it's not a norm in very many other countries across the world as well. So I think there's a lot that has been done, and there are extremely robust applications that are powering all of it, right? So when we look from a cybersecurity perspective, obviously secure by design is one of the biggest elements. You need to make sure that whatever you're doing is secure by design, and then you need to have policies, processes, people and investments in the right technologies to make sure that you continue to maintain that cybersecurity posture. Cybersecurity is not a static concept. So under the assumption that you put a very robust platform today and it's going to continue to be robust over the future, that's a flawed assumption, right? So you really need to be investing and re-evaluating at any point in time. And that's really the differentiator that you need to strive towards.
Right. You made a point in the beginning of this interaction about SMEs and how maybe they are falling out of the net. Now, India has one of the largest, I would say, SME ecosystems globally, and almost 40% of Indian GDP is actually contributed by SMEs. Do you think a more conscious effort is required maybe at government level or coming from the top in terms of ensuring that they don't fall out of the cybersecurity net?
Absolutely. I think there is the need for greater effort cannot be understated, and I think it needs to happen across all levels, right? So if you think about some of those cyber resilient organizations that I was talking about, arguably some of the ones with the largest revenues, I think with large headcounts, if they could operate like an island, that they're not engaging with any other entity, then arguably they would be fine. But the reality is that all of these large organizations also do business with a number of smaller entities.
That's true.
And therefore, there's the popular cliche in cybersecurity that you're only as strong as the weakest link in the chain. And that actually holds true, right? So what we need is to ensure that we are building resilience at an ecosystem level and not just within individual organizations. So what does it mean? It means that if we're looking at the financial services industry, and if there are certain regulatory controls that are in place, that this is the minimum baseline of cybersecurity that we require more as a license to operate, it's just going to boost the resilience of the ecosystem as a whole, right? If we think about some of the larger organizations, some examples are that, organizations have said, we will only do business with you if you are implementing multi-factor authentication across your organization. It's one example, and there can be many, but that's just a way to see, how you are bringing in some of these security principles into the mix. The role of cyber insurance, for example, and that's also one of the revelations in the study, that some of the larger organizations tend to have it, but I think the number of smaller organizations that have it is shrinking, right? So cyber insurance in itself, provides some amount of cover against what could happen as in the case of a cyber incident. But even before that, when you are going for a cover, you need to have a baseline of policies and practices in place for you to be able to even be eligible for a cover, right? So in that respect, it's an enabler of better cyber resilience. So there are lots of things that can be done, talking about regulations, external levers, be it insurance, or really, I think, mandates from organizations. There are lots of steps that can be undertaken.
Right. Akshay, I want to ask you an India-specific question, though we have spoken extensively about India, but as Indian economy takes off, we have seen a lot of optimism around the world about India and its growth prospects, and obviously India is aiming for $5 trillion and eventually $10 trillion economy size. I mean, what are the key initiatives or key steps that India should ensure as its economy grows, to, I would say, stay ahead or at least stay up to the curve in terms of cyber security and its awareness?
So look, a lot of the conversation around security often goes into the IT realm. That, our computer systems and everything needs to be very secure. But as we are thinking about state-of-the-art manufacturing, often it is said manufacturing in India for the world. As we are thinking about these state-of-the-art factories and we are deploying, I think the fourth IR technologies towards boosting manufacturing and the likes, I think it's really important to think about how do we focus on security of these operational technologies per se. Right? While they can provide massive advantages, if we don't ensure the security posture, then there can be disruptions, which will probably be more pronounced than they would be in an era where everything was mechanized per se, right? So I think those are things that we should be thinking about, because manufacturing is really going to be one of the big sectors there. But as we think about digital services and all, we already discussed that, not having a static mindset, being more dynamic and up to date with I think security across everything that we are doing is going to be a key differentiator.
Right. Akshay, one last question. What is the major underlying buzz or theme, I would say, for WEF24 from your perspective?
So, I tend to veer more towards the technological aspects, given where I sit, but it's interesting because, all of these things are rather interconnected. Geopolitical instability is huge. We discussed how cybersecurity, there is an impact on cybersecurity. But for me, generative AI is one of the big things, and I think looking at how can we ensure responsible and secure deployment of generative AI to unlock the potential of this technology for the billions is going to be one of the big things.
Absolutely. Akshay, pleasure joining. Thanks for joining us. Pleasure having you on Times Network. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
In the fast-paced world of finance, where every moment counts, ET Now brings to you Tracking Trends with Nikunj Dalmia. The most experienced market anchor, Nikunj Dalmia, with his wealth of knowledge, will offer you a clear perspective on the hottest topics shaping the world of investments. Dive deep into the world of finance as Nikunj Dalmia shares his invaluable insights, helping you stay ahead of the game. Tracking Trends with Nikunj Dalmia every trading day at 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. only on ET Now.
My daughter's now reached a marriageable age, and if the gold prices keep rising, I don't think I can give her much.
Have you thought of any solution? On a regulated commodity exchange. By paying a small premium and buying call options of gold, the price of gold will be fixed today. Now if the price goes up, you will get the gold at the strike price. And if it goes down, you can buy it from the local market at the reduced price.
Wow! I can have my cake and eat it too.
धर्म और आस्था की नगरी अयोध्या का हो रहा है कायाकल्प। अद्भुत, अलौकिक और दिव्या अयोध्या अब लौट रही है अपने पुराने गौरवशाली वैभव में। 4 प्रमुख मार्गों, 4 धर्म पथ, जन्मभूमि पथ, भक्ति पथ और राम पथ को म्यूरल पेंटिंग, वॉल पेंटिंग तथा आधुनिक लाइटिंग से किया गया है सुसज्जित।
अयोध्या में 22 जनवरी के बाद अयोध्या को अतिथि देवो भव का एक नया अनुभव देश और दुनिया को कराना है और इसके लिए हम सब पूरी तैयारी के साथ 22 जनवरी के कार्यक्रम में अतिथियों के स्वागत के लिए उसी तत्परता से, इसी जोश खरोश के साथ हम कार्य कर पाएंगे।
प्रदेश सरकार ने यातायात व्यवस्था को दुरुस्त रखने के लिए टैक्सी एवं बस ड्राइवरों को सुरक्षित ड्राइविंग, ट्रैफिक रूल्स को फॉलो करने के दिए हैं निर्देश। इतना ही नहीं, टैक्सी एवं बस ड्राइवरों को यातायात के साथ साथ अच्छे बिहेवियर के लिए भी दिया जा रहा है प्रशिक्षण। लोगों की सुविधा के लिए लखनऊ से अयोध्या, गोरखपुर से अयोध्या तथा सुल्तानपुर से अयोध्या के बीच पड़ने वाले समस्त टोल प्लाजा पर टूरिस्ट के सहायतार्थ परिवहन विभाग का हेल्प डेस्क किया जा रहा है स्थापित। उत्तर प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार कर रही है अयोध्या का समग्र विकास।
TV.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण। उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं।
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है।
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं। राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं। यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है।
अरे शिफ्ट करने वाले हैं ना पापा, बस घर मिलने की देर है।
इसीलिए तो घर मैजिक ब्रिक्स में देखिए, प्रॉपर्टी की पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन विद एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस
और 15 लाख से ज्यादा प्रॉपर्टी ऑप्शंस हैं।
गुड, एटलीस्ट मेरा घर तो लाखों में एक होगा।
मेरे पास ऑलमोस्ट सभी तरीके के कस्टमर्स आते हैं जो छोटा कारोबार करते हैं, दुकान वाले हैं, हाउसवाइफ्स हैं। तो वो लोग समझते हैं इस चीज़ को कि आज वो वर्किंग हैं, कल को जब वो वर्किंग नहीं रहेंगे तो उस कंडीशन पे उनका क्या होगा। तो इसीलिए रिटायरमेंट प्लान हमें पहले से ही लेना चाहिए कि हम अपने ओल्ड एज पर आकर उस रिटायरमेंट प्लान का फ़ायदा उठा सकें।
अपने बेहतर कल को सुनिश्चित करने के लिए
NPS ज़रूरी है।
खेलता है, झूलता उछलता है, दौड़ता कभी कभी दौड़ कराता है, आगे आगे बढ़ता है इंडिया, अमूल दूध पीता है इंडिया।
We are at World Economic Forum 2024 at Davos, and I have a very interesting guest with me. I have Roberto Bocca with me, who's head of Center for Energy and Materials, member of the Executive Committee, World Economic Forum. Obviously, he is one of the best speakers globally when it comes to energy equity. Roberto, thank you so much for joining us on Times Network. It's a pleasure having you on this conversation, and welcome to India.
Thank you very much. Very glad to be with you in India.
Yeah, I want to start with obviously COP28, the recently concluded COP28, and while there are some interesting and bold steps being committed by almost all countries, and we have seen commitment from almost every nation in terms of energy security and sustainability, but obviously there were debates and discussions about from countries like India and China in terms of how the requirement of energy and the responsibility of maintaining environment are sometimes at odds with each other. What is your outlook on the goals announced in COP28?
Indeed, we have to be conscious that the energy transition, the size of the world and a country specifically as India, is huge. It's huge, requires huge investment, and is a big endeavor. also, we don't have to be naive on the fact that energy transition is not only about sustainability, that is a very important element, but we always talk about the three dimensions of an energy system that includes sustainability, security, as you mentioned, but also energy equity. So what we have seen in our assessment, in our evaluation, is that India has been one of the very few countries that in the past few years has been developing on the three dimensions of this energy transition. And this is a very good signal because trade-off need to be made to some extent, and when a country is able to progress on the three dimension of this complex system, it means in the right direction. Then there is always the question, can we go faster? Can we go better and faster? And definitely there is need for more investment. There is need for great policies, and I think India has amazing policies put in place, and of course there is always opportunity to do better, but there are clear policies. There are clear policies not only for energy, to some extent, independence, more investment, etc., but also for possible export. I've seen what you are doing in terms of hydrogen. We have actually, as the forum, we have done a roadmap on hydrogen for India to look at how there is an opportunity for India not just to develop its own resources, but also to develop for export. So there are a lot of good signals, but it's definitely a challenging transition, the one that we are talking about, and having the right policies in place is a critical element.
But there are a lot of bold commitments that we saw happening in COP28. What is the WEF view in terms of these commitments which are being made by large economies, including India?
You see, the commitment is then has to translate in action. And as the forum, we are working with many companies and many governments to try to translate those high-level commitments in practical action. And what the government can do is really having clear policy, clear objective, and clear policies. And what the business can do with that is really invest and bring more money to the front. And so I think that's the opportunity we have, is to have that clarity and those investments flowing in. I would like to add one other element. India is one of those countries in growth, in dramatic growth, fantastic growth. And one thing that we have to try to do is to decouple the economic growth from energy consumption. Some people talk about efficiency, some people talk about energy intensity reduction. Fundamentally, we have to be smart in the way we consume energy. We want to get more out of a unit of energy so that the consumer can have more benefit, but we have to use as less energy as possible to get that enhanced benefit.
Right. India has kept a very ambitious target of being carbon neutral by 2070. What is your take on that target?
By what I see in all of the policies and all the enthusiasm and all the investment, I do hope that this is a minimum requirement, while I think India could achieve earlier this objective. Also because I think India is a very pragmatic country with a lot of business mindset, entrepreneurial, and the energy transition is also a huge business opportunity. And so I think this will be an opportunity for within India, but also for global development of business to accelerate the transition.
Right. Robert, I know you're short of time. One last question for you. Looking at the current geopolitical scenario, I mean, we have seen what is happening in Red Sea. We have seen the conflicts in Middle East. Then obviously there is that whole overhang of the Russian and Ukrainian conflict. With that, how realistic is the current goal setting process by the large economies in terms of energy sustainability and especially the renewable energy goals?
It's a very interesting question. Last year we did a study because when the war happened in Ukraine, we could see that there was a risk of less investment in renewable energy for focus on security. Actually, what was the loser, if I can talk about this, was not so much sustainability, but was energy equity. And that's why we are working and we are supporting the development of India from that side to see that India is able to progress also on energy equity. It's very important that the energy equity is part of that equation. So there is more complexity. There is a real complex world, as you suggested. I think the energy system, though, has built in a lot of resilience in itself and a lot of capacity to develop. Geopolitical issue is not the first time that are on the energy scene. Now they are new and they are more complex. But at the same time, I'm sure they will be able to find some of the solution. And I do think that fundamentally investment in renewable is a good business opportunity. And so that what will drive the change.
Right. So any closing remarks that you have about energy equity? One is obviously in global perspective. And second is for countries who are trying to catch up on the economic trajectory, growth trajectory, countries like, let's say, India and China.
So equity is, by the way, is a concept that is for emerging economy, for developing country, but also for developed country. There are issues of energy poverty also in the UK or in Europe and in other countries, so we shouldn't forget that. But when it comes to India and China, these are two countries that are huge, and there are two countries where electrification has gone a long way to address this issue. The part of the world that is still quite a bit behind is Africa, so I think that's the biggest challenge when it comes to energy access, at least. But energy equity is very important also from the dimension of the cost. How much is the cost of one unit of energy? And that's why we have to be very smart in developing those products that are not consuming so much energy, but giving all the benefit that we want through energy production. So I think this is that innovation in constraint. In my experience also from the past when I was working with CK Prahlad and others, is really innovation in a constrained space is where India is excelling. And so I really hope that a lot of the solution for this as part of the energy transition will come from India.
Right. One last comment, Roberto. Then obviously I know you are running late, but isn't that the whole idea of energy equity in conflict with what is happening around the world? Let's say even the large economies like, let's say, US and China. I mean, they are becoming more and more inward looking. The original concept or the roadmap of globalization is obviously under threat and under question right now. In that kind of a world, how do we ensure energy security or energy equity?
So there is no doubt that there is a more fragmented world that was maybe 10 years ago. Yeah. And so that there is no doubt. So there is a new game, and we have to adapt to the new game. And that's why institutions like ours exist, to try to keep going the dialogue and keep building on business opportunity for everyone that are bringing the benefit to the consumer and to the people. Because eventually, we can all be poorer in terms of energy or in general, or we can all be better off. And I believe that dialogue and collaboration can help in having more and better for everyone.
Absolutely. Roberto, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the vikas. If you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody's taking, you don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
India is becoming a hotspot for a lot of businesses, and now, as we say, Make in India or be it a G20 summit, we are getting more and more investments, and I think we are shining bright.
There should be more and more work regarding the cleanliness, more parks, because now we are all health conscious.
Only government cannot change or bring the vikas. If you want to bring a change, be the change.
The way stock market has boomed, real estate has come up, and other sectors are also going to see the brighter days.
Everybody's taking, you don't have to have cash. You can pay by other means.
Few sectors have really improved. It's a promising government.
Transport development is happening in our country. For example, metro. We are very sure that development work will continue and grow in many fold from here.
अब तक तो हर बात उन्होंने पूरी की है अपनी, आगे भी यही उम्मीद रखते हैं.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
HDFC Bank hands in a mixed set of numbers for the third quarter. The profit after tax coming in ahead of analyst expectations. Meanwhile, their net interest income has come in fairly in line with estimates. Markets snapped their 5-day gaining streak, ending in the red today. The realty stocks have led the losses and broader markets have also buckled under pressure. The Civil Aviation Ministry has issued a show cause notice to Indigo and Mumbai International Airport after a video of passengers eating food on the airport's tarmac has led to an uproar. The ministry has also issued additional standard operating procedures, which include the incident reporting that would happen thrice daily for all the 6 metro airports. Countdown for the grand Ram Mandir opening begins. Vedic rituals for the consecration ceremony commence in Ayodhya. With all the buzzing business news of today, I'm Vikram Oza with Business at 9 here on ET Now. Hello and a very warm welcome. Today, of course, a special day. It's the National Startup Day, which celebrates the startup ecosystem in India. It has indeed laid the foundation for the Bharat of the future. And on this day, ET Now's Sumit had a chance to speak to Sanjeev Singh, who's the Joint Secretary of the DPIIT. He heads the startup sector in the Indian government, and Mr. Singh has reflected on how these startups in India are reshaping our economy and the potential they hold as well going ahead from here. Listen to this.
The journey till now has been great for Indian startup ecosystem. It is precisely 8 years back that Honorable Prime Minister started this scheme of Startup India, and since then we have grown exponentially from 400 odd to 1,17,000 startups as of now, and which is spread all over the country. In fact, we are the 3rd largest ecosystem in the world.
Okay, and let's talk about startup concentration. Well, in metros like Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, startups are there. People talk about that. What about the smaller town and cities, tier 2 and tier 3 cities? Is the talent coming out of there as well? And what is government doing to support that talent?
Yeah, actually, more than 50% of our startups are from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. In fact, today itself, more than 50% of the award winners from startup category were from tier 2 and 3 cities. And it is our vision that every district of India has a startup of its own, and eventually every block and village we will like to have a startup.
And talking about the overall sectors that where the entrepreneurs are concentrated in, they are fintech, medtech, edutech, all these sectors. What are the new sectors and trends that are emerging in startup ecosystem in India?
Actually, there are more than 56 sectors in which startups are there, but as of now, the importance of fintech is there, but more and more startups are coming in respect of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a very healthy sign is that many startups are doing work of manufacturing also.
On National Startup Day, we can only hope that the entire ecosystem grows and thrives in India. Our attention is on the aviation sector. That's where we're seeing a lot of turbulence, and the Aviation Ministry has now issued a show cause notice to Indigo. It happened after a video of Indigo passengers having dinner on the tarmac has gone viral, after which some updated standard operating procedures have been announced for airlines to follow. Let's find out what they are. My colleague Sameer Dixit has been tracking this news for us in Delhi, and he's joining us from there. Sameer, about the new standard operating procedures and this video that has gone viral, tell us what is happening and the show cause notice having gone out both to Indigo and Mumbai International Airport.
definitely a big and hectic day for Aviation Ministry and Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia. Earlier in the day, the ministry issued a show cause notice to Indigo Airline as well as to the Mumbai airport for failing to comply with the civil aviation requirement rule that caused great inconvenience to the passengers. We have seen that in the viral video, the passengers were having food at the tarmac site, and after the video went viral, Minister held an important meeting at 12:30 a.m. and then the BCAS issued a show cause notice. Now both Mumbai Airport and Indigo, they have to reply to the show cause notice on 16th, based on which we will see that more action the ministry might take. And then Minister issued the updated guidelines related to the problem that the passengers are facing at airport. The updated guideline mentions that war rooms have to be set up at 6 of the metro airport, and these war rooms will monitor the updated information, what sort of facilitation is being done to the passengers in terms of arrangement. And also the CISF personal deployment has been increased with immediate effect. Also the airline, are they adhering to the SOPs issued by the DGCA, and that has to be, the entire report has to be updated to the Aviation Ministry thrice a day. So this sort of updated guideline has been issued by the minister, and the ultimate motive of these sort of steps taken by the government is that the inconvenience that people or the passengers are facing at airport because of the flight delay or flights being cancelled, that these problems has to be reduced, the inconvenience has to be mitigated as soon as possible.
We'll see whether or not that happens. Thanks very much for filling us in on the latest situation as far as the disruption of flights goes because of fog-related incidents in Delhi. We'll have to keep monitoring it. Now, about the power sector, there is no demand-supply gap for power, is what the government is saying. They continue to believe that they will import coal if required. It's what we got from the Power Minister as well. R.K. Singh had this to say in an exclusive conversation with us. He's spoken about market coupling and also about new thermal projects, also the PLI scheme and the new proposed reforms. Here's an excerpt of that conversation.
We have emerged as a leader in energy transition. This has, we've already attracted investments worth about 16.5 lakh crores has been invested, and I have projects under construction of 17.5 lakh crores. So, see, in every sphere, and I'll just give you some figures. For example, the peak demand has gone up from about 136,000 megawatts in 2014 to 243,000 megawatts in 2023, and we met that without any shortfall. Talking about shortfall, the shortfall in energy terms used to be, and in peak demand terms, used to be almost about 4.5-5% in 2014 when our government came to office. Today, that shortfall has disappeared. We've added so much of capacity. We increased the established capacity by almost about 80%. So earlier in 2014, the installed capacity was in the region of about 275 to 80 gigawatts. Today, our established capacity is 426 gigawatts, 426,000 megawatts. And I have a huge capacity under construction. I have about 27,000 megawatts of thermal under construction. I have further bid out another 12,000 megawatts of thermal for construction. That makes it 39. Then we have another about 21,000 megawatts under survey, etc. That makes it almost about 60, and a further 21 candidate plants which are going to come under construction. That's thermal. Renewable, I have 99,000 megawatts under construction. I have already established 180,000 megawatts.
The market coupling is something which is a very comprehensive plan that has been proposed by the Power Ministry. So what's the update on that?
I think the study group that is that would have concluded its studies. So we'll decide on that. We'll decide on that very quickly. Our exchange is thriving, and our sector is growing hugely. As I said, in energy terms, it has gone up, from 1,000 billion units in 2014, it has gone up to about 1,600 billion units today. So in every sphere, the production has gone up, the consumption has gone up. Imagine demand going up by 80% and us meeting it.
Okay. You have already decided to add around 80,000 megawatt capacity, that is coal-based thermal power plants. You have had meeting with the all stakeholders as well. Can we expect some more announcement with this regard, that when the companies are coming to?
By and large, that's the capacity which we are adding. If needed, we'll add more, because I'm not going to compromise with the availability of power for my growth. Without electricity, you can't have growth. We are the fastest growing large economy in the world. No other large economy is growing at the speed at which we are. We are growing at 7.5%.
The Indian economy is growing rapidly, and the need for power, the consumption on that count is growing as well, like the minister has pointed out. Now, how much of the accent is going to be put on renewables is something that we're watching very closely, even as coal-based power plants getting sufficient coal for them remains the ask, and we will keep watching what happens on that count. What we're doing is talking about the markets today after we've seen a stellar rally in the last trading session, but today we've cooled off and we've ended flat. We still remained resilient above 22,000 mark, like you're seeing on your screens. But yes, the Sensex today has also managed to stay above 73,000. The metal pack was the top gainer. Then FMCG pack followed suit, besides PSU bank stocks as well. What was on the losing side? Realty in a big way, the top drag today. And IT stocks were also losing momentum, besides energy stocks too. But yes, the action is in Wall Street, and that's where we are seeing truncated action, because yesterday, of course, was Martin Luther Day, which is why the markets were shut. And today, we're seeing a sea of red. There is a slight bit of recovery happening on the Nasdaq, but even so, it has started off with deep gashes. Most of these earnings-led moves. Goldman Sachs reporting better than expected profits. Morgan Stanley's revenue has reported a beat for the fourth quarter of 2023. These are the factors dragging the indices down. In some macro news, of course, US is waiting for retail sales data for the month of December. So investors are going to keep an eye out for those. But of course, the ECB cut rate expectations, cutting their rates. And that expectation, we've seen the Treasury yields move slightly higher. And it's also impacting the way the Wall Street indices are moving. Currently, like I mentioned, Nasdaq is slightly in green territory. It's pulling its way along, around a fifth of a percentage point gain as we speak, but even less than that actually. And the Dow Jones is down around 0.25%. The S&P 500 is only slightly in red territory. It's currently trading around 4,780 levels. The Dow Jones is down right now by 0.25%. Meanwhile, in markets, what are the cues we should pencil in? Because we're in the midst of earnings season, lots happening on that count, and there are several other macro news to consider. Snehi is here. She's going to walk us through it. Snehi?
Yes, let's take a look at all the important cues that you need to be watching out for in tomorrow's trading session. And let's start by looking at some data influx. From India, then, we'll be getting the foreign exchange reserves data, so watch out for that. And globally, then, US, we'll be getting the retail sales, industrial production, as well as the Fed's important beige book that will also be released tomorrow, so watch out for that. And from UK and Eurozone, we'll be getting some inflation print, CPI and PPI from the UK, and CPI and core CPI from Eurozone. Moving back home then, and let's talk about some quarter 3 earnings. Among the nifty companies, you've got LTI Mindtree as well as Asian Paints reporting their quarter 3 numbers tomorrow. And moving away from the nifty pack, among the non-nifty companies, you've got Happiest Minds, ICICI Prudential, Oracle Financial Services, as well as IIFL Finance. So watch out for all of these counters tomorrow in trade as well. When it comes to some corporate action, then RPSG Ventures, they will be meeting to decide their preferential issue tomorrow, so watch out for that. Dhampur Sugar will be in focus on the back of its buyback at 300 rupees per share for an issue size of 30 crore rupees. So that counter will also be in focus. Som Distilleries, the board of that company, will be meeting to mull fundraising. Grasim Industries, the right issue will open tomorrow, so watch out for that as well. And tomorrow is the last day to buy Chambal Fertilizer shares to be eligible for its buyback. And when it comes to other events, you've got the ECB President Christine Lagarde, who will be speaking at Davos. Samsung S24 will be launching tomorrow. Tata Punch EV will also be launching launching tomorrow, so watch out for that. And the Commerce Ministry will hold a high-level meeting to talk about how to go ahead with the conflict of trade in the Red Sea area, so watch about that as well.
We'll watch out for all of this. Snehi, thanks very much for walking us through the triggers that the markets would perhaps react to. But yes, as far as Asian Paints is concerned, we are looking forward to their numbers for the third quarter. Are there colourful gains waiting for us from Asian Paints third quarter? The growth drivers, what are they? And the softness in raw material prices could perhaps help their margins. Let's find out more about expectations. Lisa is here to tell us what the street is expecting this time. Lisa?
Right, so Asian Paints is expected to report their results tomorrow, and the revenue growth that is expected to come at around 8% on year-on-year basis. That is mainly driven by the delayed festive as well as the wedding season which was seen, as well as the low base which was seen last year. Now, talking about the demand was stronger in October as well as November, but December that saw some muted number. Talking about the volume that grew at that is expected to grow at around 10% on year-on-year basis, but value growth is expected to be lower than the volume growth, and that is because the product mix that is mainly skewed towards the economy as well as the putty segment. Now, margin expansion is expected to be seen at around 21% versus 18.7% seen last year, and that is because of the softer raw material prices. Remember, crude oil as well as titanium dioxide, they are the main inputs for the paint companies, and that is expected, that has seen a softening in the prices. But margin expansion is also expected to be offset by the higher ad spends, which was mentioned by the management of Asian Paints last time. Now, the key monitorables or the key factors to watch out for will be the Grasim's entry in March and April, how the company will counter the competitive intensity as well as the demand outlook, the raw material outlook, the pricing trends as well as the rural recovery trends, whether there is any recovery seen in rural demand as well as the capex status. Now, the company had also given a guidance of around low double-digit volume guidance. So it has to be seen whether the company sticks to this guidance. So that's on Asian Paints, which is expected to report their results tomorrow.
All right, so that's the expectation on Asian Paints. Lisa, thank you. Meanwhile, HDFC Bank, and we've seen a mixed set of numbers come in for their third quarter, and this happened after market hours today. The profit for the quarter has gone up 2.5% this time, above 16,372 crores, and their net interest income has come in higher than what they did in the second quarter. But there is a slight improvement when you talk about their asset quality, and on the back of which the kind of numbers that they've posted, actually their ADR has taken a beating. And this is the kind of downward move that we are seeing. It's about 4.2% kind of cut, even more right now, 4.4%. I'm looking at how HDFC Bank's ADR is doing right now on the exchange. We will keep tracking what happens on that stock tomorrow. But for the moment, let's turn to what's happening in Ayodhya. It's a big event, a consecration ceremony for the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. It is a date that's approaching, 22nd of January. Elaborate preparations that we've been talking about, they are in progress now, and the Sanctum Sanctorum is all ready now to receive that 51-inch idol of the 5-year-old Lord Ram. It has been crafted by the Mysore-based sculptor Arun Yogiraj, unanimously chosen by 11 trustees of the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra. Following these strict Shastriya protocols, the Prana Pratishtha program, that's scheduled for the auspicious Abhijit Muhurt on the 22nd of January. The pre-Prana Pratishtha rituals have already commenced, and they will continue until the 21st of January, is what we know so far. Meanwhile, of course, we've been looking at all kinds of developments. Several students, along with Nagar Palika of Ayodhya, they are attempting to create this world record, trying to make the longest Rangoli. My colleague at Times Network, Deepak, has got us more updates from Ayodhya. Here they are.
To please Lord Ram as he makes his way to Ayodhya on the 22nd of Jan, several students along with the Nagar Palika are attempting a world record. A record to create the longest Rangoli artwork across Ayodhya. This is going to start from Lata Mangeshkar Chowk, will go all the way up to Vashisht Chowk, that is very close to the Ram Janmabhoomi Ram Temple. Now, hundreds of students are involved here where they're painting the roads, painting the streets, and this is across the stretch, and they're going from door to door, they're going from street to street and painting these rangolis and beautifying the entire lanes leading up to Ramzan Bhumi. I have one of the organizers here with me. Madam, आप बता सकते हैं कि ये world record attempt है. We've been told that about 8,000 meters is where you're going to be painting. How difficult has this been, and why are you all doing this?
सर नमस्ते, मैं सरिता सिंह, डॉक्टर राम मनोहर लोहिया अवध विश्वविद्यालय। यहाँ पे 200 छात्र फाइन आर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट और फैशन टेक्नोलॉजी के डिपार्टमेंट के बच्चे मिलके कर रहे हैं, और भी अयोध्या के स्कूल विद्यालयों के नए युवा जो यंगस्टर्स हैं उनका योगदान है। इन बच्चों ने ये संकल्प किया हुआ है कि 8,000 मीटर की दूरी में ये कवर करेंगे, और माननीय समन्वयक जी सुरेंद्र मिश्रा सर वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाने की कंडीशंस पूरी क्रिएट कर रखा है यहाँ पे।
Definitely, what this is leading to is not just a world record, but of course beautification of the entire, city of Ayodhya. And for the tourists who come in here, of course, they will have a breathtaking sight as, streets like this will be filled with colorful rangoli. And this is, of course, spanning over a distance of 8,000 meters.
Rangoli that stretches for 8,000 meters. That's going to be quite a spectacle in Ayodhya. And of course, the preparations are on in full swing as we keep getting all these reports we are able to monitor. We're also monitoring what's happening at the World Economic Forum in Davos in Switzerland. Of course, hosting the 54th annual gathering in this Swiss Alps, and of course under the theme of rebuilding trust. So many delegations from around the world. India is also one of them. And there are several delegations with a significant stake in this World Economic Forum event because it's represented by so many dozens of states. Maharashtra is also getting represented. It's one of the primary stakeholders, and we've got special coverage on what the contingent from Maharashtra is taking to the World Economic Forum. My colleague, national editor of Times Network, Anuya Yadav, has been looking at all the things that one should watch out for when it comes to the magnetic Maharashtra presentation, the state providing this excellent investment prospect for global investors. Here it is.
Hello, we are here at the 54th annual meeting of World Economic Conclave here at Davos, for which the theme this year is rebuilding trust. और देखिए, rebuilding trust इसलिए रखा गया है ताकि नई opportunities जो है टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से जो डिसीजन मेकिंग में ज़्यादा मदद करे, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ग्लोबल पार्टनरशिप्स यहाँ पर देखने को मिले, इस वजह से रखा गया है। मैं इस वक्त प्रोमेनाड स्ट्रीट पर डावोस में यहाँ पर मौजूद हूँ, और मैं बता दूँ आपको कि 60 से 70 पवेलियंस यहाँ पर सिर्फ आपको इस स्ट्रीट पर नजर आ जाएंगे। खूबसूरत बात ये कि इस बार भारत से करीब 10-12 यानी कि दर्जन भर पवेलियंस जो है वो आपको यहाँ पर भारत के दिख जाएंगे, फिर चाहे कंपनियों के हो या फिर राज्यों के हो। मेरे पीछे मैग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र का जो पवेलियन है वो आप देख सकते हैं। खासतौर पर भारत से यहाँ पर अश्विनी वैष्णव, हरदीप पुरी और स्मृति ईरानी जो है वो डावोस में पहुंचे हैं। अश्विनी वैष्णव अब से कुछ देर बाद महाराष्ट्र के पवेलियन का इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले हैं। सीएम शिंदे जो है वो अपनी पूरी टीम के साथ यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और खास तौर पर महाराष्ट्र का जो मकसद है मैं आपको बता दूं वो इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज जो है अपने राज्य में उसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए यहाँ पर पूरी की पूरी टीम मौजूद है। हम आपको बता दें कि डेलीगेशन का जो खास तौर पर मकसद है वो ये कि इन्वेस्टमेंट पोटेंशियल के साथ साथ जो रोबस्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है यहाँ पर, साथ ही साथ पॉलिसीज हैं, फेवरेबल पॉलिसीज जो हैं वो कंपनियों के लिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए जो और बेहतर करती है इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए, उन्हें ज्यादा से ज्यादा यहाँ प्रमोट करने के लिए पहुंचे हैं। ज्यादा ग्लोबल टू अट्रैक्ट मोर ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर्स। आई हियर मैग्नेटिक महाराष्ट्र, हियर वी विल गेट यू मोर विजुअल्स एंड डेफिनेटली मोर स्टोरीज फ्रॉम द महाराष्ट्र पवेलियन। हम साथ ही साथ अश्विनी वैष्णव जो कि आईटी मिनिस्टर हैं, जो यहाँ पर अब से कुछ देर बाद इनॉग्रेट करने वाले हैं, उनसे भी बातचीत करेंगे, वो भी आपको यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे। पल पल की खबर आपको खास तौर पर महाराष्ट्र के पवेलियन से हम आपको यहाँ पर देंगे। फिलहाल डावोस से मेरे साथ कैमरामैन बलराज सैनी के साथ अनुया यादव, टाइम्स नेटवर्क।
A lot packed into the World Economic Forum, all the action, all the conversations from there. We'll keep getting them for you. But for the moment, it's time to wrap up this edition of Business at 9. From me, Vikramod, and the entire team, thank you indeed for joining us. We'll see you same time tomorrow. So keep your date with us. And until then, take good care. Good night.
think विकास की गारंटी है
हो रहा है लेकिन बहुत स्लो चल रहा है. Yes, विकास की गारंटी तो है.
I think it's a bit slow. It will get much better.
विकास तो दिख रहा तो गारंटी तो ऑफ कोर्स है.
गारंटी तो किसी चीज की नहीं है.
Yes, I see विकास की guarantee over our future.
Yeah, it is there. 100% with the statement.
Bright future की पूरी खातरी है.
विकास तो होगा ही.
हाँ, देश में विकास तो बहुत हो रहा है, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
We expect the tax for the salaried people should be reduced.
The government reduces some taxes on petrol and petroleum products. Even international remittance should be decreased, or even the long-term capital gains.
ग्रामीण भागों के उद्योजक है उनको अधिक से अधिक सब्सिडी देना चाहिए.
मिडिल क्लास को टैक्स में कुछ और रियायतें हों, इनकम टैक्स के स्लैब में भी कुछ इजाफा करना चाहिए.
पेट्रोल एंड गैस की जो कीमतें इतनी बढ़ रही है उसमें हम कंट्रोल होनी चाहिए.
We have seen lots of development in the past years, so we are expecting the same or maybe more to happen.
हमारे घर में रोज शाम को आराम से बैठ के पूरा परिवार खा सके इस तरीके का हमको बजट चाहिए.
Presented by Federal Bank, your perfect banking partner.
Dadu,
Yes?
what does premium mean?
Beta, premium you can say is like petrol. The car will keep going till the time it has petrol. Once petrol is over, the car stops.
But Dad, this time even if the petrol is over, our car won't stop.
How come?
With LIC's Jeevan Labh, even after the premium payment tenure is over, the policy's benefits continue.
That means our journey of happiness will continue non-stop.
LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
मोदी सरकार की गारंटी, हर घर पहुंचेगा नल से जल. अब तक 13.5 करोड़ से अधिक नल कनेक्शन. हमारा संकल्प विकसित भारत.
In the heart of a dynamic world, where dreams are woven into realities, progress knows no bounds. We welcome you to the 8th edition of the Global Business Summit. Visit our website at timesgbs.com to secure your place at the Global Business Summit 2024, where development, diversification, and disruption unite to reshape the world of our collective futures. The Global Business Summit 2024.
India's auto sector is set to fuel the future and is poised for a podium spot. 2023 saw top automakers redefine India's mobility roadmap. And now the best of the best car and bikes battle it out on the center stage for India's most coveted auto title at the Auto Car Awards 2024. Coming soon.
Presenting partner, Reliance General Insurance. Tire partner, Bridgestone Tires. Premium fuel partner, Indian Oil XP100. DMS technology partner, Orbitsys. Energy partner, Trontech. Official logistics partner, Om Logistics.
शासन कहते हैं इसे.
पापा स्ट्रेस कम कर रहे हैं. घर नहीं बिक रहा ना.
बाहर से नहीं मिल रहा.
घर बेचना है तो मैजिक ब्रिक्स पे आइए. यहाँ पे हजारों सेलर्स रोज मिलते हैं लाखों बायर्स से.
ताकि प्रॉपर्टी जल्दी बिके और बेटर प्राइस मिले.
अब आप सीधे हो जाइए.
उत्तराखंड का नवनिर्माण. उत्तराखंड में रेशमी वस्त्रों के निर्माण से जुड़ी विभिन्न गतिविधियों के लिए देहरादून स्थित उत्तराखंड सिल्क पार्क के तहत सिल्क एम्पोरियम, सिल्क एक्सचेंज, डिजाइन स्टूडियो, वीविंग वर्कशॉप, सिल्क फैब्रिक सेल काउंटर, CFC यार्न डाइंग एंड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट के रूप में शानदार बुनियादी सुविधाएं भी विकसित हुई हैं.
हमारा सॉल हो चाहे गमछा हो, आप सबकी मेहनत के कारण से अब उत्तराखंड के ब्रांड पूरे हिंदुस्तान में और विदेशों में भी उसकी मांग लगातार बढ़ रही है.
उत्तराखंड में सिल्क उद्योग के विकास और प्रगति में निवेश की अपार संभावनाएं मौजूद हैं. राज्य में सेरीकल्चर यानी रेशम उत्पादन को कृषि आधारित उद्योग वाली सभी सुविधाएं मिलती हैं. यहाँ रेशमी वस्त्रों के अलावा अन्य प्राकृतिक रेशों से बनने वाली भवन निर्माण सामग्री की इकाइयों के लिए भी निवेशकों को अन्य सेक्टर्स की तरह भरपूर प्रोत्साहन मिलता है.
Health
Looks beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
Well, it gives me great pleasure now to bring on board Shyam Srinivasan to understand how things have transpired for Federal Bank for the quarter gone by. What is the way forward, and how will FY25 be different from FY24? Now, Shyam, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Let's first understand the big picture here. And the big picture here is that Federal Bank continues its growth momentum. It is growing at a run rate which is higher than the industry average. And the CASA numbers, I won't say enviable, but they are rock solid.
Yeah, Nikunj, the first and I think the key point for quarter 3, you may have observed, the first time ever the bank hit the 4-digit quarterly profit number. We crossed 1,000 crores of net profit in Q3. Sequentially, it's been 854 first quarter, 954 second, and this quarter was a record number of 1,007. And this on the back of a fairly strong FY23. 24 looks like on course on all the key metrics the bank has been seeking to work on. You know, it is a tight market for all players. We've held out quite well. And I do believe this momentum of ROA and ROE expansion should continue as we look into either the last quarter of this financial year and or the next financial year. The dynamics are quite, and I think the bank is fluid enough to readjust to market realities. So on balance, I think we are on course to delivering what we set out to do a few years ago, sequentially improve our ROA, an annual improvement of about 10 basis points every year. I think we are on course for that.
Shyam, we always look at the aggregate book, and with Federal Bank, we've never discussed this point. So let's take this opportunity to understand that the growth in Federal Bank, how much is coming from your hometown Kerala, how much is coming from South, and how much is coming from new areas? Because for me, that's the real parameter of growth, that you are no longer a old private South-based franchise. You got your wings which are now spreading.
No, thanks, Nikunj. I think I do want to believe we shed that tag of an old generation bank a long while back. But that said, we have a very marked presence for the reasons we were founded in Kerala. Our deposit franchise is rich here. Our credit book over the last many years, and in particular the more recent years, has been substantially growing across the country, very diversified. Our branch network today, as I speak to you, is about 1,414 branches, and out of which 820 branches are spread, peppered across the different parts of the country. About 590 are in Kerala. Our business origination has been what 75-80% of our business comes from all across India, other than our home market. So I think this tag of old or regional has been long shed, and I hope that's visible in all our outcomes. We set out to be the most admired bank many years ago, and I do want to believe that that momentum is sort of relentlessly progressing. Our digital capabilities match the best in the market, sometimes even ahead. And in some ways, these are playing out in all the initiatives of the bank, be it new offerings, new geographies, new products, and most importantly, growth being evenly spread across many of our geographies. There are some core strengths which we should preserve. We are a magnet for non-resident Indians to bank in India. We bring in about 20% of the India remittances that come into India. Initially, it was just the Middle East, Kerala. Now it's non-Middle East, non-Kerala, Middle East, non-Kerala, all quadrants working in favor, and we think we are getting a good traction on that. So on balance, the bank is now sort of as widespread, as prominent as we would like it to be across many geographies. Yes, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, parts of Gujarat, and parts of the north, we have much higher presence compared to our past, and those are showing through in the numbers.
Sham, when I spoke to the SBI chairman, he gave us a very simple thumb rule that at his size, his growth would be nominal GDP plus 2%. If we have to use the same thumb rule to understand your growth rate for FY25, can I say that it will be nominal GDP plus 5 to 6% at least?
Yeah, we could safely say that, Nikunj. I think if you see, barring the COVID period, and even if you take that into our calculation, the CAGR for federal has been well north of 15 to 16% across an 8-year period. To back COVID out, it's probably 18%. And if you look at the industry, it's grown in the 12-13%. So we are at what, 500 basis points to 600 basis points higher than the industry growth, which in some sense is the number that you are also pointing out to be. And I do think that momentum is there. If you take the last 6 quarters, it's been 18% plus.
Sham, so let's look at a 20% hurdle. If you grow at 20%, which means rule of 72, I'm breaking it just for the benefit of our US simplification. Rule of 72, folks, is that you divide the growth rate of with the number of 72, which means every 3.5 years you will double. Is that a very reasonable assumption that every 3 to 3.5 years, bare minimum, Federal Bank would double?
Yeah, you sort of hit the nail, rule of 72. We keep saying if you grow at 80%, every 4 years, the book should double. And if you cut back over the last, say we were today, as we exited December 23, the overall book of the bank is about 4.4 lakh crores. And we were under 2.5 lakh crores exactly about 39-40 months back. So that should be extrapolated. Yeah, there will be seasonality in, there is caution to banks are being advised to be more thoughtful about credit expansion when the weather is sort of rough in some parts. So anything to expect 16 to 20%